Ned Stark knelt upon the wooden boards of the platform, the smell of old blood staining his memory far more vividly than the hush of the crowd below. The air hung heavy with the threat of steel and betrayal, and the shape of ice, his own ancestral sword, was poised in the hands of an executioner. But in this moment of tense finality, when all the realm believed the next sound would be the whistle of falling steel, something unforeseen happened. The wind itself seemed to shift, stirring the cloak of the man who held the sword, stirring the collective breath of the watchers, stirring at some unspoken truth that had been silent for far too long. Voices shouted, and among them was the shrill call of Sansa Stark, her hands shaking upon the stones. Another voice echoed from somewhere distant, deeper and stronger, the sound of feet shuffling, of lords in confusion, and the faint glimmer in the eyes of those who had once respected the name Stark. The blow never came. Instead, a chorus of cries went up as men pressed forward. Guards momentarily parted. A sudden wave of chaos rippled through the throng. The High Septon, half stumbling, demanded something from King Joffrey, and in the flurry of words, with illusions of mercy or the cunning of politics, Eddard Stark's neck was spared at the last instant. It was so abrupt that even Ned himself, bowing his head in resignation, barely believed it was real. One moment, the blade hovered like a threat at his nape. The next, he felt the presence of the knight stepping back, the hush overtaken by an outcry as the king waved his hand in an impulsive gesture that changed the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. In the jumbled swirl of that day, whether it was a whim of Joffrey's cruelty to toy with Ned's fate a little longer, or some last-minute counsel from the lords around him, Ned was pulled roughly to his feet by a guard. He was alive for now, but survival under those conditions could be its own agony. Stripped of pride, of the knowledge that his household was scattered or imprisoned, his children endangered, Eddard Stark was thrown back into a cell in the Red Keep, and the door slammed behind him with an echo of finality. He had expected to die with at least some measure of dignity. Now he was a prisoner, left to wait for a decree of the Boy King. He could not know whether Joffrey aimed to watch him break or to parade him as a trophy before the realm. Days fell into strange patterns. The cold stone walls were a relentless reminder of his captivity. The flicker of torches in the hallway illuminated the barely revealed silhouette of the jailers. The squeaking rats and the scattered straw underfoot were no better than death, truly. At times Ned believed that the quick end of a sword might have been a mercy. Yet amidst that swirl of gloom, a small flame of resolve began to burn inside him. As he remembered the sight of Sansa trembling, the thought of Arya somewhere lost in the city, of Robb in the far north rallying his bannermen, of Catelyn riding east, a sense of duty held him upright. He had survived. That meant there was still a chance to see his children, to stand for them, to stand for the North, to set things right. Somehow. However small that chance, he clung to it because, despite everything else stripped from him, he was still Eddard Stark. He soon realized that this survival might have been part of a plot. Varys, the spider, came whispering and sliding through the shadows at times, claiming to bring tidings, claiming to remind Ned that his life could be used to keep Sansa obedient, that he could still broker something from the Boy King or from the Lannisters. Joffrey was not known for mercy, so there must have been a plan in place that Ned could not see, perhaps a demand from Tywin Lannister, or a precarious arrangement that had thus far held the sword from his neck. Whatever the reason, Ned endured. He listened to Varys's cautious words, nodding without acceptance, barely speaking. He was too wise to trust the spider's counsel blindly. Cersei visited once, her green eyes flashing with that mix of cunning and contempt. She was quick to remind him that his daughter's life hung in a delicate balance, as did the fortunes of House Stark in the capital. He kept his counsel, offering no more confessions of guilt, no more public declarations. He had done as they demanded once already, speaking against himself at the steps of the Great September, believing that in doing so he might save Sansa and Arya. That had nearly cost him his head anyway. Ned had no illusions about how dangerous it was to be at the mercy of this unstable Boy King. Still, day followed night, and the door to his cell remained locked. Weeks passed. Memories of the final confrontation with Jaime Lannister on the streets, the fight that cost him the injury in his leg, the attempts to unmask the truth of Jon Arryn's death, all melded into a single swirl of regret and urgency. Where were his daughters? Was Arya safe? He clung to the rumor that Arya had escaped the city, but no word reached him of her, and the not knowing gnawed at his heart. He raged internally about Sansa's fate as Joffrey's hostage, forced into her ladylike cage, terrorized by the shadows of King's Landing. And Robb, what had become of his eldest son? Leading men in open war, declaring the North's independence, brandishing the mantle of the king in the North. Sometimes Ned felt his chest swell with pride at the thought of Robb mustering bannermen, forging alliances. Other times, he was terrified that Robb might die in a southern campaign, leaving the North rudderless and drowning in bloodshed. And then, in the blackness of night, came the second miracle. A guard, pale-faced and trembling, came to unbar Ned's cell door. The man's eyes were ringed with tired fear, and he whispered that he had a letter from Lady Stark, a hush-hush arrangement for Ned's freedom. Ned dared not trust him immediately, but the letter bore the unmistakable script of Catelyn. It said only that she had reached a bargain, that Ned must be spirited out under the cover of darkness, that word would be spread he died in the dungeons. Ned stared at the page and felt his heart quake, torn between believing this was genuine and fearing it was a Lannister trick. But the promise of seeing Catelyn again and being free to guide his children was too potent to ignore. The guard led him through a labyrinth of corridors. Once or twice, they had to cower behind walls as gold-cloaked Lannister men-at-arms passed. Ned's pulse pounded like war drums in his ears, the old energy of life returning to limbs that had been resigned to a slow death. He had almost forgotten the smell of freedom, the tang of fresh air at night, the promise of open sky. Before long, he was bundled into a covered cart beneath straw and barley sacks. He lay very still, listening to his own breaths, not daring to move. The wheels rumbled on the cobbles and the torchlight flickered on the stones as they slipped through the red keep's gates. Every moment he expected the cry of treason, or "stop that cart," but none came. The pace quickened. The city was behind them. Dawn shimmered on the horizon, painting the sky in pale gold and rose as if the gods themselves offered Ned a quiet blessing. His freedom was tenuous, however. The guard introduced himself as a man who'd once served House Tully. He had been bribed or convinced by Catelyn's agents. Ned didn't pry too much. The fewer details known, the safer it was for everyone. They traveled mostly by night, avoiding main roads. Ned was still recognizable. If any soldier loyal to the crown discovered that the traitor Eddard Stark still lived, it would spark immediate alarm. Rumors would swirl, ravens would fly, and Lannister men would come down upon them like wolves. Days stretched into weeks of clandestine travel. They forded small rivers, cut across the edges of forests, passed near out-of-the-way villages. Occasionally, they changed horses at remote stables where the stable asters seemed half in shock to see the once hand of the king now dressed as a weary traveler with a graying beard grown wild. Somehow, each step took him further north, and with every mile, Ned felt the pull of home. He looked up to the sky at night, scanning for the bright stars that guided the north. He thought of Winterfell and the old gods in the Heartwood. He thought of the words of House Stark, "Winter is coming." Indeed, winter was creeping closer, and he felt its presence in the chill breezes and the early frosts that dusted the roadsides. Then, on a morning shrouded by mist, he arrived at a carefully chosen spot along the banks of the Trident. His escort said this was where Catelyn and Robb's forces had once camped. Now it was deserted except for a single figure wrapped in a thick cloak of gray wool, standing near the swirl of river currents. His breath caught in his throat when he saw it was Catelyn. She turned at the sound of his footsteps, and in that single look, her red hair streaked with lines of silver, her face etched with worry. He felt the tidal wave of everything he had endured. She rushed forward, eyes brimming with tears, but with a fierce determination in the set of her jaw that he knew all too well. She clung to him, and he to her, neither speaking for a time, letting the river be the only witness to their grief and relief. When at last she found words, it was to say, "They told me you were dead. I almost believed it. Every day I fought to keep hope alive. But oh, Ned, the world is changing faster than we can bear." Ned gently stroked her hair, remembering the last time he had seen her, so many nightmares ago. He told her simply, "I'm alive, Cat, because of you." In the days that followed, Ned learned how the war had escalated. Robb had been named king in the north by his bannermen after the news of Ned's supposed execution. The Riverlands had become a battleground. Jaime Lannister was held captive, exchanged at one point for Sansa and a promise of peace, but that arrangement had broken down in the swirl of shifting alliances. Sansa was still effectively a hostage in King's Landing, and Arya's location remained unknown. Brandon's son, his own son, was commanding armies at an age that made Ned's heart ache for the lost innocence of youth. And the Lannisters, now believing Ned dead, had turned all their wrath upon Robb and the North, determined to crush this rebellious new king. Catelyn explained how she had leveraged her father's Tully connections, certain old debts, and the confusion around Ned's fate to strike a secret deal to free him. She had been forced to part with a fortune in gold and jewels, gleaned from hidden caches and the generosity of certain Riverlands lords who still held loyalty to House Tully. The secrecy had been precarious, but the Lannisters didn't suspect that House Tully would aim to rescue a dead man. Most simply believed the gold was for supplies and bribes to keep the Riverlands from further devastation. Reuniting with Robb was not as straightforward as it might seem. His host was spread out across various fronts, with Tywin Lannister pressing them from the west and the Freys proving uncertain allies. Ned and Catelyn decided they must ride to the Twins to speak with Walder Frey, if that bridge could still be crossed without too high a price. They hoped to slip through unnoticed, but Walder Frey, always hungry for advantage, rarely let anything slip by without extracting his pound of flesh. So with a small escort of trusted men, Ned and Catelyn set off, forging north along lesser-known paths. Every hour, Ned grappled with the swirl of his newly claimed life. He had been ready to die for honor. Now he lived for duty and for the North. His thoughts strayed to his children, to the shape of the war. Sometimes, he was seized by the realization that he would soon stand in the presence of Robb, his boy who was now a king by the choice of lords and bannermen. Would Robb even recognize him? Would he see in his father a man who had failed to protect them all? Or would he see the father who had always tried to steer them by honor? Before they could get that far, they had to weather the crossing at the Twins. Walder Frey greeted them with that mixture of sly cunning and feigned deference. He expressed surprise, feigned as well, at Eddard Stark being alive. He crowed about how the rumors must have been mistaken, but Ned suspected Walder had known or at least guessed. The old man played at politeness, inviting them into his hall, offering bread and salt. But Ned could sense the tension in the air, as if each Frey retainer was itching to know how to best exploit this situation. Ned quickly realized that Walder Frey considered himself slighted many times over. Robb had wed Talisa, or so the rumor was, in this variation of events, and broken the Frey betrothal. The Freys had lost face. They had demanded recompense. Now, seeing Ned Stark alive, Walder was reminded that perhaps he could gain further leverage. While the crossing was crucial to the north, Ned and Catelyn both knew that Walder's ambitions had only grown. The old lord wanted titles, marriages, recognition of his house as a great power. For once, Ned let Catelyn handle much of the negotiation, for she had a sharper wit when it came to the nuances of her father's bannermen. Ned merely tried to keep a steady presence. He offered Walder Frey no illusions. House Stark was battered, Sansa remained a captive, Arya missing, Winterfell was threatened by the Ironborn in the chaos of war. Yet House Stark was still proud. If Walder wanted the future king in the North's favor, or that of the rightful lord of Winterfell, he would do well not to press them too far. In truth, Ned could promise the Freys some portion of recognition in the North's new order, if it ever became stable enough to stand. Perhaps that was enough for Walder for the moment. The crossing was arranged. With the uneasy blessing of the Freys, Ned and Catelyn pressed onward, traveling to the Riverlands where Robb's main forces were camped near Riverrun. The approach to Riverrun stirred old memories in Ned. He recalled courting Catelyn, the battles of Robert's rebellion, the sense of duty he had felt for the Tullys when they became his kin. Now the banners of the dire wolf and the Tully fish were side by side, but beneath them were rows of tents, the battered remains of a campaign that had dragged on far too long. Soldiers were gaunt, exhausted from skirmishes, many wearing improvised armor. The atmosphere was grim, yet there was a flicker of pride in how the Northerners and the Rivermen carried themselves. They called Robb the Young Wolf, and some swore that he fought with the spirit of a beast on the battlefield, outmaneuvering the Lannisters at every turn. When Ned and Catelyn rode through the lines, men turned to stare. Whispers rippled. They had all believed Lord Eddard Stark was dead. And here he was, shoulders still broad though he had grown lean and worn. For some, it was as though a ghost had come to lead them. Some sank to a knee in respect, though confusion blossomed on their faces. Rumors would spread like wildfire. The king in the North's father is alive. Ned Stark returned from the grave. The bannermen were uncertain what this meant for Robb's kingship, but for the moment, they beheld the Starks reunited. Ned finally saw Robb in the courtyard of Riverrun. The tall youth with auburn hair was dressed in mail and leather, the sigil of House Stark upon his doublet. He looked older, the boyish lines replaced by a sternness that Ned had never wanted to see on his son's face. When Robb turned and beheld his father, for a moment he was just a child again, eyes wide, mouth parted as if uncertain how to speak. Catelyn placed a hand on Robb's shoulder as if to steady him, her own gaze shining with tears. Ned stepped forward, and father and son embraced. The courtyard was silent but for the shuffle of men's feet. The days that followed were a swirl of strategy and heartbreak as Ned learned the details of how the war had progressed, how Winterfell had fallen briefly to the Ironborn, how Bran and Rickon had been spirited away, some saying the boys were slain, though the truth had emerged that they had escaped with Hodder and Osha, how Theon Greyjoy's betrayal struck a knife into the hearts of the Starks. Ned had to wrestle with the new reality. While the realm still believed him dead, he might move more freely, shaping events from the shadows. Robb's bannermen were uncertain whether to relinquish the title of king in the North if Ned was alive, but Ned was quick to quell any such talk, saying the men had sworn fealty to Robb. A father's pride shone in his eyes as he recognized Robb's leadership, even as he worried for the lad's safety. Still, something deeper weighed upon Ned. He had always been a man of principle, a man who disliked subterfuge. Yet the North was at a crossroads, and the entire realm was in chaos. Tywin Lannister was amassing forces to crush the upstart king in the North once and for all. Stannis Baratheon had declared himself rightful king, as had Renly before his untimely death. The Tyrells were maneuvering for advantage, the Greyjoys raiding the coasts, and in King's Landing, Joffrey sat upon the Iron Throne like a viper waiting to strike. If Ned was to help Robb secure the North, if he was to rescue Sansa or find Arya, he would have to step back into the political fray. He might have to become something he had never wanted to be, a quiet conspirator working from the shadows to topple the Lannisters. In whispered councils by firelight, Ned listened to Robb's war council. Roose Bolton lurked at the edges, his pale eyes disconcerting. The Greyjoy boomed about the glories of war and how the North would never kneel again. The Blackfish, Brynden Tully, pointed out the precariousness of their position, how resources were stretched thin and winter's approach spelled trouble for any prolonged campaign. Catelyn spoke of alliances, reminding them that some arrangement might be struck to free Sansa to bring the Vale into the fold if the newly minted Lord of the Vale, young Robin Arryn, could be swayed by the right promises. Ned watched and listened, torn between fatherly pride at his son's command of men and sorrow that Robb's youth was being devoured by war. One night, after the council had dispersed, father and son walked the ramparts of Riverrun together. A pale moon cast their shadows on the stone. Robb spoke in a low voice. "When the lords declared me king in the North, I did not know if I should accept. It was like being handed a sword and told to slay a giant. But I did it for you, for our family, for the North. Now to see you standing here makes me wonder if the gods are giving us a chance to set things right." Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder, feeling the tension in his muscles. "We'll do it together. But know that your men swore to you. They look to you, not me, as their king. I'm only here to uphold your rightful cause. I am Lord Stark of Winterfell, yes, but you are the one they followed south. This is your path now. I will do everything I can to guide you, to save our family, to see justice done." Robb gazed into the night. "Justice," he repeated quietly. "We've all seen what these past months have brought. The Red Keep with its cruelty, the heads on spikes, the betrayal of old friends, the threat of the Ironborn. The world is not the honorable place I thought it was. I need your wisdom, father." Ned inhaled the crisp night air. "The world is indeed cruel. But we can still be guided by who we are and by what's right. We may not always live up to the purest ideals, but we can keep them in our hearts. The North is depending on us for more than just war. They need peace, a future. We must see this through and protect them. The greatest victory in war is that which spares our people the sword." They stood side by side for a long while, father and son, bound by love and forced into war. The next step was clear. The war needed a turning point, a bold stroke that would force Tywin's hand or fracture the alliance in King's Landing. Quietly, Ned and Catelyn discussed a plan to rescue Sansa. For as long as she was in King's Landing, she was a hostage. And as long as the Lannisters had that card to play, they could keep the Starks off balance. But how to reach her when the city was guarded so fiercely, with spies lurking in every corner? Ned knew the city from his time as Hand, but not well enough to orchestrate a seamless infiltration. Then there was the question of whether they should approach the Tyrells. The Tyrells had joined the Lannisters by marrying Margaery to Joffrey, but their loyalties were never simple. If they had reason to shift their weight, perhaps with an offer of an advantageous marriage or greater power, they might help in dethroning the Boy King. Yet even as all these plans were shaped, the North faced threats closer to home. Roose Bolton, ominously quiet in councils, had begun pulling men from the front lines, citing a need to defend the Dreadfort. Rumors circulated that the Boltons might be forging their own path. Other bannermen had begun to waver, uncertain if Robb's war could be won. Ned recognized the signs of fracturing among his own lords. The longer a war drags on, the more each man starts to think for himself. Ned knew that to keep the North united, they needed a visible victory or at least a show of security on their own lands. Word reached them that Winterfell stood lightly guarded, reclaimed from the Greyjoys but left with minimal forces under the command of loyal men. The castle was said to be intact but threatened by outlaws and broken men roving the countryside. That news made Ned's heart ache with longing to walk once more beneath the weirwood tree in the Godwood, to stand in the great hall and feel the sense of belonging. But it also made him uneasy. If they lost their seat, their moral and political authority would falter. Robb decided that a portion of his host should return north to secure Winterfell. He dared not go himself. He was needed to hold the Riverlands from Tywin's encroachment. But Ned, he realized, could go. The men would rally behind Ned Stark, the true lord of Winterfell. If Ned could secure the north, flush out any traitors or raiders and hold their seat, that might anchor their rebellion in the coming winter. Ned agreed. It was both a duty and a chance to reclaim his home. So, with a detachment of loyal bannermen, including men from houses Umber, Glover, Serwyn, and Manderley, Ned prepared to ride north. Saying farewell to Catelyn once more tore at his heart, but she remained at Riverrun, her presence essential for the Riverlands alliances and for counsel to Robb. They parted with the vow that one day, soon or late, they would be together in Winterfell again. Then Ned and his men rode north, slipping past the twins once more with Walder Frey's grudging consent. The journey felt strange to Ned. So many times he had left Winterfell for the south, but never before had he been forced to reclaim his home at Sword Point. Autumn was maturing into a colder season, the nights biting, the trees turning the gold and red of late harvest. They encountered refugees along the way, men and women from burned villages or outlaws who fled deeper into the hills at the sight of armed riders. The war's devastation was everywhere. The weight of guilt bore down on Ned's conscience. He had set events in motion when he traveled south to become Hand of the King. Perhaps that had been inevitable, but still, too many innocents paid the price. When at last they reached the outskirts of the north, crossing the wide swaths of land that separated them from Moat Cailin, Ned felt a stirring in his chest. The northern air was different, crisper, carrying the scent of pine and earth. The men around him took courage from the familiar ground. The Neck was a treacherous place to force, but Moat Cailin was still in Stark hands, courtesy of the crumbling fortress and a small garrison loyal to Robb. They passed through the ancient fortifications, saluted by men wearing the dire wolf sigil. Whispers circulated that Ned Stark lived, that he had returned from the dead to claim the seat of Winterfell. Some gazed at him in awe as though he were some spirit of the old gods. Ned, in his humility, wished to reassure them that he was simply a man, and a tired, battered one at that. But the myth would do more for morale than the truth, so he said nothing to contradict it. Farther north they rode until the land opened into the familiar rolling hills and forests of the White Knife's Basin. Eventually, the tall towers of Winterfell appeared over the horizon. Smoke curled from its chimneys and banners fluttered at half-mast, telling their own story of uncertain times. The outer gates were manned by a skeleton crew, many faces still too young or too old for the war front, but they recognized Ned in an instant. Crying out with wonder, they flung open the gates. Riding beneath the portcullis, Ned felt a lump in his throat. He saw the courtyard where he had once watched his children at play, Robb sparring with Jon, Sansa, and Arya giggling near the archery butts, Bran climbing the walls. He saw the broken tower, the great keep, the windows of the hall. Memories washed over him like a dream. The place looked war-worn, some of the walls scorched, debris from the Greyjoy occupation not yet fully cleared. Yet it was Winterfell, and it was still standing. He dismounted, ignoring the pain in his old leg wound, and laid a hand on the stones of the courtyard. The watchers in the yard were silent, a hush of reverence as though they were witnessing history. Slowly, Ned sank to one knee and touched the ground. He whispered a prayer to the old gods for the safe return of all his children, for the strength to protect the north, for the memory of all those who had died in this senseless war. Then he rose again, Lord of Winterfell, and beckoned his banner men to enter. Immediately he set about fortifying and rebuilding. The men carried out repairs on the walls, cleared the rubble, replaced burned timbers. The blacksmith's forge roared to life again. Ravens flew with messages to loyal lords throughout the north, summoning them to reaffirm fealty or come to council at Winterfell. Slowly, they trickled in. Wyman Manderley sent envoys from White Harbor, the Glovers from Deepwood Motte, the Serwins from their small holdfast. The Umbers offered muscle and men, though the Great John remained with Robb in the south. In all these alliances, Ned saw the flicker of hope. If the north could rally, if Winterfell was strong, then the Lannisters could not win so easily. Yet there were darker tidings as well. Word came that Roose Bolton, through his bastard son Ramsay, had begun asserting near-autonomous control over certain northern territories. Rumors of cruelty and brutality leaked out of the dread fort. Men disappearing, women terrified. Ned recognized that if House Bolton turned traitor, the north would be split from within. The old enmity between Stark and Bolton was as ancient as the north itself, though for generations it had been tempered by loyalty. Now, in the chaos of war, old ambitions might resurface. He needed to tread carefully to ensure the Boltons did not tear the north apart. One evening, under the light of torches, Ned entered the godwood. The red leaves of the weirwood whispered in the breeze. He knelt before the carved face in the trunk, remembering the old prayers his father had taught him. As he let his mind drift, he thought of Arya, not knowing if she was alive or dead. He thought of Sansa and King's Landing. He thought of Bran and Rickon, rumored to have escaped Theon's clutches, hopefully still alive somewhere under the watchful care of loyal friends. The burdens weighed heavy on him. He was a father who had failed to protect his children as he ought. The old gods offered no reply, only the deep rustle of leaves in the night. But Ned felt a stirring inside him, a resolve that he would not rest until his family was made whole again, until the north was secure. He rose, turning to find Maester Luwin's successor, a timid but earnest young man named Maester Catelyn, waiting at the Godswood's edge. Catelyn had a message, fresh by Raven, from Riverrun. Robb had moved swiftly against a Lannister host that threatened the Riverlands. Reports were victorious. Robb had won a significant engagement, capturing more prisoners, dealing a blow to Tywin's outriders. But Tywin himself was regrouping, forging an alliance with the Tyrells in a bid to surround Robb's forces. The letter was short on details, but it seemed the war in the south was about to enter a deadlier phase. Ned's stomach twisted. Soon, the deciding battles would come. The question, should Ned remain in the north or lead reinforcements south to bolster Robb's position? Each choice brought risks. If he emptied the north of troops to aid Robb, they might lose their hold if the Boltons or Ironborn rose again. If he stayed, Robb might be overwhelmed by Tywin and his allies. He called a council in the Great Hall. The northern lords who had arrived gathered at the massive oak table. Torches flickered along the walls, casting dancing shadows on the ancient Stark banners. Ned surveyed the faces. House Manderley's representative, tall and haughty, Lady Meage Mormont of Bear Island, broad-shouldered and fierce, Lord Galbart Glover, lines of exhaustion under his eyes, the Serwyn heir, still a boy, trying to look braver than he felt. Ned spoke of the news from the south, the precarious situation. He asked for counsel. Meage Mormont was the first to speak, her voice firm. The Iron Throne knows no bounds to its treachery. They will come for us eventually if Robb is defeated. We cannot let him fight alone. Lord Glover nodded in agreement. The king in the north must have the full might of the north behind him. If we let him fall, the Lannisters will come north in triumphant fury. We'd have no chance then. But Wyman Manderley's men were more cautious. To abandon the north could allow House Bolton or the Ironborn to strike. We remember all too well how Winterfell nearly fell. Ned listened quietly, weighing each argument. In the end, he decided to split forces. He would take a contingent of seasoned soldiers south to reinforce Robb, but a significant garrison would remain to guard Winterfell. The lords in unison consented to this plan. They would show the realm that Ned Stark was not dead, that the north was strong. Perhaps this alone would sow confusion among the Lannisters. And if Tywin or Joffrey believed Ned was still in the grave, the shock of his reappearance on the battlefield could create an advantage. Before leaving, Ned sought to quell any potential rebellion by the Boltons. He dispatched a trusted envoy to the Dreadfort, bearing a polite but firm summons to Roose Bolton, requesting he attend a council at Winterfell or send terms of his loyalty. The answer that came back was that Lord Bolton was managing urgent affairs but stood ever loyal to House Stark. Reading the letter, Ned felt no comfort. There was a measured politeness in the words, a sense that the Boltons were playing their own game. But with time pressing, Ned could do no more than leave behind men he trusted to watch the dread fort for any sign of treachery. He prayed they would not be outmaneuvered. Within a fortnight, Ned was on the move again, leading a cavalry force southward to the Riverlands. His banner flew openly, the gray dire wolf on a field of white. The rumor of Ned Stark's survival, no longer secret, rippled ahead of them like thunder. The small folk along the roads peered from shutters, uncertain whether to cheer or cower. Soldiers sometimes fled, thinking this might be an apparition or a spirit from beyond the grave. But as the host wound its way toward Riverrun, more lords flocked to their ranks, men who had lost faith or grown fearful, now inspired that both the king in the north and his father were united. Arriving at Riverrun once more, Ned found Robb's camp bustling with new energy. Scouts reported that Tywin Lannister was near Harrenhal, forging an alliance with the Tyrells and planning a massive push. The next days of council were frantic. Edmure Tully paced anxiously, having once faced the Lannisters at Riverrun's gates. Robb displayed a cool head in the discussions, analyzing the terrain, the numbers, the possible strategies. Yet Ned saw the tension behind his son's eyes. War had worn him down, though the men revered him for his victories. Even the fierce Karstarks, still nursing the wound of Jaime Lannister having killed some of their kin, bowed to Robb's leadership. The time for planning ended with the first word that Tywin was on the march, bringing thousands of men, joined by Mace Tyrell's banners from Highgarden. The mass of that southern alliance threatened to crush the River Lords and the northern host between them. Some urged a withdrawal to more defensible positions or even a retreat into the neck. But Ned and Robb agreed that ceding the Riverlands entirely would betray their Tully allies and allow Tywin a clear path to the north. A stand must be made. They decided to attempt a bold plan to lure Tywin into a battlefield of their choosing where the terrain might disadvantage him. Scouts identified a stretch of rolling hills and dense forest near the Blackwater Rush, a place with tricky ground that could hamper heavy cavalry. If Tywin's sense of pride coaxed him to attack first, the northern archers and foot could inflict heavy casualties before Robb's knights charged in a flanking maneuver. The plan was risky, especially as the Tyrell knights were famed for their power in open field battles. But with cunning and knowledge of the land, they might gain the upper hand. In the days before the clash, Ned took Robb aside. He reminded his son that in war, nothing is certain. The best-laid plans may collapse in the fury of combat. Their cause was just, but justice alone did not guarantee victory. Ned urged Robb to keep a fallback route in mind to preserve the leadership so the war could continue even if the battle was lost. Robb, proud and determined, nodded, though Ned could sense his reluctance to consider retreat. The Boy King wanted a decisive blow to end the war and free his sisters to avenge the wrongs done to the north. Ned understood that hunger, but he also knew the savage nature of war. The day of battle dawned gray and cold. Fog clung to the hollows. Ned rode through the ranks, encouraging the men, reminding them that their families depended on their bravery. Robb was with the main force, the wolf banner billowing overhead. Each soldier carried the hope that this day might decide the war. From his vantage, Ned watched Tywin's columns advance, the Lion of Lannister bright on crimson fields, and among them the Rose of Tyrell. War horns sounded echoing across the rolling ground. Archers loosed the first volleys. The hiss of arrows filled the air, and men screamed as they fell. Armored knights urged their mounts forward, the thunder of hooves shaking the earth. As planned, the north withdrew into a half-circle formation near the forest's edge, forcing the Lannister Tyrell cavalry to charge uphill. The boggy ground near a shallow stream slowed the advance, disorganizing the ranks. At Robb's signal, a hidden detachment of cavalry under Lord Bolton's banner, led by a reliable Bolton captain, not Roose himself, emerged from thick cover to strike the Lannister flank. Ned saw the chaos that ensued, the clang of steel on steel, the shrieks of horses. For a time, it seemed the plan was working. The Lannisters, forced to fight uphill and from the side, reeled under the assault. Yet war has a way of twisting fortunes in a heartbeat. The Tyrell Knights, disciplined and powerful, launched a fierce counterattack. Their banners of gold and green rippled among the chaos. They pressed into the northern lines, and near the center, Ned saw a swirl of activity. He spurred his horse forward, glimpsing Robb's banner, the dire wolf, buckling. The ring of steel grew deafening. Ned's heart pounded. He realized that if Robb was unhorsed or killed in this melee, the battle might collapse. With a roar of fatherly fear, he urged his mount into the fray. Soldiers parted or fell in his wake. Ned's sword, no longer ice, he had lost, the priceless Valyrian blade in King's Landing flashed as he parried and struck, calling out Robb's name. He found his son amid a knot of Tyrell foemen, his horse wounded, blood streaming down its flank. Robb himself was fighting with desperate speed, sword whirling. A Tyrell knight loomed, swinging a spiked mace that nearly shattered Robb's shield. At the last moment, Ned interposed his blade, deflecting the blow. The knight reared back, raising his mace again, but Ned lunged forward. Steel bit through chainmail, and the knight toppled, the mace clattering to the churned earth. Robb stared at Ned, eyes wide with shock, but a smile ghosted his features as if relieved to see his father in the thick of it. Then the swarm of battle closed in again. They fought side by side, father and son, with men rallying to their banners. The sense of unity and fierce resolve lit the hearts of the Northerners. Step by bloody step, they pushed the Tyrell Knights back down the slope. Horn blasts signaled another wave of attackers. Ned's limbs burned with exertion, sweat and blood trickling down his brow. He was not young, and the rigors of close combat weighed heavily on him. But the memory of that near execution, of seeing his family torn apart, and the raging desire to protect what remained, drove him on. Hours slipped by in a blur of violence. The northern lines bent but did not break. Finally, when the horns of retreat sounded among the Lannister ranks, the battered Tyrell and Lannister forces began to withdraw, bloodied and exhausted. The North had held the field barely. Bodies littered the ground, crows circling overhead. The moans of the dying and wounded echoed across the haze of smoke and blood. Ned leaned on his sword, breath ragged, scanning for Robb. When he found his son, he clasped him, relief flooding him to see that Robb lived, though bruised and scraped. Even so, a sense of dread lingered. Tywin Lannister would not be undone by a single setback, and Mace Tyrell, though stung, still commanded formidable forces. This was a reprieve, not a final victory. But for the moment, the North could claim they had met the Lannisters in open battle and forced them to fall back. Perhaps that would inspire more lords to rally against the Iron Throne. Perhaps it would buy them the time they needed to broker alliances or attempt a daring mission to free Sansa. That evening, as the survivors buried their dead and tended to the wounded, Ned walked among them with a grim heart. He was Lord Eddard Stark, father, husband, and all too aware that war spared no one from tragedy. He paused by a dying soldier, knelt down, and offered what comfort he could, clasping the man's hand as the light faded from his eyes. This was the cost of the Iron Throne's political games. He thought of how Robert Baratheon had once told him that being king was a cursed burden. Joffrey's cruelty only deepened that curse upon the realm. Days later, as the armies regrouped, riders brought word that King Joffrey was outraged by the news that Ned Stark still lived and had fought in open battle. The word from King's Landing was that Sansa was locked away under even tighter watch, forced to endure Joffrey's torments. Ned's jaw clenched at that. He knew time was not on their side. Each day that passed, Sansa remained vulnerable. Each day that passed, Tywin had a chance to re-strategize. Another rumor filtered in. Stannis Baratheon had suffered setbacks at Blackwater Bay and King's Landing was secure under the Lannisters' rule. That meant less pressure on the capital and more focus on crushing the Northern Rebellion. In hushed war councils, Ned and Robb began to consider a bold infiltration of King's Landing itself. They had few illusions about a frontal assault. The city's walls were thick and the Lannister garrison strong. But if they could slip in with a small force, aided by some conspirators in the city who hated the Lannisters, and Varys might be among them, though the Spiders' loyalties were always murky, they might spirit Sansa away or even dethrone Joffrey. This was madness, some said, but so was continuing a drawn-out war of attrition. The debate raged. Some advised caution, urging the North to consolidate power and wait for an opportunity to lure Tywin away from the capital. Others argued that a swift, unexpected strike at the head of the Snake, Joffrey, Cersei, and the Lannisters would unravel the entire regime. Ned listened, torn. He wanted to free Sansa with every fiber of his being, but he also had a responsibility to thousands of men who followed him. If the infiltration failed, the cause might be doomed and his daughter's life forfeit. Meanwhile, the first hints of winter touched the air. Snow fell lightly one morning, a rare sight so far south. Men gazed up, seeing white flakes drifting from the gray sky. Winter is coming. For the Starks, it was not just a phrase, it was a warning. Food supplies would dwindle, roads would become impassable. No one wanted to be trapped in open war through the depths of a long winter. If a settlement was not reached soon, thousands more would starve, freeze, or die by steel. And behind all this lay even darker rumors of ancient evils stirring beyond the wall, of wildlings massing under a so-called king beyond the wall. Ned couldn't ignore the distant threat. He had once ridden to the wall with King Robert years ago. He had seen the haunted forests, heard the stories of the White Walkers. He remembered the words of old Night's Watch Rangers, "We have bigger wars to fight." One night, after a prolonged council, Ned found Robb alone, standing by the banks of the river, letting his warhorse drink. His shoulders sagged under the weight of command. Ned approached quietly, remembering a time he had found Robb as a child in the kennels, hugging a wounded pup, tears in his eyes because the pup had been injured by a larger dog. Now that same boy stood at the helm of a war, forging alliances with men thrice his age. Ned felt a wave of sorrow for the lost innocence. "Father," Robb said softly, sensing his presence. "We can't keep dragging this out. Our men are weary, the Riverlands are ravaged, and Sansa is suffering. We must act." Ned placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "I know. We'll act, but not rashly. Our enemies are cunning. Let me write to certain contacts in King's Landing. We may find a crack in their armor, a weakness in their watch." Robb nodded, though impatience flickered in his eyes. "If we rescue Sansa, do we end the war? Or do we push until Joffrey is removed from the throne?" Ned sighed. "We started this war to break free of the crown that betrayed us. Our men named you king in the north. That dream of independence may still be ours. If we can force the Iron Throne to treat with us as equals, we could have a lasting peace. But with Joffrey, or Cersei, or Tywin, that peace might be a trap. If we want the North truly free, we may need to break the Lannister hold on the realm, perhaps even seat Stannis. At least he has a claim rooted in law, if not in the hearts of the smallfolk." Robb stared at the swirling water. "Too many possibilities. Too many illusions. All I know is I must do what's right for our people. The men look to me for victory, for justice. But I've learned the realm has little justice to spare." Ned could only squeeze his son's shoulder in empathy. In the weeks that followed, Ned dispatched ravens to the city, some addressed to old allies in the City Watch, some to discreet merchants or lesser courtiers who might hold a grudge against the Lannisters. They offered coin, safe passage to the north, and other boons if they would assist in spiriting Sansa out of the capital. It was a delicate game. If discovered, those contacts would face torture and death. But if even one path opened, Ned would seize it. A message came back, written in code, hinting that the spider spins anew, which Ned interpreted as a sign that Varys might facilitate something. Another cryptic note mentioned that Margaery Tyrell was unhappy at court, her marriage to Joffrey overshadowed by the Boy King's cruelty, and that the Tyrells might be open to an arrangement if it served their greater interests. That was dangerous to consider, but it might be an avenue. Meanwhile, Tywin's host remained near Harrenhal, licking its wounds, while reinforcements trickled in from the Westerlands. Time was short. Robb and Ned made the decision to attempt a covert mission. The plan would involve a small band of skilled knights and riders, traveling swiftly to the outskirts of King's Landing, linking up with conspirators, and then breaking Sansa free during a carefully timed diversion. Ned insisted on going himself, despite Robb's concerns for his father's safety. But Ned argued that he alone had enough knowledge of the Red Keep that he would recognize the people who could be trusted. After many heated discussions, Robb relented, though he refused to let his father go without top-tier protection. So, a group of loyal Northmen led by the likes of Hallis Malin would accompany Ned, disguised as sellswords or merchants. They slipped away from the main host at dawn, leaving Robb with enough forces to keep Tywin in check. It was a perilous gamble. If Ned was captured or killed, the North would lose an invaluable leader and father figure, not to mention the blow it would strike to Robb's morale. But desperate times demanded desperate risks. Ned rode with a hooded cloak, his face partly concealed, praying to the old gods that they would not be recognized on the road. Days of travel turned into a tense game of cat and mouse with Lannister patrols. The gold cloaks roved beyond the city gates, seeking signs of enemy infiltration. At one point, Ned and his small band were forced to hide in a tumble-down barn while a column of mounted Lannister knights clattered past, their banners snapping in the wind. They overcame hardships, hunger, cold, fear. And always, Ned's thoughts hovered on Sansa, trapped in the gilded cage of the Red Keep. At last, they reached the outskirts of the city under cover of darkness. They had arranged a meeting with a contact at a rundown inn near the muddy banks of the Blackwater. The stench of the river was thick with the tang of waste and rotting fish. Inside the inn, a single candle flickered on a warped table. A man in a shapeless cloak waited. Removing his hood, he revealed a face Ned barely recognized at first, but then he saw the telltale glimmer of cunning in the man's eyes. It was none other than Varys, his head shaved, wearing plain clothes. Varys offered a theatrical bow. Lord Stark, pardon, I should say you are no lord tonight, but a simple traveler. How delightful to see you up and about. Terrible business, these rumors of your demise. Ned was in no mood for banter. You said you'd help me if the right day came. Is it today? Varys smiled sadly. The right day might be upon us. The city churns with rumors that Stannis or your son might break the walls, but the Lannisters still hold the throne. Sansa is kept close by the Queen Regent. Your best chance to extract her is during the wedding feast planned for King Joffrey and Margaery Tyrell, which will be a grand spectacle. Many eyes will be on the feasting, the celebrations. I can guide you through secret passages in the Red Keep, but only for a short time. If you fail, both Sansa and you will die. Ned's jaw clenched. We won't fail. And so the final piece of the plan was laid. They would wait until the wedding feast, slip into the keep through a hidden gate near the river, find Sansa's chambers or wherever she might be forced to attend the feast, and escape while the city was distracted by revelry. Varys claimed he could ensure the guards in certain corridors would be less than vigilant at the crucial hour. Ned had to trust him, for there was no alternative. Hiding in the squalid inn, Ned and his men counted the hours until the wedding day. The bells of the city rang out. Crowds flocked to see the spectacle. Margaery Tyrell arrived in her finery, every inch the graceful bride, though Ned suspected she inwardly despised the boy king who had parted her family from so much. Laughter and music echoed through the streets, though the tension beneath was palpable. The common folk were hungry, living in fear of the next turn of war, but a royal wedding promised a festival of bread and circuses. At dusk, Ned and his handful of loyal men emerged from the shadows. They had donned cloaks of poor quality, swords hidden, faces half concealed. Varys led them by a winding path to a small postern gate. A couple of bribed guards let them pass. The corridors beyond were dim, torchlit, and labyrinthine. Ned's heart thudded as he recalled the last time he had roamed these halls freely as the hand of the king. Now he was here like a thief, risking everything to save his daughter. They slipped through the keep, each step a gamble. At one junction, they heard Lannister guards, laughter, talk of the wedding's highlights. Varys motioned them into a narrow side passage. They passed by the place where Ned had once confronted Cersei about her children's parentage. A lifetime ago, it seemed. He felt a chill. That moment had set in motion so many sorrows. Soon, they reached a stairwell leading upward. Varys paused. She should be in her chambers at this hour, preparing for the next appearance at the feast. The queen will be with her soon. Ned nodded, gesturing for his men to wait below. He would go alone, with only Varys to avoid drawing attention. As quietly as possible, they climbed the steps. At the top, a door stood ajar, candlelight flickering. Ned heard voices, hushed and tense. Carefully, he peered inside. He saw Sansa, pale and lovely, dressed in a gown of blue silk, tears in her eyes as she spoke with Shae, Tyrion Lannister's former handmaiden, or so rumor had said. Sansa was wringing her hands, lamenting that she did not feel well enough to go to the feast, that she wished she could leave this place. Ned's heart twisted at the sight of her. She looked older, sorrow etched into her soft features. Quietly, Ned entered, removing his hood. Sansa turned, startled, expecting a guard. Her eyes locked onto her father's face. She blinked, disbelief contorting her features. "Father," she whispered so softly it was almost a ghost of a sound. Ned opened his arms. "Sansa," he breathed. She rushed to him and they embraced tightly, tears flowing. He felt the frailty in her frame, sensed the fear that had haunted her for so long. He stroked her hair, murmuring, "I'm here. I've come for you. We must leave now." Shae, wide-eyed, said nothing. Varys stepped in behind, raising a finger to his lips for silence. Sansa looked from her father to Varys, confusion and hope warring in her eyes. "They said you were dead," she managed to say. Ned gently shook his head. "I survived. Now we'll get you away from this nightmare." Sansa nodded, tears still gleaming. "Please, hurry. The queen may come any moment." She insisted I attend the feast too. She broke off as if the words themselves were too painful to speak. Joffrey's humiliations, Cersei's manipulations, all had weighed upon her. Shae looked uncertain. "I can help you get out, but I'll not follow." "Tyrion," she hesitated. "The city is dangerous, but so is the world outside it." "Where will you go?" Ned said gravely, "To the north, where she belongs. You have my thanks if you've helped keep her safe." Shae smiled sadly, stepping aside. Without another word, she let them pass, perhaps unwilling to implicate herself further. They began descending the stairwell, Sansa clinging to Ned's arm, breath trembling. Varys led them through the narrow passages, but then, at a turn, they heard footsteps approaching swiftly, more than one set, likely guards. Varys cursed under his breath, gesturing to a side door. They slipped through, entering a torchlit corridor. Before they could hurry on, voices rose behind them. "Halt!" a guard barked. Ned felt time slow. He pressed Sansa behind him, drawing his sword. He saw 3 men in Lannister livery, each armed with spears. One recognized Ned, face blanching in shock. "Eddard Stark," he gasped. That moment of disbelief gave Ned the chance to lunge. His blade struck the first guard, sending him reeling. A second guard thrust a spear. Ned parried, but the point grazed his arm. He grit his teeth, ignoring the pain, stepping in to deliver a killing blow. The third guard fled, screaming for reinforcements. They had to run. Varys pointed down the corridor and they sprinted, Sansa clutching her skirts, trying not to trip. Behind them, shouts and pounding boots echoed. Their secrecy was lost. If they didn't reach the postern gate quickly, an army of gold cloaks would descend on them. Turn after turn, they wove through hallways. At one corner, they nearly collided with a pair of Kingsguard knights. Ned, fueled by desperation, slashed wildly, forcing the knights to defend. Varys tugged on Sansa, pulling her around the knights. Ned's men, hearing the commotion from below, rushed up to join them, brandishing swords. A vicious skirmish ensued. Steel rang on steel. One of Ned's men fell, a sword through his gut. Another Kingsguard knight died in a spray of blood. Ned shouted for them to retreat, forging an escape route. At last, they burst into the courtyard near the postern gate. 2 gold cloaks stood guard. Ned's men fell upon them before they could cry out. The gate was unbarred, forced open. Outside, the night air was thick with the smell of the river. They rushed through. Horses were waiting, held by the few loyal Northmen who had remained outside. Sansa clung to her father's arm, trembling. Varys lingered a moment in the gate's shadow. Ned looked back. "You're not coming?" The spider shook his head with a regretful smile. "I have my web here. I must remain or the realm falls to pieces in other ways. Go swiftly, Lord Stark. Keep her safe." Ned nodded, mounting his horse, helping Sansa up behind him. Then, spurring the animals, they galloped away into the dark streets. Alarms echoed from the Red Keep. Voices shouted in confusion. But the festival still raged in parts of the city, some oblivious to the drama unfolding in the keep. Ned led his band on a twisting route through back alleys and side gates, constantly wary of interception. At one point, they passed a drunken reveler in fine clothing who paused to stare at them, but Ned urged his horse onward. They had no time for subtlety now. They reached the city's outer gate, which was lightly guarded due to so many men being called to the castle for the royal wedding. Ned's men charged forward, scattering the startled guards. Once clear, they galloped into the night beyond the city walls. Only when they had put several miles between themselves and King's Landing did Ned allow them to slow. Sansa's arms wrapped around him, her face buried in his cloak, sobbing softly. Ned felt an overwhelming surge of relief and love. She was safe for this moment, at least. But the night sky was vast. Their flight had only begun. They had to escape the Crownlands, which would be flooded with search parties at dawn. The gold cloaks would tear the countryside apart, seeking the Stark traitor and the runaway bride-to-be of House Lannister. Ned steeled himself, guiding his men onto hidden paths, forging onward under moonlight. In the distance, thunder rumbled as though the gods themselves were uncertain of the fate that lay ahead. So began the next chapter in Ned Stark's quest to save his family and secure the North. He had walked a path of near-death, captivity, war, and daring infiltration, and now he rode with his daughter clinging to him in the darkness, with a heart both heavy and strangely triumphant. Whatever came next, Tywin's fury, Cersei's vengeance, the betrayal of false friends, the challenges of a war that had spread across the 7 kingdoms, Ned Stark was resolved to face it. He had survived the unthinkable, and he would not falter now. If the realm burned, if winter brought the dead from the far north, if kings fell and new kings rose, he would stand as long as he breathed for the sake of House Stark and all those who placed their faith in the honor of the North. They pressed on. Step by step, league by league, guided by starlight and the unwavering flame of hope that refused to die. The North would endure. They would endure. And in the quiet of the night, as the horses' hooves drummed upon the road, Ned Stark dared to think that perhaps they could still carve a new fate for the North, one free of southern cruelty, one where his children would live to see the snows and the summers beyond. One where the old gods might yet smile on House Stark because Ned Stark had survived and with him survived the will of the North. They rode hard through the night, the distant lights of King's Landing disappearing behind them like a hateful dream. Each time Sansa's grip around Ned's waist loosened, he urged her to cling tighter. He could feel her trembling, and he knew it was not only from the chill of the night air but also the wave of shock and emotion that still coursed through her. Only hours ago, she had been caged in the Red Keep, subjected to Joffrey's cruelty, and now she was free, bound, ironically, for another war camp. Yet Ned thanked the old gods silently, again and again, that at least she was with him and for the moment, out of reach of the Lannisters. They did not stop until the sky grew light enough to reveal the dangers of the road. When dawn finally stretched its pale fingers over the horizon, Ned pulled off to the side of a narrow track that wound through twisted oaks and tall grass. There, by a small creek, they tethered the horses and took measure of their situation. The band who had come with him, Hallis Malin among them, were grim-faced but relieved to have escaped the city with their prize, Lady Sansa Stark. Sansa herself nearly collapsed upon dismounting. Ned guided her to a dry patch of ground where she sat, hugging her knees as though she might vanish if she let go. He knelt beside her. "Are you hurt?" he asked quietly. She shook her head, eyes focused on a spot in the grass. She wore the remnants of a fine gown, now torn at the hem and smeared with dirt. "I'm only frightened," she managed. Ned gently rested a hand on her arm. "You're safe now, but we must keep moving. We've put miles behind us, but once they realize you're gone and that I'm not a ghost, they'll send riders after us." His voice felt too rough in his own ears. She gave him a small nod, still dazed. Hallis Malin approached, bowing slightly. "My lord, if they send out mounted patrols at first light, they may catch wind of us by midday. We should decide on our route." Ned stood, feeling the weariness in every muscle, but also the fierce urgency that would not allow him rest. "We won't take the main roads," he said. "The Gold Road leads straight to the west and the Rose Road to the south. Both will be watched. We should aim for smaller paths even if it slows us. Our best chance is to reach friendly lands in the Riverlands before the Lannisters can block us." The men nodded. There were a dozen of them, Northmen who had volunteered for this perilous mission. They looked to Ned for guidance, aware they were now an escort for Sansa Stark as much as they were outriders in the war. Tired as they were, they knew they had to press on. Sansa tried to gather herself, smoothing her disheveled hair. "Father," she whispered, what if they catch us?" Ned's eyes flickered. "They won't," he said with more confidence than he felt. "We have the advantage of secrecy for the moment. And if they do come, we'll be ready." He helped her back onto the horse, though her arms still trembled. Then they urged their mounts onward, leaving the creek behind, the water shimmering with the faint reflection of sunrise. They headed northwest, aiming to slip through scattered farmland and patches of forest, traveling by ways seldom used except by merchants who dealt in local produce or herdsmen guiding sheep. With luck, they would soon come across Tully-friendly villages or even Robb's outriders. Despite the caution, it did not take long for pursuit to materialize. The second day after their escape, they found themselves near a shallow ravine carved by a tributary to the Blackwater. The land was rocky, strewn with brush. Hallis Malin, riding ahead as a scout, returned at a gallop. "My lord," he called softly, "I spotted a band of riders on the ridge to the southeast. They fly no banners, but their armor is too fine to be common outlaws. Could be Lannister men, or worse, sellswords in service to them." Ned's grip on his reins tightened. He glanced at Sansa, who looked at him with wide, fearful eyes. Then he turned to his men. "We'll see cover. Let's hope they pass us by, but be ready if we must fight." They guided the horses into a stand of cedar trees, the pungent scent masking them from easy detection, though the animals snorted restlessly. From the shadows, they watched the ridgeline. Indeed, shapes moved there, faint in the distance, a dozen or more riders. Ned's heart thumped. He could not let Sansa be caught again, not after all they had risked. For a few tense moments, they crouched in silence, hardly daring to breathe. But the riders did not descend, they continued east, vanishing from sight. Hallis allowed himself a quiet sigh of relief. "Perhaps searching the main roads," he said. "All the better for us," Ned replied, though the tension did not leave his features. "We ride on. If they find our trail, we'll have to outmaneuver them." They pressed forward, traveling mostly under cover of night. By day, they searched for hidden gullies or wooded copses to rest in, lighting no fires and keeping conversation sparse. Sansa did her best to endure the rough conditions, but she had been so long in the Red Keep's halls that the hardships of the open road were a shock. Ned tried to comfort her as best he could. Whenever they paused, he helped her comb out her hair with a wooden comb he'd purchased from a rural peddler, telling her quietly of the days in Winterfell she had missed, the changing seasons, the hunts, the feasts. He avoided details of the war, not wanting to burden her further, but Sansa was no child. She asked questions about her mother, about Robb, about Arya. Ned's answers were never easy. "I do not know where Arya is," he confessed one night. "I've heard rumors she might have escaped the city after they took me. But that was long ago. She could be anywhere. She's resourceful, though, your sister, braver than I ever gave her credit for." Sansa bowed her head. "I used to say she was improper, too wild." Now I wonder if I might have survived what she has, alone and outside the castle's walls. The city was cruel, father. The people spat at me when I walked. They called me traitor's daughter, said I was to blame for the war. Her voice trembled. If Arya endured worse than that on her own, I hope she found friends. Ned did not know how to answer. He simply squeezed her hand gently, praying that somewhere his youngest daughter still lived. Praying that all of them might be reunited in Winterfell one day. On the 5th night, they crossed into the outer edges of the Riverlands. The terrain grew gentler, with rolling hills and farmland dotted by small hamlets. But it was a war-torn region, as Ned well knew. They came upon a charred ruin of a village, homes burned, fields scorched by raiders. Scavengers lurked around the blackened frames of cottages, hoping to find any scrap of metal or leftover grain. The stench of death still clung to the air, and Sansa covered her nose, horror in her eyes. Ned felt his rage flare at the cruelty of the war that had consumed the countryside. Every ruin was a testament to the strife between Lannister and Tully, between Stark and those who had pledged to root them out. When they approached one such ruin in search of water from a well, a gaunt woman with hollow cheeks peered at them from the doorway of a half-collapsed barn. She was terrified at first, but upon seeing Ned's face still wearing the features that had once been famous across the realm as King Robert's hand, her eyes widened with something like hope. She told them the well was likely tainted, the bucket long gone. She warned them that bandits roamed the roads at night, that Lannister patrols had burned the harvest to starve out any suspected enemies. Ned thanked her softly, offered her a small pouch of dried beans, which she clutched as though it were gold. In that moment, Sansa's eyes met her father's, and he saw tears there. She was witnessing what the war had done to the innocent. The illusions of courtly life, of noble tales and songs, were shattered. Still, they had to keep moving. Word of Ned Stark's resurrection might have already raced ahead of them, borne by terrified or awestruck mouths. The group traveled more confidently now that they had entered Tully territory, but they dared not become complacent. They pressed on until at last they came upon a small band of riders bearing the fish of House Tully on their shields. Tully outriders, likely posted to guard the roads. Upon seeing Ned Stark among them, the men lowered their weapons in astonishment, then knelt. "My Lord Stark," said the leader, a lanky man with an old scar across his nose. We heard you. We heard that you had—" He trailed off, struggling to find the words. Ned dismounted slowly, stepping forward. Sansa remained mounted, her face half hidden by a hood. "I am alive," Ned said simply. "I come from King's Landing, where I have rescued my daughter from the Lannisters. My son, Robb Stark, is in the Riverlands, last I heard. I would speak with him or with Edmure Tully if you know where they might be found." The rider blinked, then cleared his throat. "His Grace the King in the North, your son, he's arrayed his host near Riverrun once again, or so the last word we had. Lord Edmure is within the castle walls, wounded but recovering from a recent skirmish. Your lady wife is there as well. We'd be honored to escort you." Ned felt a surge of relief at hearing that Catelyn was still safe, though the mention of Edmure's wounding pained him. He nodded. "Then let us ride to Riverrun. I have business there that cannot wait." So it was that, with Tully outriders leading the way, Ned and Sansa Stark re-entered the circle of their family's war. The roads drew them closer to the wide, placid waters of the Red Fork, and soon they spied Riverrun's towers rising from behind the parted waters that formed its famous moat. Banners flew from the battlements, the direwolf of House Stark, the leaping trout of House Tully. But the walls showed signs of siege damage, blackened stone in places where Lannister catapults or torches must have struck. Repairs were underway, wooden scaffolds hugging the masonry. Groups of soldiers bustled about, wagons of supplies rolling in and out. This was a fortress that had endured the storm of war too many times. The gate guards nearly dropped their pikes in shock at the sight of Eddard Stark's face. When they saw Sansa trailing behind him, heads turned. Whispers spread through the ranks. By the time Ned and his escort reached the courtyard, a crowd of soldiers, servants, and curious onlookers had gathered. Silence rippled among them, a sense that they were witnessing a legend made flesh. Ned Stark returned from the dead, his daughter rescued from the lion's jaws. Then a familiar voice cried out, "Father." "Sansa!" Robb Stark strode forward, flanked by bannermen. He looked war-worn. Dust on his cloak, exhaustion in his eyes, but the moment he saw them, relief broke across his features like sunlight. Sansa slid down from her horse. Robb swept her into a fierce hug, forgetting the dignity of his kingship for that moment. Sansa pressed her face into his shoulder, sobbing quietly, repeating his name. Ned stood by, his own throat tight, watching the reunion of his children. Behind Robb came Catelyn. She was moving quickly, her skirt swishing against the cobblestones. The instant she saw Sansa safe, she halted, hand to her mouth. Then her eyes found Ned, and whatever composure she had clung to broke. She hurried into Ned's arms, burying her face against his chest. He held her close, inhaling the scent of her hair. So much had happened since she had orchestrated his daring escape from the Red Keep's dungeons. They had parted at the Trident only to be flung back into danger. Now here they stood, battered but together. Around them, the small crowd began to cheer in earnest. Some dropped to their knees, others raised fists to the sky. Sansa stepped back from Robb's embrace, tears still clinging to her lashes, and gazed around at the men, many of whom she recognized from Winterfell or from earlier days in the Riverlands. All wore expressions of awe and pride. A joyous rumor shot through Riverrun's corridors: the Starks have come home. Ned Stark truly lives and Sansa is safe. That evening, a hurried feast was set up in the Great Hall, though the supplies were meager. Times were hard and the war had drained resources. The hall was lit by dozens of torches, their flames dancing upon the old Tully tapestries. Soldiers and lords gathered to witness the Starks reunited. Catelyn sat close to Ned, her hand never leaving his. Robb presided at the high table, the deference of the lords marking him as the king in the north. But on this night, no one questioned Ned's presence overshadowing his sons. Rather, it seemed to hearten them all. If the rumors had made them fear a ghost story, now they saw tangible proof that the North was guided by more than just youthful ambition. Eddard Stark was a legend for his honor, and his survival felt like an omen of victory. Sansa, though weary and still shaken, managed to eat a little bread and broth at her father's side. Servants fussed over her tattered dress, offering her a cloak to hide the tears and stains. She looked around the hall, noticing the lines of exhaustion on every face, the tension that lurked even in the joyous atmosphere. She overheard snatches of conversation about the Lannister hosts still threatening the Riverlands, about the Freys and their uncertain loyalties, about the dreaded news that Roose Bolton and his bastard in the north might be plotting something dark. She realized that, even free from King's Landing, she was not free from the specter of war. At the high table, Ned caught Robb's gaze. The younger man inclined his head as if to invite conversation. There would be much to discuss: strategy, alliances, supply lines. But Ned held back for the moment, letting his son speak with his commanders. He knew how to read a war council from a distance. The Great John was absent, likely leading some campaign or harrying Lannister outriders. Roose Bolton was not present, of course, and that fact alone sent a pang of worry through Ned. Other banner men circulated, though: Karstarks with their grim stares, a Glover or two from Deepwood Motte, and Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, wearing a stoic expression at the edge of the hall. Edmure Tully, still nursing a bandaged arm, managed to smile for Ned, but Ned could see the pain in his eyes. The war had not been kind to him. At last, as the meal wound down, Robb rose and gestured for silence. The hall obeyed. "My lords, my friends," he began, his voice carefully composed, "I give you Eddard Stark, my father, returned to us against all odds. And with him, the safe return of my sister, Sansa." He paused, letting the significance settle. "Many of us believed we fought this war to avenge my father or to break free of the crown that betrayed us. Yet now the gods have granted us a second chance. We have a greater purpose: to bring the North and the Riverlands the peace they deserve. Stand with me as we do so." A roar of approval rose from the hall, cups banging on the tables, boots stomping the floor. Ned stood, placing a hand on Robb's shoulder. "You have followed my son's banner as king in the North," he said, voice resonant. "I come not to take that crown from him. He has led you well, though the cost has been high. Let us stand united still. The Lannisters believe themselves the rightful rulers, but their greed and cruelty show otherwise. We will not bend the knee to the men who slaughtered the realm's honor. I pledge my sword, my counsel, and my life to King Robb to defend the North and the Riverlands." He inclined his head, and the moment felt almost surreal as father bowed to son. Robb's eyes brimmed with emotion. That night, the celebrations, though muted by war, continued until exhaustion overtook everyone. Ned guided Sansa to a chamber prepared for her. When she saw a real bed with fresh linens, she looked close to tears. Ned tucked her in as though she were a child again, brushing a strand of hair from her face. She caught his hand. "Thank you, father," she whispered. "You risked everything for me. I don't know how to repay that." Ned's throat felt tight. "You were my daughter," he said simply. "I would do it 1,000 times over." She closed her eyes, and he quietly left, letting her rest. He prayed she would know peace in her dreams, free of the nightmares of the Red Keep. At dawn, Ned was summoned to a war council in a private solar. Robb and Catelyn were there, along with Brynden Tully, Roose Bolton's lieutenant, a gaunt man named Steelshanks Walton, 2 Karstark men, and a few other Keep banner men. A large map of the Riverlands was spread out on the table, pins marking troop placements. At the sight of Ned, men pressed fists to hearts or bowed in respect, though he gestured for them to remain at ease. "We need to decide our next move," Robb said, voice steady though a shadow of tension flickered across his face. "Lord Tywin still has a large host near Harrenhal, joined by some of the Tyrell bannermen. They're bruised from our last engagement, but not broken." Brynden Tully added, "The scouts say Tywin is building supply lines from the west. It seems he means to stay in the Riverlands until you bend the knee or until you're crushed." His tone was dry, typical of the Blackfish's grim humor. Ned glanced at the map. "Harrenhal. An accursed place to wage war from, but it offers strategic control of the Trident. If Tywin sits there, he can strike at Riverrun or threaten the roads north." "What about the Freys?" Catelyn frowned. "Walder Frey remains as slippery as ever. He cooperates when he sees advantage, but the moment he finds better terms, he might betray us. He's grown bitter about Robb's broken betrothal to one of his daughters." "I offered him other concessions," Robb said quietly, "but he hasn't accepted. I can't trust him not to open the twins to the Lannisters if it means more power or gold. We have outriders near the twins, but we cannot hold them by force without draining our own numbers." Ned's gaze went to the Bolton representative. "And what of Lord Bolton? Why has he not joined us here?" The question hovered in the air. The man called Steelshanks Walton cleared his throat. "Lord Bolton sends his greetings," Walton said in a measured tone. "He regrets that affairs at the Dreadfort keep him from traveling. He is ever loyal to House Stark, my lord." Yet his eyes flicked away, avoiding direct contact with Ned's. "We have hundreds of Bolton men in the Riverlands now, under different captains. We stand ready to strike at Tywin when commanded." Catelyn's expression was inscrutable, but Ned sensed her distrust. Bolton's men had been helpful in the last battle, but he knew well Roose Bolton's reputation for cold calculation and the bastard of Bolton's reputation for unspeakable cruelty. Ned pressed his lips together. "We will need every loyal sword if we're to push Tywin out of the Riverlands," he said. "But we cannot do that unless we can force him into open conflict or starve him out. Do we have the resources to besiege Harrenhal effectively?" Brynden Tully shook his head. "Harrenhal's walls are formidable, and even if haunted, it can house a large garrison. Tywin will not starve easily. The broad farmland around it was put to the torch, but the Lannisters have supply wagons from the west." Robb grimaced. "Then we may need to lure him out again, as we did before. But he'll be wary of that tactic now." Ned weighed the options. If the Tyrells remain with him, that complicates matters. Their heavy knights are dangerous. Another pitched battle on open ground could go poorly. Still, we cannot sit idle while they tighten the noose. He studied the map. What if we sever their supply lines from the west? Cut them off from the breadbasket of the Lannister lands? A Karstark man spoke up. "A bold move, my lord, but that would mean skirting around Harrenhal's sphere of control. We'd need a stealthy, swift force to burn or seize the supply wagons. Otherwise, Tywin will pick us off if we commit large numbers away from Riverrun." They debated for hours, the conversation circling strategies of ambush, feints, and alliances. It became clear that there was no simple path to victory. Tywin was too entrenched, the region too devastated. Even if they struck a blow, the Lannisters could retreat further south, forcing a prolonged campaign, something the North's soldiers, far from home and with winter creeping closer, might not endure well. At length, Ned turned to Robb. "We might attempt diplomacy with the Tyrells. They joined the Lannisters for a crown, but if we offer them a path to secure their influence without Joffrey's madness, they might consider jumping ship." He paused. "I do not propose trusting them blindly, but every house in the realm must weigh which side gives them the surest future." Robb drummed his fingers on the table. "Margaery Tyrell is married to Joffrey, though. That union cements their alliance." Catelyn said softly, "But Margaery may despise Joffrey. Many do once they see his true nature. And the Tyrells are pragmatic. If they sense Joffrey's reign is doomed, they may pivot." Ned recalled the coded note from Varys hinting at Margaery's unhappiness. "It's a possibility," he agreed. "But to approach them, we'd need to send an envoy who can keep it secret. If Tywin discovers we're courting his allies, he'll grow even more ruthless." Brynden Tully shrugged. "Ruthless or not, he already means to crush us. I see no harm in testing the waters. The only question is, who do we trust to approach them?" Robb exhaled. "We could try Alette. Our first, though that might be intercepted. Or we could see if we have any friend at Highgarden or among the Tyrell bannermen." Ned shared a look with Catelyn, remembering her Tully ties to the southwestern lords. "We'll consider it carefully," he said. "For now, we must also strengthen our own base. Winterfell is under our control again, but threatened by scattered Ironborn raiders and the uncertain loyalties of the Boltons. Here in the Riverlands, we risk losing the people's support if we cannot protect them from Lannister depredations. Let's see if we can coordinate with Lord Edmure to guard the roads better." And so the council ended with a dozen unresolved strategies swirling among them. War rarely gave easy answers. Ned left the Solar with a sense of weight pressing upon his mind. Catelyn joined him in the corridor. "Will we ever find peace?" she murmured. "Every path leads to more bloodshed." Ned brushed a hand against hers. "We must forge that peace ourselves, however we can. If not for us, then for Sansa and the children." He glanced at her with quiet determination. "We've come too far to yield now." She nodded, though her eyes shone with unshed tears. "I just fear what the realm will look like when it's all done." Ned had no comforting answer for that. Instead, he led her gently toward the ramparts, where they might at least feel fresh air on their faces and look upon the rivers that had nurtured House Tully's lands for generations. The wide waters reflected a cloudy sky, as though the realm itself was uncertain of its future. In the days that followed, Ned and Robb worked to rally the local lords, reorganize the Outriders, and fortify Riverrun's defenses. Sansa spent much of her time recovering from her ordeal, though she insisted on helping in the infirmary, where wounded soldiers from recent skirmishes still convalesced. She was quiet but firm in her desire to do something useful. Catelyn guided her gently, noting that caring for the wounded might help Sansa find purpose after all she had endured. Word of Ned Stark's survival spread beyond Riverrun, and soon messages arrived from northern lords who had not yet joined the war effort. Some expressed shock and joy, others confusion, but the net effect was a surge in morale for the cause of King Robb. The men believed the old gods must favor them if Lord Eddard had been spared. Even in the Riverlands, the peasantry, who had grown weary of war, began to speak in hushed tones of the possibility that the Starks might bring stability where the Lannisters brought only fire and sword. Amid this cautious hope, fresh news arrived. Tywin Lannister was on the move again. Scouts reported that large columns of troops were departing Harrenhal, likely heading west to link up with reinforcements from the Westerlands. If Tywin succeeded in merging those forces, he would have an army so large that even the combined North and Riverlands might struggle to face him in open battle. The Tully Outriders also brought word that Mace Tyrell had left some men with Tywin but had taken many of his knights back to the Reach, possibly to guard against the threat of Stannis or to secure their own harvests before winter. That was a small boon. It meant Tywin would be short some of the Tyrell might, but he would still be formidable. In response, Robb convened another war council. They gathered around the map again, tension thick as storm clouds. The plan developed was daring. While Tywin marched west, Robb would strike at his rear with a swift force, harassing him along the narrow roads and forcing him to either halt or risk the chaos of constant ambush. Meanwhile, another contingent, led by Ned Stark, would circle around to threaten the Lannister supply lines from the north, pressuring them to fight on two fronts or retreat back to Harrenhal. If all went well, Tywin might be pinned long enough for them to negotiate new alliances or for winter snows to hamper his movements. Ned studied the proposed routes carefully. "We'd be separated by many leagues," he said to Robb. "If something goes wrong, it could be disastrous. Tywin is cunning." Robb's jaw set. "He is. But if we wait for him to unify with more Westerlands men, we'll be forced into a larger pitched battle. Our chances then might be slimmer." Catelyn sighed. "We risk being picked off in detail if our forces are split." "We do," Robb conceded. "But I see no alternative that doesn't involve letting Tywin grow even stronger. We can't remain on the defensive forever." Ned met his son's eyes, seeing the youth overshadowed by a warlord's weight. "I'll do it. But we must ensure we have proper scouts and a plan for quick retreat if needed." So it was agreed. Preparations began for the separate expeditions. Robb's host, larger and led by his own swift cavalry, would shadow Tywin's main column. Ned would command a smaller force, lightly equipped, to strike at the supply wagons from the north. Each group would coordinate through ravens and scouts. The success of this plan depended on disciplined timing and a bit of fortune. Winter was creeping near, the nights were growing colder, frost silvering the grass at dawn. If the snows came early, both sides might be frozen in place. Before they set out, Ned found a moment alone with Robb atop Riverrun's battlements. They looked out across the rolling fields that stretched westward, a patchwork of farmland and forest. Ned spoke softly. "I never wanted you to bear this burden, not at your age. but you have shouldered it with courage. I'm proud of you, Rob. Rob exhaled, gazing into the distance. I was a boy when I left Winterfell to march south, he said. I thought war was glory, that with enough bravery we'd prevail. Now I know it's 1,000 little horrors and we pay for every small victory in blood. But I can't turn away. He turned to Ned, a glint of sorrow and resolve in his eyes. I just hope, when this is over, I can be a king that truly guards the North the way you always guarded us. Or, God's willing, maybe we can end this war and the North won't need a king anymore. Ned placed a hand on Rob's shoulder. We do what must be done for our people. King or Lord, you're my son, and that's what matters most. He hesitated, then asked gently, are you certain you wish to ride out so soon? Is it not time you rest, or see to other matters? He was thinking, of course, of the rumors that Rob had quietly wed for love to Lisa or Jane Westerling in some tellings, and of the duties that might come with that. But Rob merely shook his head, eyes fixed on the horizon. There will be time for that later, he said. Or there won't. Or decides. The next dawn, the separate forces departed Riverrun. A hush fell over the fortress as they watched the banners and columns wind away. Ned rode at the head of his contingent, the gray dire wolf on white fluttering overhead. He cast a glance backward, where Sansa and Catelyn stood on the walls, eyes following them. Sansa had wanted to remain with her mother, at least until things were more settled. Ned had agreed, not wishing to place her in harm's way again. Edmure Tully was left to hold Riverrun, along with Brynden Tully. Walder Frey's envoys were as untrustworthy as ever, but no immediate threat seemed to loom from the twins. Walder Frey would not openly side with the Lannisters unless the advantage was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the Karstarks, the Manderleys, the Umbers, and other northern lords had men spread across the region, supporting Rob's or Ned's columns as needed. Roose Bolton remained suspiciously absent, though his captains contributed some troops. Ned told himself that once the Lannister threat was resolved or diminished, he would address the matter of Bolton personally. For now, the war demanded unity. They traveled light, carrying limited rations, intent on seizing or destroying any Lannister supply wagons they encountered. Men in Ned's host had learned to survive on half rations, foraging occasionally, mindful that the local farmland had been pillaged. The roads were pitted with old wagon tracks and churned mud. At times, they encountered small pockets of refugees, huddling in ruined villages or forging east to look for safer ground. Ned always ordered his men to share a portion of whatever provisions they could spare, though it was never enough to feed everyone. He was no stranger to the cruelty of war, but it never failed to twist his gut. Within a few days, the Outriders reported success. They had come across a small caravan of wagons heading west under a Lannister escort. Likely these were carrying grain, salt meat, or other supplies intended for Tywin's armies. Ned mustered his men under cover of a forest's edge, planning an ambush. The Outriders watched the Lannisters from a distance, noting their numbers, perhaps 40 soldiers, plus drivers and teamsters. If Ned struck swiftly, the escort might be overcome before they could send a rider to warn Tywin. At dusk, Ned's men deployed. Archers fanned out on a low ridge. Spearmen and swordsmen waited in the brush. Ned himself held the center, his heart pounding despite his years of experience. Ambushes were perilous. If the enemy recognized the trap and counterattacked, it could turn into chaos. But there was no choice. This was the plan: harass Tywin's supply lines, starve him of resources, force him to slow down or deviate from his route. The caravan moved closer, wagons creaking, the Lannister escort riding in an uneven column. Right when they reached the bend near the forest, Ned raised his arm. Torches flared. Arrows whistled out of the dark, striking the horsemen in front. The startled horses reared, throwing their riders. Spears bristled as the Northmen charged. Ned rode forward, sword in hand, calling on his men to keep the teamsters alive if they would surrender. The scene dissolved into a swirl of violence. Lannister guards yelled curses, some dismounting to fight on foot. The northern archers loosed volley after volley. Screams rent the air. Ned parried a spear thrust, swung low to unhorse another foe. Mud spattered his boots. He felt the old ache in his leg from the wound Jaime Lannister had dealt him long ago, but adrenaline carried him through. The Lannisters, caught off guard, were quickly overwhelmed. A handful tried to flee. Ned's outriders pursued, but Ned called for them not to go too far. He wanted no stragglers escaping with news. Ultimately, all but a few of the guards were slain. Those who threw down their weapons were taken captive, blinking in terror when they realized who commanded this ambush: Eddard Stark, the man rumored dead. Ned's men searched the wagons. They found flour, salted fish, dried peas, barrels of ale. Enough provisions to feed hundreds of men for weeks if rationed properly. After a quick debate, Ned ordered some of the supplies loaded onto spare horses for his own troops while the rest they burned or scattered so it could not aid Tywin. The acrid smell of burning grain filled the night air. Ned found himself grimacing at the waist, but war was war. This was no time for half measures. Every wagon that failed to reach Tywin increased the odds that the Lannisters would slow. During the fighting, one of Ned's men was cut badly by a spear and a few others suffered lesser wounds. They bandaged them as best they could, then pressed on, not daring to linger near the scene of the ambush. If Tywin had outriders anywhere close, they would see the fire and smoke. So Ned's force melted into the darkness, leaving scorched wreckage behind. Over the next week, they repeated such ambushes twice more, each time targeting small groups of wagons or outriders. The effect was evident. The Lannister caravans grew more cautious, traveling with heavier escorts or altering their routes to less direct roads. Tywin was forced to slow, unsure where the Starks might strike next. Ravens flew back and forth between Ned and Robb, exchanging updates. Robb had succeeded in harassing Tywin's rearguard, forcing him to deploy more men in a protective screen. The entire Lannister column was bogged down. Their progress westward was halting and painful. Yet success was tinged with blood. Each ambush cost the Northmen, and no victory came without a price. The friction of constant skirmishes wore on Ned's small force. Food remained scarce. Winter's chill was upon them, the nights often biting cold. Men coughed in the damp air, the threat of sickness looming. Some of the local peasants, seeing the chaos, turned to brigandage themselves, attacking stragglers in search of spoils. More than once, Ned had to intervene to prevent innocent teamsters from being massacred by overzealous vigilantes. He refused to condone needless cruelty, though it risked letting a few potential enemies slip away. At last, a raven arrived bearing word from Robb that Tywin had abandoned his push west and set up a fortified camp near a crossing on the Red Fork, presumably to wait for additional reinforcements before trying to break out. It was a triumph of sorts. Tywin's strategic intentions had been foiled for the moment. But another piece of news in Robb's letter unsettled Ned deeply. Roose Bolton's men, commanded by the bastard of Bolton, Ramsay Snow, had made a sudden push in the north of the Riverlands, capturing key holdings that had been allied with House Tully. The men claimed they were securing them for King Robb, but their methods were brutal. The local lords, incensed by tales of flayed men and forced marriages, were on the brink of rising up against the Boltons, threatening the fragile alliance. Robb wrote that he was trying to rein them in, but Bolton's intentions were maddeningly unclear. Robb's letter ended with a plea for Ned to return soon if he could, to help maintain unity before the war fractured from within. Ned let the parchment rustle in his hands, his eyes reflecting the torchlight in the small encampment where they had halted. The men around him sensed his agitation. He explained the situation in quiet tones. Roose Bolton has always been cunning, but these tales of Ramsay's atrocities. If we don't quell that, we could lose half the Riverlands, or see our name tarnished by association. Hallis Malin, standing near the map pinned to a log, shook his head. We can't fight Tywin and Bolton at once. Perhaps we don't have to, Ned said pensively. We only need to ensure Bolton's men don't turn our allies into enemies. The problem is that Bolton might want to weaken the Tullus so that after the war, House Bolton stands stronger in the north. One of the younger knights spat in the dirt. The Boltons are snakes. My grandsire said they never forgot the days they once challenged the kings of winter. Ned grimaced. I had hoped their old grudges were laid to rest centuries ago. But it seems I was mistaken. That night, Ned took a small group of his best scouts and outriders to slip away from the main force. He left Hallis Malin in command, instructing him to continue harassing Lannister supply lines. Meanwhile, Ned intended to ride with haste back toward Riverrun than to any territories threatened by Bolton's men. He needed more information to see if Ramsay's actions were the random savagery of a bastard grown drunk with power, or if it signaled a deeper betrayal orchestrated by Lord Bolton himself. They rode under moonlight, traveling lightly, changing horses where they could. The cold stung Ned's face, but he pushed on, haunted by the possibility that the war they had fought so hard to maintain might collapse from within if one of their own major vassals turned traitor. News along the road confirmed the worst rumors: villages ransacked, lords forced to submit to the Dreadfort or face swift brutality, all under the banner of supporting King Robb. Some whispered that Ramsay Snow rode with a pack of hunters who delighted in terrorizing the local folk. When Ned at last drew near Riverrun, Robb's outriders intercepted him, guiding him to the castle. Catelyn greeted him at the gate, relief evident on her face. You came quickly, she said, pressing a hand to his cheek. Then her expression darkened. It's as bad as we feared, Ned. The Karstarks are outraged, the Mallisters are furious, and Edmure is beside himself trying to keep order. Robb has summoned all the northern lords to gather here and address the Bolton crisis. Ned let out a weary breath, nodding. Where's Robb now? In the Great Hall with some lords from the Trident, she said. He's waiting for you. Ned found Robb seated at the high seat of Riverrun, though the dais had been rearranged, so there was no question that this was the king in the north seat, with Tully banners behind. Around Robb stood several important figures, the Blackfish, arms crossed, Edmure, pacing anxiously, a healing wound on his forearm still bound, a Karstark lord with anger etched into his features, a Mallister envoy holding a folded parchment, and a tall, gaunt man with a pale face, wearing the sigil of House Bolton, a flayed man. Ned recognized him as one of Roose Bolton's top men, another steward or captain. The tension in the hall was so thick you could feel it like a physical weight. Robb lifted his gaze at Ned's entrance. "Father," he said, a mixture of relief and grim acceptance in his tone. The other lords parted to let Ned approach. "We've been discussing the demands Bolton's men have made in some of the outlying areas," Robb continued. "They claim they're acting with my authority, but they're committing atrocities. It's unraveling the alliances we've built." Ned's eyes settled on the Bolton captain. "Where's Lord Roose? Or Ramsay Snow?" The Bolton man bent his head in a shallow bow. "My lord father remains at the Drefort, or so my last message said. Ramsay Snow moves independently, hunting down brigands and Lannister stragglers in the region. If there have been incidents, I cannot speak to them. But Lord Bolton assures you of his loyalty." The Karstark lord scoffed loudly. "If that's how they show loyalty, I'd hate to see their treachery. You flayed the arms of House Stillwood's younger men for refusing your demands, so the rumors go." The Bolton man's expression was carefully blank. "Rumors can be exaggerated." Edmure Tully let out a frustrated breath. "I've had ravens from multiple local lords detailing the atrocities. This is not a single rumor, but a pattern. We can't have your bastard riding around with flaying knives, sowing terror. It undermines King Robb's entire cause, which is meant to protect our people from Lannister cruelty." Robb looked at Ned as if seeking counsel. "If Lord Bolton cannot or will not control Ramsay, we must act. But if we act too harshly, we risk pushing Bolton into full rebellion. We need his manpower to fight Tywin." Ned's jaw tightened. He turned back to the Bolton captain. "Tell Lord Bolton in no uncertain terms that the flaying of prisoners or local folk is forbidden by the king in the north. Ramsay Snow must be recalled or subdued, or House Bolton will face the consequences." The man bowed again, but his face revealed nothing. "I will carry the message. Though by the time a raven reaches Lord Bolton, Ramsay Snow may be far afield. My lord father has always been loyal to House Stark, do not doubt that." Brynden Tully muttered, "We'll see about that." Robb then dismissed the Bolton man with a curt nod. Once he was out of earshot, the hall erupted in discussion. The Mallister envoy demanded immediate action. The Karstark lord threatened to handle Ramsay personally if the crown would not. Edmure worried that an internal struggle would rip the Riverlands apart. Ned raised a hand for silence. "Lord Bolton's next response will tell us much," he said gravely. "Aye. If he truly means to stay loyal, he'll reign in Ramsay. If not, we must be prepared." He looked to Robb. "I suggest we quietly dispatch a trusted group of knights to the northern Riverlands to gather evidence and, if possible, confront Ramsay. We'll do it discreetly, so Bolton has no reason to declare open defiance until we have proof of wrongdoing." Robb nodded. "Agreed. I'll choose men who are unafraid of the Boltons and who can keep calm heads. We must ensure they record what they see." Catelyn, standing at Ned's side, pressed her lips together. "The war with Tywin is complicated enough without House Bolton turning coats. We cannot keep fighting on all fronts forever." Ned placed a hand over hers. "One thing at a time. We force Tywin to slow. If we can prevent the Bolton situation from exploding, we may have time to form new alliances or find a path to peace." So the meeting ended with uneasy resolve. Ned spent the following day conferring with lords, trying to smooth tensions. He was reminded of the precarious game of politics he had once played in King's Landing, but now the stakes were different. Instead of facing a cunning queen and her brood, he faced the fragmentation of his own side. A civil war within the north could hand Tywin victory on a platter. He had no illusions. Roose Bolton was cunning, and if he saw more profit in siding with the Lannisters or in carving out his own dominion, he would do so, honor be damned. In the midst of these crises, a raven arrived from the Vale, bearing news that might change the shape of the war yet again. Lisa Arryn, still ruling on behalf of the young Lord Robert, had refused to commit the Vale's knights to either side thus far, hiding behind the mountains and the Ares' impregnability. But the letter suggested a shift. Lisa might be willing to send a small force if certain conditions were met. Catelyn read it with mixed feelings, remembering her sister's paranoia. She handed the parchment to Ned and Robb in private. The conditions are maddening, Catelyn said. She wants certain lands for Robert Arryn's future, plus marriage alliances that bind the Vale to the north. And she wants a formal apology for, how did she phrase it? The neglect of the Vale's rightful interests. My sister remains as difficult as ever. Robb scowled. We need the Vale's knights, but can we afford such terms? Ned studied the parchment. Some of these demands are frivolous. Others might be negotiable. If we could bring the Vale into the war on our side, Tywin would face a new threat from the east. That might persuade him to sue for peace, especially if his supply lines remain harassed. Catelyn sighed. I know, but Lisa has never been easy to deal with. She might want to marry Robert Arryn to Sansa or Arya to seal the alliance. That was always a possibility. Robb shot his father a concerned look. Arya's missing. And Sansa, has she not endured enough? Ned exhaled. We can't promise Sansa to Robert Arryn without her consent. Not after all she's been through. And for all we know, Lisa might find a new excuse to retreat behind the bloody gate the moment things turn sour. He closed his eyes briefly. Still, we should at least open negotiations. We need every advantage. So they prepared a carefully worded reply offering to discuss marriage alliances at a future date without binding Sansa to any immediate arrangement. They hinted at land grants or trade privileges once the war was over, hoping it might tempt Lisa into sending an expeditionary force. Ned added a personal appeal, reminding Lisa of the bond between the Tully sisters and the memory of Jon Arryn, who had once fostered Ned and Robert Baratheon. He tried to strike a balance between sincerity and caution, though part of him doubted Lisa's willingness to commit. In the weeks that followed, the realm seemed to hold its breath. Tywin's forces remained encamped, gathering strength but still plagued by supply issues and harried by Stark outriders. Roose Bolton's next Raven was evasive, claiming that Ramsay had gone rogue and that Bolton would handle him personally. Bolton reaffirmed loyalty to King Robb, but with no mention of halting the atrocities. Word reached them that some northern river lords were forming militias to defend themselves against Bolton men. Ned dreaded the possibility that such tensions might explode before Bolton took action. Meanwhile, no immediate reply came from Lisa Arryn. Another letter arrived from a Tyrell bannerman, cryptically expressing sympathy for House Stark's position and hinting that not all in Highgarden supported the Lannister alliance. Ned read it with cautious hope. Perhaps it meant the Tyrells were also wavering, but it provided no firm offers, no details for an actual alliance. Throughout it all, Sansa recovered her strength, gradually resuming her poise. She spent hours in the Riverrun Godwood, praying to the old gods and the new, or in the castle's sept, lighting candles for Arya, Bran, Rickon, and even for the soul of Joffrey, though Ned doubted Joffrey's soul was worth saving. She was changing, he saw, tempered by suffering. Yet there was a gentle steel in her now. Sometimes she would speak with Edmure about the conditions of the small folk, urging kindness and fairness. Edmure found her empathy refreshing. Sansa, for her part, found a purpose in caring for the lost and wounded. One late afternoon, Ned joined her in the Godwood. The great oak trees there were not heart trees, but the sound of the river lulled him as he walked beside his daughter. Sansa paused near the water, gazing at the reflection of the reddening sky. A swirl of leaves drifted downstream. She spoke softly. Sometimes I think of the songs I used to love, tales of gallant knights, fair maids, and swift victories. They all feel false now. Ned looked at her profile, seeing how she had grown from a girl into a young woman with sorrow-laced wisdom. Songs are often just that, he said gently. A reflection of what we wish the world to be rather than what it is. She turned to him, eyes solemn. I want to help end this war, Father. Not just hide away. I know I've been sheltered, but there must be something I can do. If forging alliances by marriage is how noble houses secure peace, then maybe I should. Even if it means returning to a world I hate. Ned's heart clenched. He recalled how she had once been betrothed to Joffrey, believing it a romantic dream, only to be broken by horror. I never want to force you into something like that again, Sansa. You've suffered enough under a tyrant. Her voice was small but determined. If it could help save lives, help us defeat the Lannisters or keep the North safe. I'd do it, but not to Joffrey. Never again. Ned gathered her hands in his. You are kind, Sansa. Far kinder than the cruelty of this war deserves. But let's not rush you into another betrothal. There may be other paths to peace. He paused, searching her eyes. I promise I'll consider your willingness, but I will not barter your happiness lightly. You deserve more than that. She looked away, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Sometimes I wonder if Arya is braver than me, running free instead of living in a cage. I'm glad you rescued me, father, but I feel like the war has only begun for us. Ned squeezed her hands gently. Every day we do what we can. You've already helped by giving comfort to the wounded, by being a reminder that hope endures. Remember that, Sansa? She nodded, and they stood in silence, listening to the river's gentle flow. Not long after, a raven arrived from Hallis Malin, who had remained near Tywin's camp. The message was terse. Tywin's men were stirring. Rumor had it reinforcements from the Westerlands had arrived, bolstering his numbers. He might be preparing a new offensive or moving to break free from the encirclement. Robb cursed when he read the note, summoning Ned and the other leaders. We have to meet him in battle again, Robb said, frustration evident in his tone. If he unites with other Lannister hosts from the west, we'll be facing an even greater threat. But our men are stretched thin, and we still have the Bolton problem. Ned tapped the map with a forefinger. If he tries to cross the Red Fork in force, we can fight him at the fords. Those are natural choke points. Brynden Tully nodded. Agreed. We hold the fords, maybe dig in with stakes and palisades, force them to come at us on ground of our choosing. Robb's brow furrowed. We'll need every man. I'll lead the main host. Father, you must join me. There's no time to worry about the Boltons now. If Tywin breaks us, we lose everything. As they hurried to muster the troops, the specter of another large-scale battle loomed. Sansa asked if she could help, but Ned insisted she remain at Riverrun with Catelyn. The next day, the horns blew across the courtyard, calling men to arms. Hundreds of mounted knights, thousands of foot soldiers, and the battered remains of earlier campaigns gathered in formation. The banners of the dire wolf rippled in the wind, joined by the Tully fish and the sigils of lesser houses. Armor clattered, horses snorted, the tang of metal and fear thick in the air. Before mounting his horse, Ned embraced Catelyn, the memory of the last time they had parted so sharply in his mind. Pray for us, he said quietly. Pray we come back. I pray every moment, she whispered, clinging to his hands. Then she looked at Robb. Win, but come back to me, my son. Robb bowed his head. I'll do my best, mother. They rode out, a column of grim determination winding along the roads. Scouts raced ahead, scanning for signs of Tywin's movements. By the third day, they spotted the dust plume of a large army marching west along the Red Fork. It was definitely the Lannisters aiming to push through before the weather worsened. Robb chose ground near a bend in the river where a ford created a narrow crossing. Hastily, the men built sharpened stakes and barricades, forming a rough line of defense on the near bank. Archers lined up behind the palisades, spearmen ready to hold the crossing. Cavalry waited in the rear, prepared to charge if the Lannisters made headway. Ned surveyed the field. Autumn leaves drifted from the trees, the sky an iron gray. The men stamped their feet against the chill, glancing nervously at the horizon. Then came the sound of horns, deep and ominous. Across the river, the first ranks of Lannister troops emerged from the tree line, infantry, crossbowmen, and knights wearing the crimson lion on their surcoats. Banners fluttered behind them. War drums pounded, sending tremors through the ground. This was it. Another savage confrontation that might decide the fate of the North and the Riverlands. Ned stood beside Robb at the front lines, ignoring the twinge in his injured leg. He drew his sword, not ice, lost in King's Landing, but a sturdy steel blade that hummed with readiness. The men took heart at seeing both Eddard Stark and King Robb among them. Lannister archers advanced to loose volleys across the river. The Stark lines answered, arrows whipping through the air. Men cried out as shafts found flesh. The water churned with the feet of those wading into the ford. Ned could see the tension in Robb's jaw as the Lannisters pressed forward, crossbow bolts rattling against shields, some striking the barricades. Stark spearmen thrust forward, while the front ranks of Lannister knights sought to gain a foothold. The entire crossing became a deadly bottleneck. Time blurred into chaos. Ned shouted orders, his voice hoarse. Arrows burned in the sky. Swords flashed in the murky water. The clang of steel drowned out all else. Lannister men fell, but more kept coming, forming a wedge to push deeper. Robb led a countercharge of northern knights, crashing into the Lannister flank from the shallows, driving them back in a swell of blood and foam. Ned advanced with the foot soldiers, sword rising and falling, parrying thrusts, feeling the force of each impact reverberate through his bones. He saw men screaming in pain, saw the river stained red. This was war, relentless and cruel. For a moment, it seemed they held the Lannisters at bay. Then trumpets brayed from the enemy side and new Lannister cavalry thundered forward. The northern lines wavered. Robb was in the thick of it, the Wolf King, rallying his men with roars of encouragement. Ned lost sight of him amid the swirl of banners. His heart hammered. If Robb fell, the war could be lost in an instant. He pushed deeper, cutting down a Lannister soldier who lunged at him, ignoring the sting of a shallow cut to his own shoulder. Fear and fury coalesced into a single driving force. The lines shifted. The Lannisters retreated momentarily, regrouping. The Northmen seized the chance to gather breath. Men coughed, spat blood, while archers frantically replenished quivers. Ned scanned the field for Robb, finally spotting him near a cluster of mounted knights. Blood smeared Robb's sword hand, but he was unhurt, issuing commands. The distant shape of a gold lion banner moved among the Lannister ranks, perhaps Tywin himself or one of his captains. Suddenly horns sounded behind the Lannister lines. Ned saw movement in the treeline. For a wild instant he thought reinforcements had arrived for them, but no, these were men in the flayed man sigil of House Bolton. A large contingent of horse streaming into the clearing from the Lannister flank. Ned's breath caught. Had Bolton turned traitor and come to support Tywin at the worst moment? He braced for an attack from the side. Shouts of alarm rippled through the Stark men. Then, astonishingly, the Bolton horse wheeled and charged into the Lannister ranks from behind, a sudden hammer blow that sent the lion banners reeling. Shrieks tore the air. Robb, seeing the confusion, signaled an immediate forward push. The Northmen roared as they surged, pressing the battered Lannisters between two forces. It was carnage. Men died in droves, pinned against the river. The water grew thick with corpses. The Lannister line broke. Tywin's banner fell back. Many tried to flee. A complete rout ensued as Bolton's cavalry wreaked havoc from the rear and Stark's spears pinned them from the front. When the fighting ended, the Lannister host was shattered. Survivors scattered into the woods. Some surrendered on the spot, throwing down weapons in hopes of mercy. Tywin himself, if he was indeed present, managed to escape deeper into the forest with a fraction of his guard. The Northmen stood panting, drenched in sweat and blood, hardly believing their eyes. Robb and Ned regrouped in the midst of the carnage, shock etched on their faces. Then they saw the Bolton horse forming ranks. At their head was Ramsay Snow, or so Ned guessed from the savage grin, the distinctive pale eyes. A standard-bearer behind him flew the flayed man sigil. Ned and Robb exchanged glances. The tension in the air was palpable as Ramsay, spattered with gore, guided his horse forward. "My king," he said loudly, addressing Robb with a mock flourish. "House Bolton stands with the north." His men behind him, an unsettling mix of hardened riders, brandished weapons still dripping with Lannister blood. Ramsay's grin grew. "I regret that our arrival was late, but we brought a gift for the Lannisters, as you see." Ned felt his stomach tighten, remembering the rumors of Ramsay's atrocities. Robb's face was cold. "We saw," he said curtly. "You turned the tide of the battle." Ramsay gave a theatrical bow in his saddle. "All for you, my king. We hunt Lannisters as we would hunt boars. Tonight, we can celebrate our victory with fresh trophies." Ned shuddered inwardly at the word trophies. He saw the look in Robb's eyes, mingled triumph that the Lannisters were beaten and revulsion that it was Bolton's savage strike that ensured the victory. Men all around them were shouting in triumph, though some cast wary glances at the Bolton riders. Robb cleared his throat, his tone stern. "We acknowledge House Bolton's aid. Ride with us now so we may secure the field." Ramsay smirked, guiding his horse closer, ignoring the blood and bodies at their feet. "We shall. My father wishes me to inform you that House Bolton remains your loyal bannerman. Nothing matters more than seeing the Lannisters crushed." Ned's hand clenched on his sword hilt. This was a cunning display. Ramsay had arrived at the moment of crisis to save the day, presumably in the name of loyalty. It would be difficult for Robb to denounce him publicly now, not when his intervention had swung the battle. Yet the underlying threat remained. Ramsay was a monster, and Bolton's loyalty was questionable. This might have been a calculated move to secure the Boltons' standing as indispensable to the Starks' cause. Still, a victory was a victory. The Lannisters had been dealt a staggering blow. Ned forced himself to remember the bigger picture. War was about alliances, no matter how uneasy. They spent the rest of the day collecting the wounded, capturing Lannister stragglers, and counting the dead. The cost was high, but they had broken Tywin's offensive. The realm would quake at the news that the mighty lion had been bested again by the wolves and with the flayed man at their side. As dusk fell, Ned and Robb established camp near the ford, posting extra sentries. Ramsay Snow and his Bolton riders camped on the flank. The tension was almost tangible, but the men were too exhausted to do more than collapse around fires and bandage wounds. Victory had come at a price. Ned wondered how many more nights like this they could endure before winter's snows arrived in force. Walking among the wounded, Ned paused beside a dying Lannister soldier who clutched a talisman of the Seven. The man's eyes flickered as Ned stooped down, offering water. Why do you keep fighting?" the soldier croaked. All this for what? Ned had no easy answer. He gave the man a drink, murmured a few comforting words, and watched as the final breath rattled from the soldier's lungs. War, Ned thought bitterly, was a horror no matter the cause. He rose, glancing at the battlefield where crows descended on the fallen. Even with a victory as decisive as this, the cost in blood was enormous. In the command tent, Robb slumped in a chair, wiping sweat and grime from his brow. When Ned entered, Robb's gaze flicked up. "We did it," he said, voice flat with fatigue. "But we owe it to Bolton." Ned nodded, settling onto a stool. "Yes. He has forced us to tolerate him." He studied his son's face. "What's our next move?" Robb let out a long breath. "We'll need to secure the area, chase down Tywin if we can, or at least ensure he can't regroup easily. Then maybe we can talk peace terms. This defeat might finally make him negotiate." Ned raised an eyebrow. "Tywin seldom surrenders. He might just retreat and wait for spring or call for more forces from Casterly Rock." Robb rubbed his temple. "We'll deal with that when it comes. Right now, I want to send word to Riverrun, to Mother, to let them know we're safe. And to keep an eye on Ramsay. If he tries anything cruel with the prisoners, it'll be on our heads." Outside, the wind picked up, carrying the faint promise of snow. Ned suppressed a shiver. Winter was on the threshold, and the war was still far from finished. Yet they had won a critical victory, rescued Sansa, forged an uneasy alliance with House Bolton, and proven to the realm that the Starks were not easily broken. He thought of Arya, Bran, Rickon, wherever they might be, and sent a silent prayer that they would live to see the day the North stood whole again. At the edges of the camp, Ramsay Snow's laughter echoed in the night as though mocking the boundaries of loyalty and honor. Ned steeled himself. Their struggles were just beginning, and the lines between friend and foe grew ever more tangled. But he would not falter. He had survived the headsman's block in King's Landing, endured the Red Keep's dungeons, and reclaimed his daughter from the lion's den. For House Stark, for the North, he would keep fighting until the realm finally knew peace, or until his last breath left his body. So Eddard Stark rose the next morning to new challenges, new perils, and an unwavering resolve to see the North stand strong against the tides of war. House Stark had been battered but not broken. Even as winter crept closer, that old, abiding sense of duty fueled him. He would hold his family together, mend alliances, and stand guard against any threat, be it a lion prowling the west, a viper lurking in the north, or the swirling uncertain storms that might soon descend upon the realm. There was no turning back. The North endured, and Ned Stark, against all odds, lived to shape its fate yet again. The wind whispered over the trampled ford the morning after their victory, carrying the smell of ashes, blood, and the faint crispness that hinted of coming snow. Ned Stark stood at the edge of the Red Fork, silent and grim, watching men labor to clear the shore of fallen bodies. Crows swooped overhead, their raucous calls echoing across the water. The shallow current still ran murky red in patches. Here and there, battered shields and broken spears bobbed in the shallows. Behind Ned, the Stark encampment buzzed with activity, men erecting tents for the wounded, quartermasters distributing what scant rations they had, smiths hammering bent weapons back into shape. It was a busy hive of triumph and sorrow both. He could see Robb in the distance, walking among the men and offering a steady word where he could, a stoic nod to the dead. This was no easy victory, though it had saved them from a disastrous onslaught by Tywin Lannister. The battered, half-rotten old rope bridge had collapsed during the fighting, and the Lannisters now fled in ragged bands to the west. Some had drowned, weighed down by their armor. Some had found flimsy rafts or tried to swim their horses across deeper sections of the river. Many simply surrendered rather than face the combined might of the Northerners and Boltons closing in from two sides. Ah, the Boltons! That was the complication that settled like a pit in Ned's stomach. Ramsay Snow's arrival had turned near defeat into a rout that broke Tywin's lines. But the price for that victory was the uneasy knowledge that somewhere among the tents, Ramsay and his men were doubtless celebrating in ways that Ned could only guess at. Though they'd pitched their own camp on the far side of the field, it was close enough that the sounds of their raucous laughter occasionally drifted on the breeze. Ned suppressed a shudder every time he heard it. He breathed in the cold air, letting the sting of it clear his head, then turned and walked toward the cluster of tents where the wounded lay. A hush enveloped him as he passed. Soldiers paused to salute or stare at him with a kind of reverence, as if still uncertain whether they beheld a man or a legend. It had not been so long ago that everyone in Westeros believed Eddard Stark dead. But Ned was all too real, and all too burdened by the memory of how close he had come to losing his head on the steps of the Great September. In a large canvas pavilion stood tables lined with the injured. A handful of hastily conscripted medics, maesters, hedge doctors, old wives skilled with herbs, hurried between them. The moans and coughs made for a dismal chorus. Ned paused beside a young soldier whose leg was bandaged, blood seeping through the cloth. The boy was grimacing, eyes distant with shock. Ned beckoned to a healer carrying a small jar of ointment. "Make sure he doesn't lose the leg," Ned said quietly. The healer nodded, kneeling to check the binding. Ned straightened, letting out a tense breath. Victory never looked so grim. Even so, it was better to stand alive amid sorrow than to lose everything in a Lannister onslaught. With Tywin in retreat, the road west lay open, and with it the possibility of forcing the old lion to the table. When he stepped outside, the weak sun was already sliding toward midday. Robb was there, waiting for him, wearing a hauberk still stained with mud and blood. Tired lines etched his face, but there was a determined cast to his jaw. "How are the wounded?" Robb asked, glancing toward the tent. Ned shook his head. "It could be worse. Our losses might have been heavier if Bolton hadn't arrived. Even so, we lost too many good men. It pains me to see them like this." A flicker of distaste crossed Robb's face. Bolton, a vile puzzle indeed. "Where is Ramsay Snow now?" Ned asked, voice lowered. "Gone after some Lannister stragglers, or so he said." Robb replied with a shrug. "He took 200 riders to run down survivors, presumably to prevent them from reassembling. Or possibly he's looking for Tywin himself. But I doubt Tywin remains close. He likely fled far west already." Ned let out a slow breath. "We cannot appear ungrateful for Bolton's timely aid, but I don't trust him. He arrived exactly when we were most desperate. Convenient for him to be the savior." Robb nodded, lips thin. "It cements the notion that we need Bolton's strength. And that is precisely what gives him leverage. For now, we can't afford to turn him away." "We'll keep watch," Ned said. "And the moment we see any sign of him flaying captives or committing atrocities, we act. We cannot be complicit in his cruelty." Robb's eyes were shadowed. "No, we cannot." A pause lingered before he asked, "What of Tywin? Do we pursue him west? Try to finish this war?" Ned gazed toward the far side of the river where the vantage gave a glimpse of the forest and the hills beyond. "We could," he said, "but our men are exhausted. Winter creeps closer every day and these roads will soon be thick with snow. Another pitched battle might cost us more than we can afford. And Tywin may have reinforcements from Casterly Rock." Robb's brow furrowed. "We can't just let him regroup." "No," Ned agreed. "But we might chase him with a token force enough to harass his retreat without committing everyone. The rest could return to the Riverlands to consolidate and prepare. Maybe we can hold the territory while we open negotiations with the Vale or the Tyrells or see if King's Landing will finally bend. Joffrey has to be reeling from the news that we shattered Tywin's column yet again." Robb let out a humorless laugh. "I'll take that as small comfort. Let's gather the captains. We'll decide who leads the pursuit." They walked together through the camp, men saluting as they passed. In a hastily assembled command tent, a group of Northern and Riverlands lords awaited them around a makeshift table. The stench of sweat, leather, and exhaustion hung heavy in the air. A battered war map lay pinned by daggers, showing the rolling hills to the west, the roads to the Golden Tooth, and beyond that, Lannister territory. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, stood with arms crossed, gaze sharp. He gave Ned and Robb a curt nod as they entered. Edmure Tully was there too, looking pale from his healing wounds but determined to be useful. Lords Serwyn, Glover, and Karstark, a younger cousin of the main Karstark line, flanked one side, while Bolton's second-in-command, a humorless man named Harwood Slate, stood on the other. Various knights, squires, and banner men formed a half-circle. When Robb took his seat at the head of the table, conversation tapered into silence. He looked around, his gaze lingering on Harwood Slate for a moment before focusing on the others. "We've broken Tywin's attempt to push through the Riverlands. He lost many men and we have taken many prisoners. But he remains dangerous. We believe he's fled west, likely heading toward the Golden Tooth or even Casterly Rock." Brynden Tully nodded. "He'll try to regroup, gather the remnants of his forces, maybe dig in behind his own walls." A Karstark soldier spat into the dirt. "Then we should hunt him. Drive home our advantage." Robb raised a hand. "Aye, but winter nears, our men are bloodied and supply lines are growing thin." If we march on Casterly Rock, it could be a siege deep in the Westerlands, far from friendly ground. Remember, the Ironborn still prowl our coasts, and we have uncertain allies in the north. There were murmurs of assent. Edmure Tully, leaning on a crutch, said, I would not counsel a deep invasion of Lannister lands right now. The Riverlands are war-ravaged, and my people need relief, not a new offensive. If Tywin stays behind his walls, so be it. Let him nurse his pride at the rock. Brynden Tully stabbed a finger at the map, but at least a token pursuit is wise. Keep him from reorganizing. Harass any troops that linger, try to liberate more Lannister-held villages. Robb looked around. Lord Bolton's men have proven adept at ambush. Perhaps they'd like to lead the pursuit. Harwood Slate inclined his head coolly. Ramsay Snow would be delighted, Your Grace. I can speak to him once he returns. House Bolton stands ready. Ned suppressed a twist of unease at the idea of letting Ramsay roam free with official sanction, but tact held his tongue. After all, the Boltons had indeed bailed them out in the fight. We'll send a mixed force, he added, not wanting the Bolton men entirely alone in the field. Some of our best outriders will join the pursuit. That way we keep good oversight. Robb nodded in approval. Well said, Father. Lord Serwyn, I'll ask you to provide 100 horse. Lord Glover, another 50. Bolton's men can join them. If we coordinate carefully, Tywin won't be able to scatter or return without us knowing. The lords agreed, though Harwood's expression remained closed. Robb continued, meanwhile, the main body of our army returns to Riverrun or the nearby keeps. We'll see to the wounded, gather supplies for winter, and prepare for any new developments. Tywin's not the only threat out there. We still lack a firm arrangement with the Vale or with the Tyrells, though both might be swayed. Edmure Tully lifted his chin. We had word that Lisa Arryn might be entertaining an envoy from us. No reply yet. She vacillates. Ned exhaled. We can keep pressing. The Vale's knights could turn the tide of this entire war. Though Lisa's terms may be steep. Brynden Tully snorted. Steep is an understatement. My niece is paranoid and likes to cling to her advantage. But at least we can hope she'll act to keep the Lannisters out of the Vale. Robb leaned forward, eyeing the map. One problem at a time. First, we rest and rearm. Then we see how the realm responds to Tywin's defeat. If King's Landing grows desperate, maybe we can make a push to remove Joffrey altogether or force him to treat with us. The worst thing would be to sprawl across half the kingdom with no supply lines. That's how Robert's rebellion nearly faltered back in the day, or so I'm told. Ned remembered well. We can't stretch ourselves too thin. We do this methodically. So it was decided. They spent the rest of the day finalizing details, assigning men to the pursuit force, planning the best routes to harry Tywin's retreat without plunging blindly into a trap. Harwood Slate excused himself to prepare the Bolton riders as well, though Ned insisted that some of the northern knights he trusted, Hallis Malin among them, be attached to that unit. By dusk, the camp had turned into a swirl of regrouping. Fires flickered all along the banks of the Red Fork, and the moans of the wounded drifted among the tents. Ned found himself kneeling by a small fire where soup boiled in a pot. He accepted a wooden bowl from a weary cook, sipped the thin broth, and felt the warmth spread through his chest. A moment later, Brynden Tully approached, cloak fluttering in the cold breeze. Any moment to rest, Lord Stark? He asked wryly. Ned managed a half-smile. This is rest of a sort. Would you care for soup? The blackfish grunted and took a seat on an overturned crate. One tries not to think about the watery stew these cooks produce. But yes, I'll have some. They shared a few spoonfuls in weary silence before Brynden said in a low tone, We owe the Boltons for today's victory. That's true. But I don't like it. Roose Bolton is cunning. But this bastard of his... Everything I've heard says Ramsay Snow is a monster. War allows monsters to thrive. Ned stared into the amber swirl in his bowl. I share your misgivings. Robb's the king in the north now, Brynden went on, glancing about to make sure no one was eavesdropping. He has to manage alliances, yes, but sometimes I see him push down his instincts to do right, in favor of what seems necessary to win. Ned's lips pressed together. I know, but winning this war is the only way we save the North from Southern rule, or from the Lannisters' vengeance. Perhaps once the war is done, we can set matters straight. I only hope we can keep Bolton's men in check until then. The blackfish nodded. I suppose that's all we can do. Later, Ned sought out Robb again, finding him in his own tent. Robb was hunched over a small table, penning letters by lamplight. He looked up as Ned ducked inside. "I'm writing to Mother and Sansa," he explained, tapping the parchment. "They'll want to know of our victory. Also to Edmure for official confirmation. Sansa will be relieved that the Lannisters have been driven back again." Ned smiled faintly. "She worries for you, for all of us." "She always did," Robb said. Then his tone grew wistful. "When we left Winterfell, I thought I'd be back in a few moons' time. I was a boy with a boy's illusions." Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. "You've grown quickly, my son, faster than I ever would have wished. War does that to us." Robb looked up, eyes shining with a flicker of something akin to sorrow. "If I could trade my crown for peace, for the safety of our family, I would. But I can't. We're too deep in this. The men named me king in the north because they want independence from the crown that murdered our kin. And your survival feels like a blessing from the old gods. We can't let that blessing slip away." Ned squeezed Robb's shoulder. "We'll see it through. And then, God's willing, we'll find our way home." They parted with a tight embrace, father and son, king and lord, knowing that the next steps were critical. In the days that followed, the battered host struck camp and began a slow march eastward, back toward the relative safety of Riverrun and the Tully-held lands. The column moved carefully, accompanied by wagons for the wounded. The roads were muddy from autumn rains, and each night the temperature dropped further, leaving frost on the grass by dawn. Soldiers huddled in their cloaks and the horses steamed in the cold. Ravens flew daily, bearing messages back and forth. Word arrived that Tywin and the remnants of his host had indeed crossed into the Westerlands, harried constantly by Bolton outriders and northern cavalry. Casualties were inflicted on both sides, but Tywin seemed determined to retreat rather than engage. For now, it appeared the old lion was content to lick his wounds behind his own walls. Ned was surprised to receive a brief letter from Varys in King's Landing, delivered by a nervous courier who had dodged patrols. The spider's words were cryptic but implied that Joffrey's court was in uproar over Tywin's defeat and that the Tyrell alliance might be souring. Marjorie Tyrell was disillusioned, or so the rumor went, and the smallfolk grumbled at the crown's inability to feed the city. But the letter ended with an ominous note: "Beware the storms to come, there are more heads than ever plotting in the shadows." With that in mind, Ned and Robb pressed onward. They knew that while King's Landing was weakened, it was not wholly defenseless. The Gold Cloaks, loyal to the Lannisters, still patrolled the city's walls, and the Tyrells had not officially broken their alliance. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon lingered on Dragonstone, his defeat at the Blackwater still fresh in memory. He might yet rise again. The realm was far from stable, and Ned sometimes wondered if the North would be better served by forging an immediate peace, focusing on the real dangers of winter and the rumored threats beyond the Wall. Eventually, the host reached the familiar site of Riverrun's towers. A cheer went up among the men who had been away for weeks in the wilderness. Smoke rose from hearth fires within the castle, and banners flapped in the stiff breeze. The gates opened, admitting the war-weary soldiers. Catelyn and Sansa waited in the courtyard, along with Edmure Tully, who had ridden ahead earlier, and a host of onlookers. Ned dismounted first, embracing Catelyn. The lines of tension in her face softened briefly as she clung to him. Sansa hurried up, her eyes bright with relief. Robb, too, was greeted with murmurs of admiration and gratitude, men kneeling to their king. That evening, a subdued celebration took place in the Great Hall. There was bread, a bit of salt pork, even some barrels of autumn ale from distant barns that had not been torched. Musicians played a few tunes on stringed lutes, though the mood was hardly festive. Far too many seats were empty, and everyone knew the war was not yet won. Still, a small respite from battle was welcome. Ned sat at the high table beside Catelyn and Robb, with Sansa near them, and Edmure Tully further along. Conversation buzzed with talk of Tywin's retreat, the possibility of winter storms cutting off roads, the uncertain alliances that might materialize. Sansa listened intently, occasionally asking a question. Ned noticed how she had grown more confident in speaking up, no longer the timid girl overshadowed by courtly illusions. Midway through the meal, a messenger arrived, breathless. He carried a letter sealed with the moon and falcon sigil, Lisa Arryn's emblem. Sansa's lips parted at the sight of it, remembering the veil. Robb beckoned the man forward, and the entire high table fell silent. "Your Grace," the messenger said, bowing. "This came via the Bloody Gate. Lady Lisa's courtiers allowed me passage, though barely. They said it was urgent. Robb broke the seal, scanning the contents. Ned and Catelyn watched his expression shift from guarded curiosity to faint frustration. Finally, Robb let out a short sigh and handed the parchment to Ned. Ned's eyes moved across Lisa's elaborate script. To my beloved sister and nephew, I greet you with cautious goodwill. It has come to my attention that the Lannisters flounder, and that your cause in the north may yet prevail. The Vale stands ready to negotiate an alliance under certain conditions of mutual benefit. We desire assurances for young Robert Arryn's inheritance, and the restoration of certain lands once promised to the Vale in ages past. In addition, we request that the Lady Sansa Stark be considered for a future betrothal to Robert Arryn, uniting our houses and ensuring our mutual security. Other minor points can be discussed, but these are my primary stipulations. If you agree to begin negotiations upon these terms, I will dispatch a contingent of Vale Knights to support your war effort. I await your prompt reply. Lisa, Lady of the Eyrie, Protector of the Vale. He passed the letter to Catelyn, who read it in a taut silence. Her jaw clenched. Ned gently placed a hand over hers, sensing her conflict. She had known this would be Lisa's demand, but seeing it in writing and so blunt was a blow. Sansa looked between them with worried eyes. Robb shook his head. It's more than just a betrothal. She wants land, influence in the Riverlands, and probably the power to meddle in northern politics. But we need her knights, and perhaps it's not the worst price if it spares us 100,000 men in arms. Sansa swallowed. Betrothed to Robert Arryn? She murmured. I only met him once when I was little. He was sickly. She did not say more, but Ned guessed her thoughts. Robert Arryn was known for his frail health and was far younger than Sansa. Catelyn's face was pale. He's my nephew, she said softly, and I love Lisa as my sister, but I question whether that environment is good for Sansa. Lisa has grown unstable, shut away in the Eyrie. Robert is delicate, prone to fits. Sansa drew a breath. Father, I told you before. If my marriage can help end this war, if it can save lives, then I'll consider it. But her voice trembled, and she looked down at her hands. I want to be sure it's not another trap, like Joffrey was. Ned's own heart twisted at the memory of that horrific betrothal. We won't force it, he said, voice low. Lisa's demands are high, and we have to see if they're worth meeting. At the very least, we can start a dialogue, see if she'll compromise. Catelyn agreed. Yes, we'll reply that we welcome an alliance, but we cannot promise Sansa outright without her consent. Nor can we surrender land in the Riverlands that belongs to Edmure. Perhaps we can find something else to entice Lisa. Robb lifted a hand to signal the end of the conversation for now, mindful of the listening hall. We'll draft a measured reply tomorrow. Lisa's knights might tip the scales, but we cannot bargain away our future so hastily. That resolved, they tried to return to the muted festivities. Sansa's expression remained distant, as though waging an inner battle with memories of King's Landing and the dread possibility of another political union. Ned's heart ached for her. In the days that followed, they composed a careful letter to the Eyrie. Catelyn wrote it with Ned's and Robb's counsel, offering negotiations on certain points. Safe trade routes through the Mountains of the Moon, a potential betrothal to be considered for Sansa, but only after an official courtship so the two young people could know one another. They would not cede Tully land, but they might discuss mutual defense pacts. With that, the Raven was dispatched to the Vale, and all they could do was wait. Meanwhile, tensions with House Bolton simmered anew. Ramsay Snow returned from his pursuit of Tywin's survivors, carrying trophies of war that made many in the Camp Blanche. The man took a grisly pride in describing how he cornered a group of Lannister soldiers in a wooded ravine, capturing them, then questioning them about Tywin's plans. Rumors abounded of flayings, though he presented no flayed corpses for public display, likely aware that would push Robb beyond tolerance. Yet the fear among soldiers from the Riverlands grew, with some openly calling the Boltons worse than the Lannisters. Ned, sickened, confronted Ramsay one evening in Riverrun's courtyard, where the bastard of Bolton was brushing down his lathered warhorse. Torches cast flickering shadows on the stones. Ramsay turned, a grin creeping up his face. "Lord Stark," he said, inclining his head with exaggerated courtesy. "Have you come to thank me for our little success?" Ned let none of his revulsion show, though his voice was ice. "You rode well against Tywin's men, but I've heard accounts of what happened after the battle. I remind you that King Robb has expressly forbidden mistreatment of prisoners. If you commit such acts, it will not go unpunished." Ramsay arched a brow, barely feigning innocence. "Oh, war is messy, Lord Stark. Men are wounded, men die. We question prisoners, some break more easily than others. But I assure you, no official orders from the king have been disobeyed. None that can be proven, at least." "Enough," Ned snapped. "You think yourself untouchable because your father stands high among our bannermen, but do not forget who rules the North. House Bolton owes fealty to House Stark." Ramsay's grin turned predatory. "We know where our fealty lies, my lord. We came at the crucial moment, did we not? To rescue your precious King Robb? The flayed man stands proudly beside the dire wolf, yes? Perhaps you'd rather we had let Tywin cross the ford, butcher you in your tents." Ned's jaw clenched. "I will not bandy words with you. Heed me or face the consequences." Ramsay shrugged, turning back to his horse. "How fatherly of you. The consequences." A quiet snicker under his breath. "Remember, it was not my house that nearly lost this war. Good evening, Lord Stark." Ned stood rooted, rage simmering. He wanted nothing more than to wipe that smug smirk from Ramsay's face. But he knew the time was not right to break with the Boltons. Furious, he walked away, ignoring the faint laughter that trailed him. That night, Ned spoke with Robb in private. He recounted the exchange. Robb's face grew tight. "He's taunting us," Robb said. "He knows we need Bolton's men. My father, the old father," he corrected himself with a sad glance at Ned, "once said that a loyal dog never bites its master. Ramsay is no loyal dog. He's a rabid one." Ned exhaled slowly. "We can't let him savage our cause from within. We must keep watch for any sign that Bolton or his bastard plans a betrayal. If we see it, we move quickly." Robb agreed. "For now, we must remain civil. But I'll arrange for discreet oversight whenever Ramsay's men are in the field. They won't have free rein." Word of these tensions filtered through the camp, though not openly. Soldiers whispered that House Stark would soon clash with House Bolton. Others fretted that Tywin might exploit the rift. Still, winter was breathing down their necks, and there was only so much they could do. The nights grew colder, the days shorter, and talk of an early snowfall became more frequent. Meanwhile, ravens continued to arrive with news from all corners of the realm. Reports came from the Iron Islands that Balon Greyjoy was testing the coasts again, sending reavers to plunder as far east as Flint's Finger. Rumor claimed Balon wanted to claim a chunk of the north while the Starks fought the Lannisters. Ned worried for Winterfell's safety, but the castle was well garrisoned under the command of men Robb had appointed months ago. Word also trickled in that small folk near the Dread Fort had vanished, fueling dark tales of Ramsay's hunts. Nothing proven, only rumors. One morning, a scout returned from the Neck with surprising news. A large party had been spotted traveling south from Moat Cailin, bearing the banners of House Reed. Howland Reed, an old friend and ally of Ned's, had apparently sent his children, Mira and Jojen, to join the war effort or at least to parley. Ned had not laid eyes on Howland in years, but he remembered the Crannogman's fierce loyalty and cunning. The Reeds seldom left their watery domain, so this visit could only mean something significant. They arrived at Riverrun 2 days later, Mira and Jojen, accompanied by a handful of gray-green-clad Crannogmen. Mira was tall and willowy, armed with a frog spear and net. Jojen was younger, quiet, with deep-set eyes that seemed to peer into secrets. They were welcomed respectfully, for the Reeds were close allies to House Stark. Ned greeted them in the courtyard, warmth in his tone. "Your father is well?" he asked, clasping Mira's hand in greeting. She nodded. "As well as any man can be in these times. He sends his regards and regrets that he could not come himself. We came to offer what help we can. The Neck has not faced direct assault, but we see armies passing, and we hear the land suffers from this war." Jojen inclined his head, a strange intensity behind his pale eyes. "We came also with tidings of your younger sons, Bran and Rickon. Or so we believe." Ned's heart leapt into his throat. He had heard rumors that Theon Greyjoy had seized Winterfell, that the boys had vanished, possibly killed, only for contradictory reports to surface later. But no solid news had emerged since. "Tell me," he murmured, voice-taut. The Reeds spoke softly, out of earshot of other onlookers. "They are alive," Mira said. "After Theon took Winterfell, they fled into the woods with Hodder and a wildling named Osha. They journeyed north for a time, but according to Father's scouts, they parted ways in the Giftlands beyond the Neck." My father believes they are heading for the Wall or beyond. Ned felt a rush of relief that made him slightly dizzy. The Wall? Gods. Bran is only a boy, though old enough to dream big. Rickon is scarcely more than a child. Why would they go beyond the Wall? Jojen's eyes flicked to Mira, then back to Ned. Bran may have a gifts. My dreams have told me so. He hesitated, speaking as though carefully picking each word. He is a warg, or something close to it. He seeks answers that might lie in the far north. Ned recalled the dire wolves each of his children had raised, including Bran's wolf, Summer. He remembered how the old man used to speak of skin-changers and greenseers. But hearing it now, after all that had happened, felt like stepping into a half-remembered legend. He closed his eyes briefly. As long as he's alive, that is enough for me. Father sent word that if you wished, he could dispatch more crannogmen to look for them, Mira offered gently. But the lands beyond the neck are vast. And if they truly journey for the Wall, well, the Night's Watch might shelter them. Ned nodded, heart heavy but tempered by hope. Bran is resourceful. Rickon, too, in his own wild way. If they believe they must go north, I cannot stop them from here. But if you could keep watch for news of them, I'd be grateful beyond words. Mira inclined her head. We shall, my lord. Also, we stand ready to aid in the war if needed, though we are few, we know the swamps, the bogs, the hidden ways. If the Lannisters attempt another pass through the neck, they'll find only death. Ned laid a hand on her shoulder. Thank you. Truly. With that, the Reeds settled into Riverrun, conferring occasionally with Robb, Brynden Tully, and the Northern Lords about the best ways to secure the neck. Some suggested using the crannogmen to slip into Lannister-held territory for sabotage or espionage, though Ned was reluctant to stretch them too thin. One cold dawn, a swirl of fresh rumor arrived along with a wounded messenger from the west. Tywin had retreated all the way to the stronghold of Ashmark, still within the Westerlands. But he had sent riders out in every direction calling his bannermen to muster. Word was that a large force of Lannister loyalists might attempt one more push come spring or even late winter if the snows allowed. That meant the war was far from over. Then, on the very heels of this bleak news, a second messenger arrived from King's Landing, traveling under a flag of truce. He bore a parchment sealed with the Lion Ambrose sigil, the combined arms of House Lannister and House Tyrell. Robb broke the seal and read it aloud in a small council. It was an offer of parley. Cersei Lannister, styling herself Queen Regent, and Margaery Tyrell, Queen, at Joffrey's side, invited a Stark Tully delegation to King's Landing to discuss a potential cessation of hostilities, an exchange of prisoners, and a stable border arrangement. The letter was dripping with grandiose, carefully couched phrases, but the gist was clear. The crown had been rattled by Tywin's defeat and wanted to talk. How can we trust them? Edmure Tully asked bluntly. Joffrey put our father's head on a spike, or nearly so in your case, he added, looking at Ned. What if it's a trap? Catelyn's lips thinned. It could be. But perhaps the Tyrells are forcing Joffrey's hand. If Margaery is as unhappy as rumor says, maybe she wants to broker peace that leaves the Lannisters weakened. Robb tapped the table, thinking. They asked for a high-level delegation, presumably me or father. Going to King's Landing would be madness after everything. Ned nodded in agreement. They nearly executed me once. I'd be a fool to walk back into their den without absolute assurances. Still, if there's even a chance of a true peace, we must at least respond. Our men are exhausted. The realm bleeds. Brynden Tully frowned. They might attempt to capture or kill you anyway, even if it sows more chaos. Ned said. They might. But the Tyrells might also see advantage in removing Joffrey from the throne, or in installing Tommen or Myrcella with Margaery as queen. They might want the North to remain out of the fray so they can dominate the South. We can't know. Robb's hands curled into fists, then relaxed. We'll reply that we are willing to meet on neutral ground, not in King's Landing. Somewhere we can both hold hostages to guarantee safety. If they refuse, that tells us everything. Ned agreed. Yes. We propose maybe Harrenhal or even the Crossroads Inn as a place for parley. They want us to come kneel in their city, but we won't. Not without greater cause. The next day, they drafted a careful response, refusing any meeting inside the capital but offering to send negotiators to a location equidistant from both armies. Then the envoy was sent back under the same flag of truce. Ned expected no swift acceptance. The Lannisters were proud and the Tyrells could be cunning. Time crept forward. The sun set earlier each day, the dawns grew darker. At last, the first snowfall arrived in the Riverlands, a flurry of wet, heavy flakes that dusted the battlements of Riverrun and melted into slush by midday. Men stared at the skies uneasily, knowing that a real winter storm could soon follow. The old men muttered about signs of a long, bitter season. Amid these troubles came a letter from Lysa Arryn, an actual acceptance of the Stark Tully counterproposal. She would send a small army of Vale Knights to the Riverlands in early winter, provided ongoing negotiations for a betrothal moved forward. She insisted that Sansa travel to the Vale eventually to grow acquainted with Robert Arryn. The letter was not exactly warm, but it was more cooperative than before. When this news broke, Sansa did not protest or weep. Instead, she approached Ned and Robb calmly, repeating that she would do her duty if it meant a real alliance that could help them end the war. Ned tried to reassure her that the betrothal was not set in stone, that they could still negotiate conditions, but Sansa's eyes held a resigned acceptance. She had seen the horrors of war up close and knew better than to cling to illusions. Soon afterward, Lysa's knights began trickling into the Riverlands, crossing the high passes. They wore the sigil of the Falcon and Moon and traveled in formidable squadrons of cavalry. It was not a huge force, perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 men, but they were well-fed, well-equipped, and unscathed by the war so far. Their arrival boosted morale among the river lords. Edmure Tully greeted them courteously, though tension simmered. As the Vale Knights settled into camps near Riverrun, Lysa's expectations became clearer. The knights were a gesture of good faith, but Sansa's journey to the Vale should happen by spring if the roads allowed. The arrangement smelled of a thinly veiled demand. If the alliance was to hold, the betrothal had to progress. Ned sensed Sansa's anxiety, but she hid it well. She tried to see the positive side, telling him in private, at least it's not Joffrey. Robert Arryn may be frail, but perhaps he's kind. And if it helps keep the Vale on our side, it might save thousands of lives. He was proud of her courage, but troubled by how war had forced her into such choices. Spring still felt far away. Snow fell again, heavier this time, blanketing the fields outside Riverrun in white. Patrols returned half-frozen, complaining that the roads were slick with ice. Messengers found themselves delayed or lost. The battered peasants who tried to glean any last scraps from the farmland now had to scrape away snowdrifts. The gloom pressed on everyone's spirits. During one such snowfall, a raven arrived from the pursuit force that had followed Tywin west. The short message read, "Conflict at Ashmark. Bolton men engaged with Lannister defenders. Heavy casualties on both sides. Tywin not present. Bolton captain returning with prisoners." Robb read it aloud to Ned, anxiety etched into his features. It seems Ramsay pressed an assault on Ashmark's outer defenses, likely hoping to seize it. But Tywin wasn't there, and the local Lannisters fought back fiercely. Our men got caught in the crossfire. Ned frowned. We gave no orders to lay siege to Ashmark. This was just meant to be a pursuit to keep them from regrouping. Ramsay's overstepped. Yes, Robb agreed. But what can we do? If we chastise him, he'll claim he was only trying to further our war aims. Meanwhile, he has who knows how many men loyal to him alone. Before Ned could answer, another rider burst into the courtyard, half dead with cold, carrying a second missive. This one from a northern outrider, detailing that Ramsay had captured many townsfolk around Ashmark, accusing them of aiding the Lannisters, and was rumored to have tortured them. The outrider refused to partake and had ridden off in disgust. Robb's face darkened with fury as he read the account. He's out of control. If word spreads that we condone flaying and torture, our entire cause will be tainted. The Riverlands might revolt. Ned placed a hand on Robb's arm. Then we must act. No more half measures. Send a directive that Ramsay is to stand down and return to the Riverlands. We want no more unauthorized assaults. Make it clear that if these rumors of torture are true, he faces punishment. But Roose Bolton will claim we're persecuting his son. We risk House Bolton's open defiance, Robb said, though his eyes burned with resolve. Ned met his gaze steadily. Better a confrontation now than letting Ramsay poison everything we've fought for. We can handle Roose if we're firm, and we have the Vale Knights now. That might tip the scales if it comes to fighting the Boltons. But gods, let's hope it doesn't come to that. So they sent ravens bearing a royal decree. Ramsay Snow was to cease all offensive actions and return with his men for winter quarters. Prisoners were to be treated according to the laws of war. Meanwhile, an envoy of trusted Stark bannermen, accompanied by a handful of Vale Knights, rode west to verify the stories. Days passed, the snow deepened. Catelyn oversaw the distribution of grain for the refugees around Riverrun. Sansa, with a quiet stoicism, assisted in the infirmary. Ned helped coordinate supply lines, ensuring that each outpost would have enough provisions to last through the frigid months. Robb wrestled with the question of whether to risk winter campaigns or to dig in until spring. Then, near midwinter, a new crisis erupted. Word came from the outskirts of the Riverlands that a group of Bolton men had attacked a local Tully bannerman's keep, claiming the lord had withheld taxes owed to the king in the north. The keep was left in ruins. Survivors told horrifying tales of flayings. Once again, Bolton's name was implicated. Edmure Tully was livid. He confronted Robb in the Great Hall, demanding justice. Brynden Tully stood by, arms folded. The Vale Knights looked on with uneasy frowns, plainly wondering if they had allied with a band of northern madmen. This can't go on, Edmure declared. Robb, you are king in the north and my liege for the Riverlands. Will you allow a sworn house of yours to terrorize my people? Robb rubbed his temple. Of course not. But we need proof these men acted on Bolton's orders. It could be rogue elements. Rogue elements under Bolton banners, Edmure cut in sharply. If Bolton can't control his men, it's his failing. If he can, then it's malicious. Either way, the Riverlands suffer. Ned broke in. We've already demanded Ramsay's recall. If this continues, we must gather our forces and demand Roose Bolton answer in person. If he refuses, we might have no choice but to name House Bolton traitors. A hush fell. The threat was grave indeed. House Bolton was one of the most powerful in the north. If they declared for the Lannisters or for themselves, it would be civil war in the north just as the snows were closing in. Robb's face was pale but determined. Summon Roose Bolton to Riverrun under my royal command. He is to arrive with no more than a token escort. We'll demand an accounting. If he refuses or if Ramsay keeps pillaging, we'll brand them traitors and call the banners to subdue them. The Vale Knights will stand with us, yes? He looked to Ser Brighton Belmore, the Vale Knight commanding the fresh arrivals. The knight inclined his head slowly. We came under the banner of alliance with House Stark and Tully. If a rebellious house stands against you, we'll do our part. That settled, the ravens flew again, calling Roose Bolton to appear. The tension in Riverrun was palpable, as though the fortress itself held its breath. Every day, more rumors trickled in of Bolton's riding roughshod in scattered villages. Even the Northmen among Robb's host were torn. Some held old grudges against House Bolton, but others feared an internal conflict that would weaken them further. At last, in the heart of a deepening winter, Roose Bolton arrived at Riverrun. A pale dawn greeted his approach. He rode at the head of a small escort, no more than 50 men, true to the king's summons. Snow clung to the hem of his fur cloak. His face was unreadable, pale eyes revealing no hint of fear or contrition. Behind him rode other Bolton knights, their sigils hidden under thick cloaks. The courtyard fell silent as they dismounted. Robb stood at the gates, flanked by Ned, Edmure, Brynden Tully, and a ring of Northern and Vale Knights. Catelyn and Sansa watched from the steps leading up to the Great Hall. Bolton bowed with glacial politeness. Your Grace. My lords. Robb's voice was tight. My lord Bolton. You've been summoned to answer for the actions of your bastard son and other Bolton men which have sown terror in the Riverlands. Bolton blinked slowly. Your Grace, I regret any overzealousness displayed by Ramsay. He can be difficult to rein in. But I assure you, House Bolton remains loyal to the king in the north. Ramsay acted on misguided zeal to hunt Lannister sympathizers. I came at once when I received your summons. Ned stepped forward. Misguided zeal has left bodies flayed and keeps raised. This cannot continue. Bolton inclined his head. I understand your concern, Lord Stark. I will speak to Ramsay, of course. If he has truly gone beyond the pale, I'll see him corrected. Edmure Tully's voice rang out sharply, echoing off the courtyard walls. That's not enough. The families of those slaughtered demand justice, not mere correction. Bolton's gaze flicked over Edmure with a trace of contempt. Do they? I see. If that's what is required to preserve unity, I shall deliver punishment. Ramsay may be my son, but the good of the realm outweighs personal ties. A hush followed. Ned sensed the murmurs of men around them. Could Roose Bolton be serious? Would he truly discipline his own son? Or was this another layer of deception? Robb stood firm. We will hold a court of inquiry here in Riverrun. Those with grievances may appear. If Ramsay is guilty, and we have significant reason to believe he is, he will face the king's justice. Bolton's lips curved in the faintest of smiles. As you say, my king. I will bring him forth if he can be found. He is often in the field. That marked the beginning of a tense standoff. Roose Bolton took chambers in Riverrun as a guest, though heavily watched. Ravens flew, summoning Ramsay to appear for a royal inquiry. Days passed, the cold intensifying. Frost coated the ramparts and the river partially froze along its edges. War was momentarily halted by the very forces of nature, though Tywin and the Lannisters lurked in the west and the Ironborn prowled the northern coasts. Eventually, battered Bolton riders reached Riverrun, announcing that Ramsay was on his way. He arrived at dusk, bringing an escort of grim men, leading 24 miserable prisoners in tow, supposed Lannister collaborators. The courtyard erupted in angry shouts as soon as the townsfolk recognized him. The Vale Knights bristled, hands on sword hilts. Sansa, peering from a window, felt a chill at the sight of Ramsay's smirk. The very next day, Robb convened a tribunal in Riverrun's Great Hall. It was a stark affair, the stone walls bedecked with the dire wolf and the tullyfish. A dais had been erected for Robb as king in the north, with Ned seated beside him, representing House Stark. Catelyn and Sansa watched from high seats off to the side, along with various Riverlords, Vale Knights, and Northern Bannermen. Roose Bolton stood behind Ramsay, expression carefully placid. Ramsay himself was made to kneel before Robb. Tension crackled in the air. One by one, villagers and captured outriders told their stories. How Ramsay's men had forced entry into homes, calling them traitors for feeding stray Lannister scouts. How men were beaten, how women were threatened, how some corpses bore signs of flaying. There were tears and outraged cries, hushed by the presence of armed guards. Ramsay listened with apparent boredom, occasionally yawning. When Robb demanded an explanation, Ramsay shrugged. I was rooting out Lannister sympathizers, Your Grace. I serve you, do I not? The king in the north. If some peasants fell victim in the chaos, that's regrettable. War is war. You were told to show restraint, Ned said, voice low. Not to commit atrocities that shame the north. Ramsay's lip curled. That might have been your preference, Lord Stark. But I fight in the manner of my forefathers. The flayed man has always been Bolton's mark. A shudder coursed through the hall. Robb's fury was palpable. He stood, fists clenched. By my authority as king in the north, I command that you answer these charges, specifically the murder and torture of innocent villagers. Ramsay feigned surprise. Innocent? They gave bread to Lannister scouts. They harbored runaways. Because they had no choice, Edmure Tully snapped from the side. They only sought to survive. A hush. Ramsay's eyes flicked around, then settled on Roose Bolton. Father, he said almost mockingly. What would you have me say? Roose's voice emerged smooth as silk. I would have you answer the king in the north. Did you commit these acts against his direct commands? Ramsay's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second. I did what I deemed necessary to secure our cause. Father, you once said fear is the surest weapon. Silence again. Then Roose turned to Robb. My king, I cannot condone what my son has done if it violates your commands. Punish him as you see fit. I wash my hands of his brutality. A ripple of disbelief spread through the crowd. Ned's heart hammered. Was Roose Bolton truly allowing Ramsay to stand alone in this? It seemed like a ploy. He was sacrificing his bastard to maintain House Bolton's standing. If that was so, then perhaps they could quell this threat once and for all. Robb inhaled sharply. Then you confirm these allegations, Lord Bolton? Roose gave a shallow nod. I have no reason to doubt the testimonies. I suspected Ramsay was overzealous. He refused to heed my cautionary words. Should you find him guilty, I will not gainsay your judgment. Ramsay looked stunned for an instant, betrayal flickering in his eyes. Then a dark fury contorted his face, and he surged to his feet, ignoring the swords that bristled around him. You'd abandon me? After all I've done in your name, our name. Guards seized him, forcing him back to his knees. Ramsay shook them off violently, but more men piled on. The hall was a swirl of tension. Robb bellowed for order. Quiet fell again. Robb stared at Ramsay, voice trembling with anger. You boast of flaying and slaughter, and you stand here unrepentant. You have broken the king's peace, undermined the very cause we fight for. For these crimes I sentence you to die. Some gasps rose, but many in the hall cheered or nodded grimly. Roose Bolton's face remained impassive. Ramsay twisted, trying to break free, a wild light in his eyes. Father, do something. Don't let them. But Roose lifted a hand, palm out, silencing his son. I have served House Stark for many years, Bolton said softly. If my bastard threatened our unity, then let him pay the price. I only ask that my house not be punished for the sins of one rogue man. Robb's jaw tightened. So be it. House Bolton remains sworn to me, and your loyalty shall be judged by your future deeds. Now the sentence. He nodded to Ned. Will you do this, father, as you once taught us? He who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Ned drew a tense breath, recalling the old ways. He had taught Robb that very lesson in Winterfell's Godswood. I will, he said quietly. Ramsay's eyes blazed with hatred. Stark, he spat. You think this solves your problems? You think you've tamed my father? You've no idea what's coming. The guards hauled him from the great hall, out into the courtyard, where a frosty wind whipped at everyone's cloaks. The assembled crowd followed. Lords, soldiers, small folk who had heard rumors of the hearing, Vale Knights, Northern Bannermen. Ned strode behind Ramsay, each footstep echoing. A headsman's block had been placed near the center of the courtyard, a wedge of old oak. They forced Ramsay to kneel, arms bound behind him. Snow drifted from the gray sky, settling on the shoulders of onlookers. Ned stood, sword in hand, a long sword of castle-forged steel, not the Valyrian ice that had been taken from him in King's Landing. That loss pained him, but the principle remained the same. He caught Robb's gaze for a moment. Robb stood with set features. Catelyn and Sansa hovered at the edges, pale and trembling. Ned spoke the words in a clear, steady tone, echoing the old tradition of the North. Ramsay Snow, for the crime of murder, torture, and disobedience to the king in the North, I, Eddard Stark, sentence you to die. May the gods have mercy on your soul. Ramsay sneered, showing no remorse. Mercy? The old gods are dead, he hissed. Ned lifted the sword, remembering how many times he had done this in the courtyard at Winterfell, how he had told his sons the importance of seeing justice done. Ramsay's eyes burned with defiance even in the final moment. Then Ned brought the blade down cleanly. Blood spattered across the snow, vivid red on white. The courtyard exhaled a collective breath. Ramsay's head rolled free, the sneer still etched on lifeless lips. The watchers murmured or stood in silence. Some looked at Roose Bolton, but the Lord's face remained a perfect mask, revealing neither grief nor satisfaction. Ned felt only a grim resignation. He had done his duty. In the hush that followed, Roose Bolton stepped forward, bowed to Robb, and spoke with eerie calm. Thank you, Your Grace, for allowing me to remain your loyal bannerman despite this stain upon my house. I regret that my bastard son acted in such a manner. Robb nodded stiffly. We will speak further on how to make amends to the families harmed by Ramsay's deeds. For now, House Bolton is free to remain in the North's good graces if your loyalty is genuine. Bolton inclined his head. As genuine as the cold, he said cryptically. Then he turned, issuing quiet orders to his men. They departed, leaving the courtyard overshadowed by the finality of the execution. Ned wiped the blade clean on a cloth, then returned it to its scabbard. Robb murmured, "It's done. Gods help us all." They filed back into the great hall. Catelyn and Sansa drifted near Ned, faces pale. Sansa's eyes shone with tears. "I know it was necessary," she whispered, "but it was so horrible." Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. "An execution is never a joy, my child. But I had to be the one to do it." Some said the swirl of snow around Ramsay's severed head was the old gods spitting upon the cruel. Others whispered that Roose Bolton had planned it all, allowing his bastard to be removed so that he could remain unchallenged. Whatever the truth, House Bolton remained outwardly loyal, and the immediate threat of Ramsay's atrocities was ended. In the weeks that followed, winter settled in with a vengeance. Roads became treacherous. Men huddled behind walls, living off salted provisions and what game they could hunt in the frozen woodlands. Tywin Lannister also settled in for winter behind the safety of the Westerlands. The war, in effect, paused, though that was a mercy of the season more than any negotiated peace. For Ned and his family, the quiet months brought a bittersweet solace. They grieved the ravages of war, but they found small moments of warmth. Sansa helped Catelyn organize a midwinter feast for the hungry peasants sheltering near Riverrun. Robb planned for future campaigns, consulting with lords and sending cautious envoys to King's Landing or the Vale, hoping to keep alliances intact. Edmure Tully prayed for a merciful thaw before rivers flooded. Ned spent long hours in Riverrun's Godwood, a smaller godwood than the one at Winterfell, with no heart tree to speak of but a stand of old oaks by the water. He prayed for his scattered children, Jon at the Wall, Arya somewhere in the wide world, Bran and Rickon journeying north, perhaps beyond the Wall. He prayed that the realm would survive the winter, that the North might find true independence without further bloodshed. Sometimes, deep in the lonely hush of snowdrifts, he sensed the quiet power of the old gods. Or perhaps it was only the wind rustling the branches. But he drew strength from it. He had survived King's Landing against all odds, reclaimed Sansa, helped guide Robb through the swirling madness of war. He had upheld justice, even at the cost of forging uneasy truces. There was more to come. Spring might bring Tywin's renewed fury or new intrigues from the capital, but for now the cold enforced a lull. When the last of the year's moonless nights arrived, Ned stood at the parapets of Riverrun, gazing over the frosted rivers. The breath of winter was absolute, crisp and still. Snow blanketed the farmland and orchard groves beyond. Torchlight glimmered on the ramparts. In that hush, he thought of each child, each friend lost, each vow he still must keep. Somewhere, out in the swirling dark, wolves prowled, real wolves and men wearing wolves on their banners, dreaming of a free north. Lions lurked behind stony walls, licking their wounds. High in the vale, Lisa Arryn's knights waited, and at the Ares Heights, Robert Arryn coughed in his bed. Across the sea, rumors told of dragons stirring, though Ned could hardly credit such tales. At the wall, the Night's Watch guarded against threats even older than the Seven Kingdoms themselves. Yet Eddard Stark remained. He had knelt once upon a scaffold, expecting to die. Instead, he had risen to shape a new fate for the North, one fraught with perils and compromises, but still guided by the thread of his honor. As he stared at the moonless sky, he reflected that there was no going back to the simpler life he had once known at Winterfell. But so long as breath remained in him, he would stand a bulwark against any foe, Lannister, Bolton, or some darkness yet unseen. A cold gust blew across the battlement, sending snowflakes dancing. Ned inhaled, the icy air stinging his lungs, and exhaled slowly. A single phrase echoed in his mind, the old words that had bound House Stark for centuries. Winter is coming, yes, but the North would stand. He had survived, and so long as his heart beat, hope survived as well. In the courtyard below, Robb emerged from a side door, pausing to look up. Ned raised a hand, and father and son shared a silent exchange of resolute pride. Then Ned turned to gaze once more at the endless expanse of white, the dark line of trees on the horizon, the faint flicker of campfires beyond the walls. War had paused, but it had not ended. When the thaw came, the realm would face new storms. Yet for this fragile moment in the heart of winter, House Stark stood intact. A quiet victory. Ned bowed his head to the cold wind, closed his eyes, and offered one final prayer to the old gods, that they might guide him through whatever trials the future held. If there was one truth etched in the bones of the North, it was that as long as the Starks endured, so too did the promise of better days, even if those days were slow to dawn. And with that faint flicker of hope warming him in the silent gloom, Ned Stark descended from the walls, returning to the hearthlight below, ready to face the next turn of fate when the snows receded and the banners of war rose once again. Ned Stark descended from the parapets as the moonless night settled deeper over Riverrun. The cold bit at his face and the back of his neck. At every turn in the corridors, he passed guards on their rounds, men wearing the dire wolf of House Stark or the leaping trout of Tully, each weighed down by mail and the weariness of a war that refused to end. Candlelight flickered from sconces on the stone walls, throwing long, uncertain shadows. But for the moment, the fortress felt as if it had nodded into a half-sleep. Even war needed to close its eyes from time to time, if only to take another breath. He found Robb in the dimly lit solar that they used for councils. His son stood by a brazier piled high with glowing coals, reviewing a sheaf of letters. Robb looked up as Ned entered, the lines of kingship and youth still at war on his face. The room smelled of parchment and the faint tang of heated metal from the brazier. "You should rest, father," Robb said softly, setting the letters aside. "We're hardly free of difficulties, but nothing more will be solved tonight." "I will soon enough," Ned said. "I wanted to see if there's any new word from the west, or from King's Landing." "Another raven arrived from our outriders near the Golden Tooth," Robb replied. "They confirm Tywin's men are dug in, probably behind the walls of Ashmark, Castamir's ruins, or else retreated deeper toward Casterly Rock. It's as you said. They've hunkered down, waiting for spring or a better moment. They're as hampered by snow as we are." Ned nodded, moving closer to the brazier. Heat licked at his skin. "And the Crown's response to our proposal of meeting on neutral ground?" Robb lifted a different parchment, scowling at the Lannister line at Tyrell Seal. They're considering possibilities. They might offer Harrenhal as a site. But Harrenhal belongs to Peter Baelish in name now, at least that's the rumor. The Crown claims it, the Riverlords consider it Tully land, and the walls are half ruined. I don't know if that's truly neutral. Ned let out a slow breath. Harrenhal is an ill-omened place. Cursed, some say. I'd not walk into that ruin trusting any Lannister-guarded piece. Nor I, Robb agreed. But if they ins. We'll bring enough men to hold our ground if need be. Ned studied his son. The risk is high. We've gained so much by simply surviving this far. I don't wish to lose it all in a trap. Yet if there's a genuine chance of peace. Robb's lips pressed tight. We can't dismiss it. Our men need respite. The Riverlands need to rebuild. The North is on edge. And we have an obligation to see Sansa safely through whatever betrothal negotiations or alliances might come. The Vale's presence helps us, but Lisa Arryn is not the most predictable ally. Ned thought of Sansa's quiet bravery, her willingness to consider marriage to Robert Arryn if that was what it took to shield the North. The memory weighed on him like a stone. When I rode south to be hand, I never dreamed my daughters would be bartered for alliances, he said, voice low. But we all do what we must in times of war. Let's keep her well protected. If Lisa grows too demanding, we can call upon the new Vale Knights here. They seem more loyal to the realm's stability than to Lisa's whims. He offered Robb's shoulder a gentle squeeze before taking his leave. In the corridor, the hush felt absolute, interrupted only by the distant drip of snowmelt sliding down stone drains. Ned let his footsteps guide him to his own chamber. Inside, he found Catelyn by a small table reading a letter under the glow of a single candle. She looked up at him with a tired smile. A letter from Edmure? He asked. She shook her head. No, from one of our watchers in the camps outside the walls. There was a minor squabble between a Vale Knight and a pair of Karstark men. Nothing serious, but it's a reminder that every alliance we have is precarious. The Vale Knights think the Karstarks are too rough and ill-disciplined, and the Karstarks resent these Southerners looking down on them. Ned sighed, removing his cloak and draping it over a chair. I'll speak to the Karstarks in the morning or have Robb do so. We can't afford internal quarrels. Catelyn set aside the letter and rubbed her temples. I keep thinking of Arya, of Bran and Rickon. We have no word save for the Reed's reassurance that Bran and Rickon live. It gnaws at me every night. Ned moved behind her, resting his hands gently on her shoulders. I think of them too. The best we can do is keep the North safe so that they have a home to return to. She nodded, leaning her cheek against his hand. Let's pray they're safe wherever they are. And that someday soon this war ends so we can go home. Ned let a short silence pass, then helped her to her feet, guiding her toward the bed. The day had been long and cold, and both needed what rest they could find. Yet in the darkness, as the candle guttered out, Ned lay awake for a while, imagining Bran venturing into the far north, Rickon in tow, two boys forced to grow up in an unforgiving world. He prayed that the old gods would guide them all. At dawn, he rose to the sound of horns in the courtyard, a half-muffled call in the swirling snow. Dressing quickly, he made his way down the spiral steps to find a fresh dusting of white covering the stones. Robb was already outside, conferring with several bannermen around a pair of riders who looked half-frozen. They've come from the west, Robb said, catching sight of Ned. Riders for House Bolton, but with tidings from the Lannisters as well. Ned felt his pulse quicken. What tidings? One rider, a thin man with icicles clinging to the fringe of his hood, managed a stiff bow. My Lord Stark, your grace, the Lannisters have retreated behind the Red Lake near Oxcross. Word is they've built winter fortifications there. But the reason for my coming, some outriders found a body. They claimed it was Ser Jaime Lannister. He paused, letting the weight of that news settle. I didn't see it myself, but if it's true, it seems he may have succumbed to sickness or a wound left untreated. Robb and Ned exchanged a startled glance. Jaime Lannister had once been Robb's prisoner, only to be released in exchange for Sansa and certain promises. He'd since vanished back to King's Landing. If he was truly dead, that might change the political landscape. But Ned could not forget how slippery rumors could be. Are you certain it's him? Robb asked. The rider shrugged. I only have second-hand accounts. Men said the body wore golden armor and had Jaime's face, though the face was half-black with rot. It's possible it's a ruse, but that's the rumor in the camps. Ned pressed his lips together. The death of the Kingslayer might weaken the Lannisters' position, or it might provoke them further. We'll consider it. Thank you for bringing the news. The riders were led away for warmth and food. Ned and Robb remained in the courtyard, the snow swirling. Robb exhaled, breath misting. Could be a trick. Or it could be the truth. He was said to have been wounded more than once since returning to the field. If it's true, Tywin will be wounded by the loss of his son, and Cersei too, Ned said quietly. It might push them to peace or drive them to vengeance. One of the Karstark men, hovering nearby, spat on the snow. Good riddance if he's gone. The Kingslayer deserved no better. Ned gave the man a warning look. No matter our grudges, the realm is precarious enough. Let's see if this stirs the crown's envoys. They stepped back inside, shaking off the flakes clinging to their cloaks. Robb began drafting a raven to King's Landing to inquire whether Jaime was indeed dead. Ned asked Hallis Malin to send a small group of discreet scouts to the west to see if they could confirm anything near Oxgross. For the moment, that was all they could do. Days passed without a decisive answer, and the latest layer of snow turned the fields around Riverrun into a silent, white expanse. Patrols trudged along the roads. The deepening cold forced most armies into a stalemate, each side licking wounds, minding rations. Tywin's presence in the Westerlands remained an unquiet rumor, but so far he made no new offensive moves. The realm seemed to settle into an uneasy hush, and while many were grateful for the lull, each day also felt like a coil of tension, waiting to spring. Amid the hush, Ned found himself drawn to Sansa's side more often. He wanted to ensure she was coping with the weight of her prospective journey to the Vale in the coming spring. She spent much of her time in the castle's library or in the Solar, reading old volumes about the Vale's geography, customs, and heraldry. One afternoon, Ned joined her there, the warmth of a hearth fire contrasting with the wind rattling the window shutters. She looked up from a large tome depicting the Vale's great houses, including the Royces, the Waynwoods, the Belmores. "Father," she greeted with a small smile, "I was learning about the Gates of the Moon. Apparently, that's where the Vale Lords gather before climbing to the Eyrie." Ned sat opposite her, noticing how her hands fidgeted with a corner of the page. "You're preparing quite diligently." Her gaze dropped. "I suppose I'm trying to steel myself for what might come. If I must go there, it's better to know what to expect." Ned nodded, reaching to cover her hand gently. "I'm proud of your resolve, but remember, we haven't pledged this marriage yet. We're only exploring it because Lisa demands it. If the arrangement is too painful, we'll find another path." Her eyes shone with complicated emotion. "I know, but so many people have died already or suffered. If my betrothal can help bind the Vale to us, that might stop another wave of bloodshed. I keep remembering how King Joffrey was supposed to be my betrothed once, and how I believed the songs. This time I have no illusions, but I can't just run away." Ned's throat tightened. He thought of how Arya had run, how Sansa had been forced to endure King's Landing alone. "You've grown stronger through the hardships," he said softly, "but that doesn't mean you must sacrifice your life if there's a better way. We'll see how negotiations develop. Perhaps Lisa will accept a different arrangement to keep the Vale in our alliance. Or perhaps Robert Arryn will prove kinder than we expect." She gave a faint nod and closed the book. "I'm not entirely hopeless. My aunt may be difficult, but the Vale itself is beautiful, they say. And I do want peace. I want the war to end so we can see Arya again, and maybe Bran and Rickon. And Mother can go home to Winterfell without fear." Ned offered her a gentle smile, feeling both pride and sorrow. "I want that too." Later that evening, another raven arrived, this one from the Eyrie itself. Lisa Arryn had sent a short message congratulating them on their sagacious management of the Boltons and inquiring if it might be feasible for Sansa to travel sooner to the Vale, perhaps even in the latter half of winter. She insinuated that a small party could make the trek by ship, avoiding the worst roads. In return, she'd promise a larger deployment of Vale Knights in the spring to help push the Lannisters out of the Riverlands for good. Robb read it with Ned and Catelyn in a small chamber. Catelyn's mouth tightened. She always pushes for more, and she wants to whisk Sansa away at once. Ned's brow furrowed. Travel by sea is risky, especially with the Ironborn raiding. Besides, I wouldn't subject Sansa to a winter voyage unless it was absolutely necessary. Robb tapped the parchment. "We might stall her, say the roads to the nearest port are blocked by snow. Or propose we hold to the original plan of waiting until spring. By then, we'll see how the realm stands." Catelyn agreed. "Yes, do that. We can't just hand Sansa over because Lisa demands it." Even if we trust her, she stopped, letting her silence convey the obvious. They could not trust Lisa that far. Thus they penned a polite but firm reply, explaining that winter conditions prevented safe passage, that Sansa would be ready to journey in the warmer season, and that the alliance would remain secure in the meantime. The letter was dispatched by a Vale messenger who had lingered at Riverrun. Ned guessed Lisa might grumble, but the truth was she still needed them as much as they needed her. As the days rolled on, the midwinter gloom pressed deeper. Lords from the Riverlands trickled in and out of Riverrun, bringing small tidings or requests for help. Some had faced marauding bands of Sellswords or leftover Lannister stragglers still scrounging for food in the burnt countryside. Robb doled out men where he could, mindful that each new patrol risked traveling icy roads and losing horses to the cold. Over and over, Ned heard the same refrain: the land is exhausted. The people starve. The war must end. One morning, a message arrived from King's Landing at last, responding to Robb's refusal of a parley in the city. The letter proposed Harrenhal in early spring with mutual pledges of safety. Marjorie Tyrell's signature, appended to Joffrey's, was more than a mere formality. It implied that the Tyrells indeed wanted a seat at these talks. Cersei's name also appeared, though her style was Queen Regent, with no mention of rightful Baratheon rule. War's chaos had not undone her pride. In council, Robb read the letter aloud to a small group: Ned, Catelyn, Brynden Tully, Edmure Tully, and a scattering of Northern Bannermen. Roose Bolton was present as well, having remained at Riverrun under close watch ever since Ramsay's execution. The Vale Knights sent by Lisa were also in attendance. The Great Hall's torches flickered on old stone tapestries, giving the hush a tense edge. "A parley at Harrenhal," Robb summed up. "In spring, once the worst of the cold passes. They promise safe conduct for me and my party. In return, we are to allow Lannister Tyrell envoys safe passage across the Trident." Edmure let out a soft huff of laughter. "Harrenhal sits in the heart of the Riverlands. They ask us for safe passage in land we hold. A bold request." Brynden Tully's arms were crossed. "If they come with a great force, it could be more than a parley, it could be an occupation. Harrenhal is large enough to hide an army in its ruins." Roose Bolton's quiet voice cut through. "Or they mean it sincerely. War has turned sour for them. If Tywin cannot break your lines, he may be forced to retreat. The Tyrells might prefer to salvage their position with minimal more bloodshed." Ned regarded Bolton with caution. "You almost sound eager for a peace with the Lannisters." Bolton smiled thinly. "I merely observe, Lord Stark. The North is battered, the Riverlands near ruin, the Vale perched uncertainly. If you manage to carve out a treaty that grants you independence or near enough, House Bolton will stand to benefit as well. Why fight further if you can be recognized as kings in the North?" Catelyn's eyes flicked to Robb, and Ned saw a moment of unspoken tension. Bolton had a point. The cost of continuing the war to its bitter end could be monstrous. If real independence could be negotiated without more pitched battles, it might be the realm's best hope. Yet trusting the Lannisters was never wise, nor was trusting Roose Bolton's easy talk. Robb set the letter aside. "We'll send a cautious acceptance. Harrenhal is not ideal, but if the snow still covers the roads too thickly by spring's first months, we can propose a slight delay or insist on an exact date. We'll come with enough men to secure ourselves. Perhaps we can bring some Vale Knights as well. The Tyrell presence might keep Joffrey and Cersei in check." Brynden Tully gave a curt nod. "We've time to prepare. Harrenhal or no, we must not be lured into a trap." Thus decided, they penned another response, playing for time. Winter still had a firm grip on the land, and Harrenhal remained half a ruin, half a fortress, a giant question mark looming over any negotiations. But it was the first real sign that the crown might truly want a settlement. In the lull of those cold weeks, Ned busied himself with reorganizing the scattered forces around Riverrun. Roose Bolton made a show of sending aid to local villages, providing salted fish and some grain from the Dreadfort stores. He earned a wary gratitude from the Riverlords, though many whispered that he was simply buying goodwill after Ramsay's horrors. Meanwhile, the Vale Knights tried to cooperate with northern patrols, forging at least a surface camaraderie. Day by day, the snow piled higher, muffling the roads. During one of these daily patrol briefings, Ned took an hour to walk the ramparts with Mira and Jojen Reed, who had stayed through winter. Their crannogmen shared stories of the Neck and occasionally scouted for the Watchers near Moat Cailin. Mira pointed out fresh footprints on a lower parapet, a cat or possibly a small fox that had slipped in from the wild. Jojen gazed at the drifting snow in a thoughtful silence. Ned found their presence reassuring, reminding him of the old loyalties that bound the North together even as war tested them. Sometimes he ventured to ask if Jojen had any more green dreams about Bran, but Jojen would only shake his head, saying the future was in flux. The boy's eyes held depths that unnerved even Ned, who was not easily shaken. Weeks slipped by, measured by the slow passage of the sun in a pale sky. Men counted rations carefully. Horses grew lean. On a bitterly cold night near the turn of the year, a ruckus in the courtyard drew everyone's attention. Ned threw on a cloak and hurried out, half expecting some Bolton mischief or a messenger from the Lannisters. Instead, he found a small group of riders at the gates, half frozen but brandishing a banner that made his heart jolt. The Night's Watch Black Field with the White Tower. The watchers at the gate parted, allowing the men in. Their leader, dismounting stiffly, wore the all-black garb of the watch, though it was ragged at the edges. He raised weary eyes to Ned. "Lord Stark," he said, voice raspy, "I carry an urgent message from the Lord Commander at Castle Black. The watch begs your aid." Ned's breath caught. He had dreaded this possibility. "Speak." The man shivered. "I am called Jon Slater. The Lord Commander, forgive me, I do not name him, as, well, your son, Jon Snow, is among the Rangers beyond the wall. We fear something is stirring. The wildlings gather in great numbers under a self-styled king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, and the watch is outnumbered. But that's not all. Our patrols speak of dead things in the woods." His voice trembled. "We do not know what they are, only that they kill and they do not stay dead." The courtyard went eerily silent. Ned felt a chill not born of the weather. He recalled old stories, the things that lurked beyond the wall. He forced his voice to remain steady. "I've heard rumors. I thought them old wives' tales. The watch believed so too at first," the ranger said. "But we have lost men to these creatures. We see a horde of wildlings amassing, thousands strong. The Lord Commander sends ravens to every corner of the realm, pleading for men, for supplies. If the wall is overrun, the North will be first to suffer." A quiet dread washed through Ned. All his life, he had known the words "winter is coming," but he had rarely imagined the true horror that might accompany a winter in which the old nightmares rose again. "I'll see what can be done," he said, though his mind raced with the pressing chaos of a kingdom at war. "Come inside, warm yourself. We'll speak more." The ranger nodded, relief flickering in his eyes. Ned guided him to the hall, where Robb, Catelyn, and the others soon gathered to hear the news. The hall's torches illuminated the ranger's gaunt face as he repeated his tale of wildlings massing, corpses that walked, and the precarious position of the Night's Watch. He ended with a final, hushed plea. "Lord Commander Mormont begs the lords of Westeros to remember their ancient vows. The watch stands sentinel for the realm. But we are too few." Robb's face was grim. "Our war with the Lannisters has drained our coffers and our men. Yet we cannot ignore the threat beyond the wall. The living dead, by the gods, it sounds like a child's terror, but I've heard the rumors from other travelers too. Could we spare a few hundred men, at least? Or supplies?" Ned's thoughts turned to the fractious alliances. If we strip men from the Riverlands now, Tywin might exploit it. Or the Ironborn. But this may be the realm's true danger. The old stories taught us the White Walkers were real once, centuries ago. If they return, his voice trailed off, and he felt a chill just speaking the words. Catelyn placed a hand on Robb's arm. "We swore to protect our people above all. If the wall falls, the entire North could be overrun. Not just lords and armies, but small folk in every village." Roose Bolton, standing at a distance, cleared his throat. "Perhaps you could request that your new Vale allies send some men. Or the Karstarks. They are famed for their abiding loyalty to the Watch. So long as it does not cripple us here." Edmure Tully spoke up. "If the threat is as dire as the ranger says, the entire realm should rally. Not just the North. We might use this as leverage in the upcoming parley with King's Landing. Demand that the crown contribute forces to the wall as they did in older days." Ned nodded, gleaning a kernel of sense in that. "Yes, the realm as a whole once recognized the Watch's importance. We can make it part of our negotiation. No matter our dispute with the Lannisters, we stand on the same side of the wall, which must not fall." He turned to the ranger. "We will do what we can. For now, rest. We'll gather supplies to send north. I promise that, eh? At least some men will ride or sail if the coasts are safe." Jon Slater bowed, relief shining in his tired gaze. "Castle Black thanks you. And your son, Jon Snow, if he still lives, he is out there, among the Rangers. He fights bravely. We pray he returns." Ned swallowed back a surge of emotion. "Yes. So do I." The next day, Ned and Robb convened a meeting with their key bannermen and the Vale Knights. They explained the dire news from the Watch, the possibility that unimaginable foes lurked beyond the wall. Many were skeptical, others were superstitious, frightened, or uneasy. But after much debate, they agreed that ignoring the Night's Watch could be a fatal mistake. If the war paused over winter anyway, then sending a modest contingent north might not cripple them. Sourcing supplies was harder. The Riverlands had been ravaged and the North's granaries were battered by raids and the occupation. Yet they set about collecting what wheat, salted meats, and furs they could spare. Roose Bolton volunteered to have the Dread Fort send some supplies as well, a gesture Ned found suspiciously cooperative, but still better than nothing. Within a fortnight, a small caravan was ready to depart for the Neck, where it could hopefully move north through Moat Catelyn, then up the King's Road if the snow allowed. 100 men escorted it, half from the Karstarks, half from the Vale Knights, plus a smattering of others. At the last moment, Ned considered going himself, but Robb persuaded him otherwise. "We need you here to steer the realm's negotiations, Father. The men can deliver your message to the Watch. Let them know we are not forsaking them." Ned yielded, though he hated the idea that Jon was so close to danger and might not even know his father still lived. As the caravan departed, a hush fell over Riverrun. The watchers in the courtyard gazed after the wagons creaking through the snow, each loaded with sacks of grain or casks of black salt pork. It felt like a faint echo of the North's old vow: the Night's Watch always came first. Better to stand together against the threat beyond the wall than to squabble among themselves. Yet the war still simmered. More letters arrived from King's Landing about the proposed parley. The date was set for the start of spring, assuming roads were passable. They wanted a fortnight of open truce around Harrenhal, with the Tyrell banners guaranteeing the crown's good faith. Joffrey's name was scrawled, but Ned suspected it was Margaery or her father, Mace Tyrell, who actually arranged it. Or possibly Cersei, forced to show reason after repeated defeats. The letter ended with a flourish: "Let this war end in an accord for the good of the realm." Robb read it and muttered, "We'll see how genuine they are. But we'll keep to our end. We'll go to Harrenhal if the snows melt enough." The realm waited for that thaw with a mixture of dread and hope. Outside Riverrun's walls, the ice thickened on the rivers and the land slumbered beneath a white blanket. Scouts occasionally reported the distant presence of Tywin's men or Ire-born reavers near the northern coasts, but none tried a grand offensive in the grip of winter. Fires burned day and night in the castle hearths. The living endured and the dead waited. In that lull, Ned had time to reflect on the shape of his life. He spent more moments with Catelyn, walking the battlements or simply sitting by the library fire, reminiscing on their earlier years, the births of their children, the simpler times at Winterfell. He found himself telling her stories he'd once kept locked away, memories of the Tower of Joy, of King Robert's rebellion, how he had never wanted to be a hero only to protect his family. She listened with a calm sadness, stroking his hand. They were not young anymore, war had seen to that. But in these quiet interludes, they clung to each other and remembered why they fought so hard. Sansa, for her part, continued to lend her hand to the castle's daily tasks. She wrote letters to certain Riverlords' wives, encouraging them to hold faith through the winter. She helped Edmure organize the distribution of bread from Riverrun stores. And sometimes Ned would find her in the Godwood or the Sept, kneeling in prayer. He would kneel beside her in the Godwood, feeling the presence of the old oaks, missing the heart tree that Winterfell's Godwood possessed. She would look at him with quiet resolve, and he would give her a small nod. They drew strength from each other's presence, father and daughter. As the sun began to climb a little higher in the sky each day, dripping meltwater from the ramparts, rumors of an early thaw stirred. Soldiers stomped their boots on muddy slush in the courtyards. By degrees, word came that the roads south of Harrenhal were passable, if treacherous. The crown's envoys asked if King Robb intended to honor the spring parley. Robb decided that yes, they would. Ned, too, would attend, though neither would go unguarded. The Vale Knights would march alongside them, along with a force of Northmen and Riverlanders. Enough to deter treachery, or so they hoped. Preparations began in earnest. Catelyn would remain behind to manage Riverrun, keep the region stable in the king's absence. Sansa asked if she should come, but Ned and Robb both agreed it was safer for her to remain at the castle. If negotiations went well, they'd send for her once they had a clearer sense of peace. Sansa did not argue, though Ned sensed her relief. King's Landing still haunted her memories. Amid the bustle, a dispatch arrived from the watchers near the wall. The caravan had reached Castle Black, battered by snowdrifts but intact. The supplies were gratefully received, and the Watch had sent a letter of thanks. Jon Snow still lived, last seen ranging with a party led by Qhorin Hahand. Ned's heart eased somewhat, learning that Jon endured. The message ended with a final plea: the threat grows. We cannot hold them alone. It seemed the realm might soon have to face that threat with more than just a token gesture, but for the moment, the parley overshadowed all. If the war continued unabated, no one would have men or will to help the Watch. Ned carried this worry with him as he and Robb mustered their forces for the journey to Harrenhal. Roose Bolton, with unnerving politeness, offered to remain behind in the Riverlands to guard against any Lannister surprise or to ride forth if trouble arose. His manner indicated complete loyalty, yet Ned remained cautious. Still, letting Bolton come to Harrenhal might be even riskier. So they accepted Bolton's vow to watch over the region. If it was loyalty or some scheme, only time would tell. When at last the day came for departure, the snow had receded enough that the roads were churned mud. The men marched out from Riverrun in columns, the direwolf of House Stark, the Trout of Tully, the Moon and Falcon of the Vale, each banner drooping in the damp air. The procession snaked across the countryside, crossing half-iced rivers by half-collapsed bridges. Small folk peered from huts, uncertain whether this heralded salvation or more war. But no Lannister host appeared to bar their path. The realm, for once, seemed to hold its breath. Ned rode beside Robb at the head of the column. They wore cloaks lined with fur, for the chill still nipped even as the sun climbed higher. Hallis Malin, the Blackfish, and Karstark knights formed part of the vanguard. Behind them lumbered wagons of provisions, a handful of siege engines in case treachery forced a fight, and rank upon rank of spearmen. The line stretched for miles, joined partway by more Vale lords who had wintered in the Riverlands. They carried with them a cautious sense of possibility. Could this truly be the moment the war ended? Each camp they made along the route was a swirl of activity, but tension lurked in every shadow. Scouts combed the nearby hills for sign of Lannister cavalry. None appeared. One night, as Ned warmed his hands by a brazier, Brynden Tully approached and murmured, "It's almost too quiet. Tywin is cunning. He might wait until we're at Harrenhal to spring a trap." Ned met his eyes. "Then we must remain ready." Within a fortnight, they reached the outskirts of Harrenhal. The vast, blackened towers loomed against a cloudy sky, the castle's melted stone an ominous testament to dragonfire from centuries past. The surroundings were bleak marshy flats, dotted with half-dead trees and pools of stagnant water. The old causeway leading to Harrenhal's gates had fallen into disrepair, riddled with cracks and weeds. As Ned surveyed it from a distance, a chill traced his spine. If ever there was a cursed place, this was it. Awaiting them along the approach was a line of banners. The Lion of House Lannister. The Rose of House Tyrell, and, surprisingly, the Baratheon Stag, though in gold on a red field indicating Joffrey's claimed heraldry. Armed men stood at attention, forming a corridor of watchers. Ned recognized the glint of gold cloaks among them, some from King's Landing, presumably. Near the open gates, flags of truce rippled in the wind. Robb signaled for their columns to halt at a strategic distance. The next moments felt as if they moved through half-frozen water. Ned and Robb advanced slowly, each with a small retinue of knights, while the Crown's delegation came forward likewise. Ned's eyes picked out the regal stance of Cersei Lannister, her golden hair bound beneath a warm cowl, her face pale but composed. Beside her, Joffrey stood in fine furs, his chin raised. Margaery Tyrell lingered to one side, draped in a cloak embroidered with golden roses. Ser Loras Tyrell stood near her, watchful. Other figures jostled behind them, Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Varys in a thick mantle, and a handful of Tyrell bannermen. No sign of Tywin, which might be a relief or a warning. Robb and Joffrey locked eyes. Ned felt the tension coil so tight it threatened to snap. This was the Boy King who had tormented Sansa and nearly executed Ned on the steps of the Great September. Robb's anger simmered beneath the surface, but he had the discipline to keep it in check. Cersei broke the silence first, her voice carrying a faint tremor. "We stand under truce. King Joffrey and Queen Margaery greet the king in the north. May our talks bring an end to these hostilities." Robb's expression was stone. "For the good of the realm, we come. Do you speak with your father's authority, Queen Regent? Or does Lord Tywin absent himself from peace as he did from war?" Cersei's eyes flashed. "My father commands in the west, as is his duty. We do not need him here to treat with you. His counsel is known to us." Joffrey cut in, voice pitched. "I am the king, not my grandsire. If I say there shall be peace, then peace shall be." Margaery Tyrell offered a conciliatory smile. "We have come with sincere hopes, King Robb. Let us not quarrel before we even enter Harrenhal." Ned observed her carefully, young, poised, delicate features that masked a keen intelligence. She might be the best chance at forging a real settlement. "Agreed," Ned said evenly, stepping forward. "We accept the Crown's courtesy. Will you allow our men to camp safely beyond the moat?" Cersei inclined her head. "We will. Harrenhal is large enough to house the principal lords and their attendants. The rest may remain in your own encampment. We have stationed men of the Tyrell household to ensure no trouble befalls either side. Shall we proceed?" And so they entered the cursed castle, the wind moaning through broken towers overhead. The long approach took them across weed-choked courtyards where enormous gargoyles loomed. Parts of the castle had collapsed, black stone melted in lumps from Aegon's dragons centuries ago. Still, enough walls and halls remained intact to host a grim semblance of a court. Lannister guards in red cloaks stood watch at corners. Tyrell men in simpler garb with rose badges also present. Tension crackled in every corridor. They gathered in what might once have been Harrenhal's great banquet hall, though half the roof was scorched timbers. Repair crews had covered gaps with canvas, letting in watery sunlight. Tables were arranged in a horseshoe, with seats for the Crown's delegation on one side, the Northern and Riverland lords on the other. The Tyrells placed themselves somewhat in the middle, Marjorie and Loras at the fore. Joffrey took a seat on a dais, fidgeting with a jeweled dagger at his belt. Cersei stood close, wearing a taut expression. When all were settled, Robb rose. The hush was almost complete, save for the distant flap of canvas overhead. "I am Robb of House Stark and Tully, King in the North, King of the Trident. I come to hear what you offer to end this war." Joffrey squirmed as if uncertain how to speak. Then Marjorie placed a calming hand on his arm, and Cersei gave him a nod. Joffrey cleared his throat. That is, the Crown recognizes that blood has been shed on both sides. We desire to restore peace and unity to the Seven Kingdoms. If you and your lords will renew your fealty to me as your rightful king, I shall grant pardons, release your sister Sansa. He stopped, realizing Sansa was no longer captive. He scowled. Or I would have, if she were still in King's Landing. Robb's lips curved in a bitter smirk. My sister is safe. Find another token for your generosity. Cersei interjected smoothly. Yes, Lady Sansa left our care. That matter is moot. However, the principle stands. If the North bends the knee, we can discuss broad amnesties, the restoration of your lands, and the cessation of hostilities. Is that not enough? Robb inhaled, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. My lords declared me king in the North because you beheaded my father, or nearly so, he corrected, glancing at Ned, and terrorized my sisters. You forced this war upon us. Cersei's face hardened. Your father was found guilty of treason. He conspired. Enough. Ned's voice rang out, surprising even himself with its firmness. You all know the falsehoods that led to that fiasco. I was no traitor. I came south to be Hand of the King, to serve your late husband, Robert Baratheon, with loyalty. You and your family orchestrated half-truths and manipulations that ended in bloodshed. That is the truth. Now we're past that. Let us speak of the realm's future, not its past. A murmur spread across the hall. Joffrey bristled, but Marjorie Tyrell intervened with a soothing tone. Yes, let us look ahead. The Crown acknowledges mistakes were made. We cannot undo them, but we can pledge to do better. Westeros bleeds. If we keep fighting, the Ironborn will raid unchecked, the Night's Watch will wither, and winter's storms will claim countless souls. We must find compromise. Ned studied Marjorie. If she was sincere, perhaps they had a chance. Robb spoke then, his voice resolute. We have no desire to subject the North or the Riverlands to Southern rule again. We will not kneel to Joffrey. But that need not mean endless war. We propose the Crown recognize the North as a free kingdom. We will sign a mutual defense pact, no hostilities, open trade, and we remain allies against any external threats. That is our price for peace. Silence followed. Cersei's knuckles whitened on the table's edge. Joffrey gaped as if he'd been slapped. Marjorie's eyes flicked from them to Loras Tyrell. Grand Maester Pycelle sputtered. Preposterous. The Seven Kingdoms cannot be severed in it. Marjorie raised a hand, quieting him. She addressed Robb, her voice carefully measured. An independent North is a radical request, Your Grace. The Iron Throne has held dominion since Aegon's conquest. Breaking the precedent would be significant. What do you offer in return? Robb met her gaze steadily. We offer an end to the bloodshed. No more battles, no more armies burned. We'll keep the Ironborn in check on our northern coasts. We can even promise that if the realm is threatened by some external force, be it Associ invaders or the rumored dangers beyond the wall, we will stand with you as allies. But the North will not bow again. We are done with that. A hush. Ned observed the Tyrell lords exchanging uneasy looks. Cersei's lips twisted in frustration. Joffrey said, "Never. The North is mine. I am the king and I will not let traitors." "Joffrey," Marjorie murmured, leaning toward him. The boy king glowered but fell silent. She turned to Ned. "Lord Stark, pardon, you prefer we address you as Lord Stark or a?" "I am Lord of Winterfell," Ned said. "My son is king in the North. You can address me as you will, Lady Marjorie." She inclined her head. "Very well, Lord of Winterfell. Is there truly no arrangement in which the North returns to the crown's authority, if only nominally? Would you accept, for instance, a separate title, Warden of the North, with near autonomy but still under the throne? That was how it was under the Targaryens and Baratheons. Your father and your ancestors were wardens." Ned glanced at Robb, remembering how this war had begun with the North's outrage at the crown's betrayal. "That is a question for my son to answer. But we have come too far, lost too much to kneel again. The lords of the North crowned Robb. They will not accept less than a truly free kingdom." Marjorie exhaled. "That is a challenge. Yet perhaps it's not impossible. If your independence does not weaken the crown's rule over the rest of Westeros, maybe we can find terms that do not humiliate the Iron Throne." Cersei hissed, "Humiliate? We are the rightful rulers." "Peace requires give and take," Marjorie said firmly, though her tone remained polite. "If the North stands united behind Robb Stark, do we want to wage war until the realm collapses, or do we want an accord that leaves us free to handle other crises?" Joffrey's face twisted. He spoke in a petulant snarl. "They murdered my men, defied my rule, kidnapped my betrothed." Ned felt his ire rise. "Joffrey, I recall you threatening to kill my daughter in front of the entire court. Let us not pretend you were blameless." Robb placed a cautionary hand on Ned's arm, reminding him not to let anger sabotage negotiations. Marjorie seemed to sense the tension. She spoke swiftly, addressing all. "We must find a path. Let us form smaller committees, trusted men and women from both sides, to refine potential terms. The realm needs stability. I speak for House Tyrell, and we are prepared to consider the North's special status if it leads to true peace. Perhaps we can craft a treaty guaranteeing trade rights, border definitions, and mutual defense. The crown can still style itself overlord, but your practical autonomy stands. Something akin to how Dorne once joined the realm by unique treaty many generations ago." Cersei's eyes narrowed, but she did not immediately refute the comparison. Robb and Ned exchanged a look. Dorne had indeed kept many of its own laws and customs when it joined the Seven Kingdoms, though it had done so voluntarily. If the North could secure a similar arrangement, it might be enough. They would remain nominally part of a realm while truly governing themselves. The difference was that their lords had already hailed Robb as king, not prince. After a moment, Robb inclined his head. "We will listen to proposals along those lines. But let it be clear, the North will not accept a mere warden's leash. If you want an alliance, we must be treated as equals." Marjorie nodded, turning to her retinue. "We'll draft initial proposals for a formal alliance with a semi-sovereign North recognized by the crown. In exchange, you'll refrain from expansion beyond your borders, honor trade pacts, and stand with the crown if foreign threats arise. We can also address the rightful status of the Riverlands." Edmure Tully rose. "The Riverlands are part of the North's domain now. Our lords declared Robb their king as well. If you want peace, you must respect our choice." Marjorie did not flinch, though Loras Tyrell frowned. "That may be more complicated. The Riverlands have historically been sworn to the crown as well. If you break the Riverlands away from the throne, half the realm's breadbasket vanishes from southern control. House Tyrell would have concerns about grain supply, for instance." Robb said, "The Riverlands have bled at the hands of the Lannisters. They chose me, but I'm not blind. We can discuss trade concessions. We have no wish to starve anyone, but the Riverlands will not kneel to King's Landing ever again." Tension crackled anew. Marjorie again pressed for a break, suggesting they form separate committees to hammer out details. The gatherers in the half-ruined hall agreed, if only to keep the fragile progress from collapsing into shouts. That day's session ended with an uneasy sense of possibility. They would remain at Harrenhal for as long as it took to see if real terms could be reached or until someone's temper snapped. That night, Ned retreated to a chamber assigned to him in one of Harrenhal's less damaged towers. It was drafty, with cracks in the walls that let in the night chill. Torches in iron sconces flickered, casting dancing shadows on the melted stone. Catelyn was not here, of course, having stayed at Riverrun, so he had only his own thoughts for company. Weariness dragged at him. The negotiations had begun, but they were precarious. He needed a moment of calm. Stepping out onto a narrow balcony, he looked over the courtyard below where torches revealed the mingling of northern and crown soldiers, each group wary of the other. In the distance, black silhouettes of Harrenhal's monstrous towers clawed at the sky. The smell of damp ash and stagnant water clung to everything. He reflected on how war had brought them to this cursed castle, yet if it yielded peace, perhaps Harrenhal might finally serve a purpose beyond ruin. A shuffle of footsteps behind him caused him to turn. At the threshold stood Margaery Tyrell, cloaked in dark wool, her cheeks flushed from the chill. She inclined her head in a polite gesture. "Lord Stark, forgive the intrusion. I asked one of your guards where I might find you." Ned raised an eyebrow. "Lady Margaery, you are out late. Does your kingly husband not mind?" She let out a small, ironic laugh. "Joffrey and his mother are conferring with Lord Varys. I doubt they'll miss me for a time. I came to speak plainly if you will permit it." Ned stepped aside, allowing her room on the balcony. "Speak. I owe you thanks for your diplomatic approach today. I know it cannot be easy to propose letting the North remain free." She looked out at the gloom, arms folded. "I've come to realize the Lannisters have brought House Tyrell into a war that benefits no one. My father, Mace, believes we stand on the winning side, but I see no real victors here. The realm starves, winter intensifies, and your king in the north has proven formidable. If we keep fighting, we may all lose." She turned her gaze to Ned. "So I will do my best to broker something workable. But I must be frank, Cersei loathes the idea of letting you remain truly independent. Joffrey sees it as an insult to his pride. If they block me, I'll push from another angle, but it will take time." Ned studied her, seeing a young woman sharper than most realized. "I appreciate your candor. I, too, am not blind to the complexities. My son is set on the North's freedom, as are his lords. We will not budge on that. But we're willing to consider a nominal tie to the crown if it ensures genuine autonomy. That might be the best hope." She nodded. "Yes, exactly. Something akin to Dorne's treaty. Yet you must understand, even that will not come easily. Lannister pride is massive. They'll demand assurances, trade, no expansion, perhaps a symbolic homage. I cannot promise how Joffrey will react." Ned found himself unexpectedly grateful for her forthrightness. "We'll consider a symbolic act if it spares further bloodshed, but only if it does not invalidate what Robb has become to our people. We also have other concerns. The threat beyond the wall is no idle tale. The Night's Watch begs for men. If we remain locked in southern war, who will guard the realm's northern frontier?" She lowered her gaze briefly. "I've heard whispers of these, undead. Most in King's Landing laugh it off. But you believe it?" Ned sighed. "I do. Enough to send men and supplies. I can't force you or your father to believe. But if the White Walkers of legend do walk again, we'll need the entire realm prepared." Margaery studied him thoughtfully. "I'll keep that in mind. If it's real, then all the more reason to end this civil war quickly." A pause, then she managed a small, sincere smile. "Lord Stark, I hope we can bring this to a close. For the sake of all who have suffered." He inclined his head. "As do I. You have my thanks." She departed then, footsteps fading into the corridor. Ned remained a while longer on the balcony, letting the cold air clear his thoughts. Perhaps Margaery Tyrell was the key. Perhaps not. But he would not squander the chance. Too many lives hung on what happened in Harrenhal's dark halls. In the days that followed, committees formed. Edmure Tully, Brynden Tully, and Ned sat opposite Pycelle, Varys, and certain Tyrell lords. They haggled over boundaries, trade clauses, and the question of the Riverlands' loyalty. Meanwhile, Robb argued with Loras Tyrell and a group of crown lawyers about the nature of oaths. Joffrey rarely attended these sessions, leaving them to Margaery and Cersei. Cersei was prickly, yet seemed to fear losing Tyrell's support if she stormed out. So negotiations inched forward. Slowly, a shape emerged. The crown might recognize a separate kingdom of the North and Trident. So long as trade routes were guaranteed, tithes or tariffs might be paid on certain goods, and the new kingdom did not expand beyond the boundaries it held. The Riverlands would also be recognized as part of Robb's domain, though some border keeps near the Crownlands were disputed. Meanwhile, the crown insisted on ceremonial homage from Robb once a generation, a mere symbolic gesture of friendship. Robb resisted at first but then relented, seeing it might be a harmless ritual if it ended the war. They also demanded the safe release and return of any Lannister or Crown prisoners. The Starks demanded the same for Northerners still languishing in Crown dungeons, though few remained since Ned had spirited Sansa out. The biggest snag was whether the Crown would call Robb a king or something lesser. Margaery argued for calling him King in the North. But Cersei bridled at that. One morning, another snag emerged. The Lannisters demanded the Tully words family, duty, honor remain subservient to House Targaryen's old claim that the Riverlands were conquered lands. Edmure nearly exploded, retorting that the Targaryens were gone, and the Lannisters had no rightful claim. Ned smoothed the exchange with help from Marjorie, but tensions ran high. It was a reminder that old slights and feudal claims could derail everything. Through it all, Joffrey appeared now and then, glowering from his dais, occasionally erupting into childish demands. Cersei tried to placate him. Marjorie tried to charm him. The assembled lords mostly ignored him. Ned watched the boy with a cold sense of finality. This child was the one who had threatened Sansa's life, nearly had Ned beheaded, and begun a war. Now he played at being a magnanimous king, when in truth he was a cornered beast. But if swallowing that bitterness brought peace, Ned would do so. On the 5th night of negotiations, after hours of bickering over trade terms, Marjorie suggested a recess. Robb, Ned, and a few others retreated to a smaller antechamber lined with dusty tapestries. A single candelabrum burned on a table, illuminating the gloom. Robb sank onto a bench, rubbing his temples. "They act as if each minor point is life or death," he muttered. "We can't make a treaty if every clause leads to a new argument." Ned sighed, resting his hand on the back of a moth-eaten chair. "We have to persist. This is what peace truly looks like. Endless details, each one a wound to someone's pride. Still, we've come farther than I expected. Cersei is desperate not to lose Tyrell's support. That's our leverage." Edmure Tully paced near a sagging tapestry depicting a dragon. "If this yields a free North and Riverlands, even nominally, it might be worth it. But gods, it's painful. I'm not sure how many more times I can hear Pycelle drone about feudal precedents." Brynden Tully gave a humorless chuckle. "We have to endure. For the small folk if nothing else. The lands are ravaged. Let the quills fight instead of the swords." Robb nodded tiredly. "Tomorrow, we tackle the matter of who sits on the Iron Throne after Joffrey. They want to ensure no inheritance claims by the Starks. As if we want that wretched seat." Ned gave him a faint, wry smile. "We do not. Let them keep their Iron Throne. We only want the North." A knock sounded at the door. It was one of Robb's guards announcing that Marjorie Tyrell requested a private meeting with Robb and Ned. They exchanged glances, then agreed. When Marjorie slipped in, she wore a hooded cloak over her sumptuous gown, giving her an air of quiet secrecy. She glanced around the chamber, saw only the Tullus and the guard. "I'll be brief," she said. "My uncle Garland Tyrell has arrived discreetly. He carries a proposal from my father, Mace Tyrell, who remains in Highgarden. My father wishes to ensure that if we concede the North its freedom, House Tyrell's influence in the South remains unchallenged. Specifically, we want your pledge not to ally with Dorne if any conflict arises between the Reach and Dorne in future." Edmure let out a soft snort. "They want to guarantee you won't side with the Dornish? That's a bit forward. Dorne is far from the North. Why would you even intervene?" Marjorie sighed. "Likely we wouldn't. But my father is protective. He sees the alliance with the Lannisters as tenuous. If the crown fractures, he fears a new wave of chaos that might pit the Reach against Dorne or the Stormlands. He wants the North to remain out of any southern squabbles, or at least not to side with our rivals." Robb frowned. "We have no interest in southern quarrels. We just want to be left alone." Marjorie smiled. "Precisely. If that's the case, agreeing to a neutrality pact regarding Dorne should cost you nothing, but it would soothe my father's anxieties." Ned rubbed his chin. "It might be a small concession. The North has no reason to meddle in the Reach-Dorne rivalry. But I worry about entangling ourselves in another oath. Could it hamper us if we need trade with Dorne, or if they face an external threat we all must stand against?" Marjorie shook her head. "That's not my father's concern. He simply wants to prevent you from forming a direct alliance with Dorne to threaten the Reach. If you're neutral, that's enough. I can present it as part of the overall settlement." Robb glanced at Ned, then shrugged. "We can pledge that if the Reach fights Dorne, the North stays out of it, provided the fight remains purely between you two. That seems fair. We want no more wars anyway." Marjorie inclined her head gratefully. "Thank you. This might help break the final barriers to an accord. I'll speak to Joffrey and Cersei about it tomorrow. Cersei might see it as beneficial to keep Dorne isolated. But let us not mention it publicly until the final draft. If the Martells get wind of it, they might cause trouble. With that, she excused herself, leaving them with another patch of complexity. Still, it seemed a workable concession. The Tullus took it in stride. Edmure said, if that's what they want, so be it. We're too far from Dorne to worry about any alliance anyway. Another day of negotiations followed. Margaery gingerly raised the neutrality pact in front of Cersei, Pycelle, and Loras. Pycelle fussed about the diplomatic ramifications, but Loras saw the advantage immediately. If the North swears to stay out of any future dispute, that's good for us, he said. Cersei eventually nodded, believing it would keep the Dornish from forging alliances with Robb. So, piece by piece, the final treaty took shape. At length, after nearly 10 days of wrangling in Harrenhal's cursed halls, a ceremony was arranged to sign a treaty of mutual peace and separate sovereignty. Robb, Edmure Tully, and a group of northern lords would sign on one side, Joffrey, Margaery Tyrell, and representatives of the crown on the other. As Ned watched the scribes lay out quills and ink on a battered table in Harrenhal's great hall, he almost couldn't believe they had reached this moment. Outside, the wind sighed through the half-ruined towers. Inside, a hush of anticipation reigned. Cersei wore a stiff expression, but she did not sabotage the final step. Joffrey sat on a plain wooden chair, no throne here. Margaery stood at his shoulder, calm and composed. Robb stood at the opposite side of the table, flanked by Ned and the Blackfish. Before them lay a thick parchment, each clause spelled out in careful detail. The crown recognized Robb Stark as king in the north and king of the Trident. The north, including the Riverlands, would enjoy full autonomy with agreed borders and no expansion beyond them. A mutual defense pact against external threats, especially the Ironborn, foreign invaders, or rumored dangers in the far north. The crown would not levy taxes upon the north or Riverlands, but trade routes would remain open, with moderate tariffs ensuring southern merchants could still pass. The North pledged neutrality in the event of a conflict between the Reach and Dorne, or any purely southern dispute not threatening the realm as a whole. King Joffrey and his successors renounced claims of direct lordship over the North and Riverlands, but the North recognized a nominal tie to the crown for diplomatic courtesy, including a symbolic homage once every generation. All prisoners exchanged or ransomed, all hostilities ceased. The war was declared ended. Ned felt a tremor inside him as he studied the lines. It was a patchwork compromise, far from perfect. But if the lords honored it, it would spare countless lives. And it would keep the North free, at least in practice, if not in some dusty genealogical scroll. He glanced at Robb, seeing the tension and resolve in his son's eyes. This was the moment. A scribe cleared his throat. The signatories may now affix their names and seals. Robb picked up a quill, dipped it in ink, and in a steady hand wrote, Robb of House Stark and Tully, King in the North, King of the Trident. He pressed the Stark seal onto a wax patch. Then he offered the quill to Joffrey. The boy king's lips curled, but Margaery whispered something encouraging, and he took the quill. In spidery script, he signed, Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, first of his name, King of the Undulls and the First Men, Protector of the Realm. He affixed the royal seal. Cersei followed, then Margaery, then the Tyrell lords, then Edmure Tully, Brynden Tully, and so forth until the parchment was crowded with names and seals. At last, the scribe announced it was complete. An uneasy ripple of applause spread through the hall. Some men from both sides relaxed their hands on sword hilts. Others looked stunned. Ned felt relief welling in him, though caution tempered it. This treaty was but parchment and ink. Still, it was more than they'd had all these years of bloodshed. Robb turned to face the hall. The war is done, he declared, voice carrying over the hush. The North stands as a free kingdom. We bear no ill will to those who follow King Joffrey. Let us put aside our swords and tend to the realm. Joffrey pushed himself to his feet. Yes, he said, though grudgingly. Peace in our time. His eyes flicked to Ned, lingering with a flash of old hatred. But Ned merely inclined his head. The boy was no friend, but that no longer mattered if the fighting ceased. Margaery Tyrell stepped forward, her voice warm. Let the realm rejoice. We have found a path to end the carnage. May the gods bless both our kingdoms. A breath of applause rose again, and men began mingling uncertainly. On the dais, Cersei exhaled as though she'd swallowed a bitter draught. She left soon after, leading Joffrey away with a swirl of red and gold cloak. Robb's banner men gathered around him, congratulating him, though their words were tinged with amazement. Edmure Tully embraced Robb and Ned in turn. Brynden Tully allowed himself a rare smile. Ned, however, could not entirely quell the swirl of thoughts in his chest. This peace was fragile. Tywin Lannister was not present. Would he honor it? The Ironborn might sense weakness. The threat beyond the wall loomed. House Bolton could still scheme. and Joffrey's temper might reignite if he felt slighted. But for now at least, the open warfare that had raged across half the realm was ended by a signature. That was worth something. By nightfall, Harrenhal's halls were lit with celebratory torches. A makeshift feast was prepared using the best supplies each side had brought. Soldiers of the North and the Crown mingled in uneasy truce. Ned caught sight of Loras Tyrell speaking politely with Hallis Malin while Tully guards shared bread with gold cloaks. The atmosphere was still tense, but it was better than the clang of swords. Marjorie presided with an air of gracious relief, toasting the new peace. Robb accepted her courtesy but kept his own counsel. Joffrey, sullen, nursed his pride with wine. Cersei eyed the Northmen as if expecting them to bear knives at any moment. Ned quietly avoided her gaze, not wishing to spark confrontation. He sipped watered wine and retreated to a corner, letting the swirling crowd pass him by. In that corner, he spotted an unexpected face, Lord Varys, the spider, hovering with a simpering smile. Varys approached and bowed smoothly. "Lord Eddard, how splendid to see you in health after all these travails. And with the stroke of a quill, you have saved many lives." Ned's response was curt. "Varys, are you satisfied with the outcome?" Varys's lips curved. "Oh, I seldom find pure satisfaction in this realm, my lord. But peace is preferable to war for the small folk if none else. I am relieved. King's Landing can now focus on feeding its people and the Whispering Wood won't soak more blood." Ned eyed him. "You had a hand in freeing me from the dungeons, if I recall. And in the chaos that followed, you vanished. Now you reappear at Harrenhal. What do you truly want?" A flicker of amusement passed over Varys's face. "Why, I want the realm stable, always. You Starks needed a chance to survive Joffrey's madness. I regret the turmoil since, but I'd like to think it all leads to fewer heads on spikes. So yes, this outcome pleases me. The North stands apart, but at least we're not drowning in blood." Ned's jaw clenched at the memory of nearly losing his head. "Then let us see if your king's mother and grandfather abide by these terms. If they break them, we will defend ourselves." "Of course," Varys said, bowing again. "I suspect that if Tywin tries to defy the treaty, he might lose the Tyrell alliance. Lady Marjorie is quite influential. One must never underestimate the Rose." Before Ned could reply, Varys slipped away into the crowd, leaving him with an unsettled Fae. Healing. The spider always had his own hidden webs. But if for once those webs served peace, Ned would not complain. Late that night, Ned found Robb sitting alone in one of Harrenhal's lesser courtyards, a place open to the starry sky. The melted towers loomed overhead, jagged silhouettes in the moonlight. Ned approached quietly, noticing how Robb's shoulders sagged as he gazed at the battered stones. "Son," Ned said softly, sitting on a fallen chunk of blackened masonry. "You did well. You ended a war that seemed hopeless." Robb let out a long breath, visible in the cold air. "I feel numb. I should be relieved, but part of me wonders if this is real. Another part wonders if we gave too much or not enough." Ned nodded in understanding. Making peace always feels uncertain. War is simpler to the proud, but it destroys everything. This treaty may not be perfect, but it gives the North freedom in all but name. That's more than we ever thought possible. Robb studied the sky. "We'll have to go home now, Rebuild. The Riverlands especially need so much help. And we must keep watch on Bolton, the Ironborn, and whatever lurks beyond the wall. Peace with the Crown doesn't end every danger." "It doesn't," Ned agreed, "but it removes the greatest threat, open war with the Iron Throne. It means fewer men will die. That matters." Robb turned to him, eyes carrying the weight of kingship. "Father, you once told me you never wanted to see me carry such a burden. Neither did I. But here I am, King of the North. If we truly get to stand free, then maybe it was worth it." Ned placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "It was, Robb. You've done what no Stark has done in centuries, broken from the Southern Throne. Let's hope we can build a future worthy of all the sacrifices." They sat in silence, father and son, letting the moonlight wash over the ruin around them. A hush covered Harrenhal except for the faint echoes of distant revelry and uneasy laughter. Tomorrow, they would gather to finalize the details, plan the next steps, returning to their lands, ensuring compliance from men across the realm. The memory of conflict would not vanish overnight, but the stark truth was that Westeros had turned a corner. Eventually, Robb rose, extended a hand to help Ned stand. They walked back toward the main keep where the night's last torches flickered. Overhead, a single star cut through the gloom. Ned allowed himself a rare sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could face the next storms, be they from the Iron Islands, the frosty heights beyond the wall, or the hidden schemes in King's Landing united and unbroken. The North had endured betrayal, near destruction, and unimaginable sorrow, but now it had survived to claim a future of its own making. and Ned Stark still lived to see it. That was miracle enough for one lifetime. They rose the next morning to find the remnants of the feast still clinging to Harrenhal's cold halls. Overturned cups, scraps of bread, a sour reek of spilled ale mingling with the musty scent of old ashes. Snowflakes drifted through ragged gaps in the ceiling, a silent reminder that no matter what human treaties were forged below, winter remained a force beyond mortal control. Eddard Stark moved with careful steps along a corridor that led to a secondary courtyard, his breath ghosting in the chill air. He felt the burden of a man who had held death at bay and lived on to play a part in shaping the realm's fragile future. Outside, the sun glinted over half-frozen marshes. Ned's boots crunched on thin ice as he crossed to where Robb stood with Brynden Tully. A handful of Stark banner men lingered nearby, rubbing their gloved hands together for warmth. A hush hung over the courtyard as if the entire fortress were holding its breath after the momentous signing of the night before. The Treaty of Mutual Peace and Separate Sovereignty stood, black ink on parchment, courtesy of uneasy compromises from all sides. Yet the ink was barely dry. Robb turned when Ned approached, inclining his head in greeting. He was dressed in a thick cloak of gray and white fur, the kingly mantle that had once seemed so odd on the shoulders of a boy. Now he wore it with somber acceptance, as though time had hammered him into shape for this role. Beside him, Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, was scowling at the broken ramparts overhead. Uncle Brynden worries Tywin might still ruin everything, Robb said by way of explanation. No sign of him yet, but Tywin Lannister's shadow always lingers. Ned joined them, looking up at the damaged walls. I can't blame him. Peace on parchment doesn't always survive the test of pride. Still, we've done what we can. If the Crown's envoys remain true to their word, the war ends here. Brynden gave a short, humorless laugh. Pride. A fine word for it. Joffrey's pride, Tywin's pride, Cersei's, all coiled like serpents. The Tyrells want to preserve the Union, and they're the real reason this treaty passed. Otherwise, we'd still be at each other's throats. Robb took in a slow breath, letting the cold fill his lungs. We'll depart Harrenhal within a day or two. No reason to linger in this cursed shell. The question is, do we return to Riverrun first, or ride straight north to see to our own seat? Ned considered. Riverrun has stood as your base of operations. Catelyn expects a report, and Edmure must be included in finalizing the local terms. It might ease everyone's mind if we show ourselves there, confirm the war is over in the Riverlands, and then proceed to the north. Unless there's urgent need at Winterfell. Brynden nodded. Walder Frey will want to see if this new arrangement changes his precious demands. The old man's always sniffing for advantage. Might be wise to reassure him, remind him the war is done and that the twins remain under your authority, King Robb. Robb grimaced. I'd sooner face a nest of vipers than Walder Frey. But you're right. The sooner he's placated, the less likely he is to do something rash. All right? We'll aim for Riverrun, though we won't tarry too long. The North has waited. Ned laid a hand on Robb's shoulder. A wise course. And after we settle matters at Riverrun, we can push on to Winterfell. The realm is large, and Winter's grip can tighten at any moment. Best we not linger in the south. A short silence fell, broken only by the wind scraping across the courtyard. Then, from a far archway, they heard the clank of armor. A pair of Tyrell guards approached, leading none other than Queen Margaery herself. She moved with measured steps, her cloak trailing across the frosty stones. The men in the courtyard bowed respectfully, though in the new arrangement, she was queen only in the south, whereas Robb was king in the north. Still, courtesy mattered if they meant to keep the alliance intact. Your Grace, Robb said politely, inclining his head. Is there something we can do for you? Marjorie's cheeks were flushed pink from the cold. She smiled, though a hint of wariness flickered in her eyes. Good morning, King Robb. Lord Stark, Lord Brynden. I came to let you know that we have begun drafting additional copies of the treaty, each to be sent by Raven to key lords throughout the realm. I hope you'll review and seal them as needed before you depart. If the realm knows the war is truly over, we can prevent isolated pockets of fighting. Robb nodded. Of course. We want no more senseless skirmishes. Show me where to sign and I'll affix my seal as many times as needed. Margaery dipped her head in thanks. I'll have the scribes attend you in the hall within the hour. She glanced around the bleak courtyard. It would be best if these announcements reached Sunspear, Storm's End, White Harbor, even the Iron Islands, if possible. Ned frowned slightly at the mention of the Iron Islands. Whether the Ironborn even honor the Crown's ravens is another matter. But we'll try. Balon Greyjoy has raided our coasts before, and I doubt a mere letter will dissuade him. Still, letting them know the North is now recognized as its own kingdom might at least warn them we stand united at home. Marjorie's expression grew grave. Indeed, the Ironborn are famously unpredictable. But if the rest of Westeros stands at peace, they will have few allies to call upon. Perhaps that alone will discourage them. She made her courtesies, then departed, her guards in tow. Brynden Tully exhaled, shaking his head. One thing at a time, indeed. Let's see these scribes. Then, if the gods are good, we can quit Harrenhal. I'll not miss it. Together, they left the courtyard and headed for the dark corridors within. One wing of the castle had been partially repaired to host these negotiations. The rest remained a labyrinth of collapsed roofs, charred timbers, and an echoing gloom that reeked of old curses. As they passed a gaping breach in a wall, Ned could see out to the weed-choked fields, once farmland, now a swamp of half-thawed mud. A single raven circled overhead, as though uncertain where to land. Inside the hall, they found a cluster of scribes setting out parchment, quills, and inks. Candles had been placed in tall iron stands to ward off the gloom. Robb settled at the large table where the final version of the treaty had been signed, and Ned stood at his side. Edmure Tully had joined them as well, anxious to see that the Riverlands portion of the text remained consistent. One by one, the scribes brought fresh pages, each enumerating the clauses in careful script. Robb read them through, then scrawled his signature and pressed the direwolf seal into drips of hot wax. Ned and Edmure did the same for the relevant passages. The hall was quiet but for the scratching of quills. In time, Joffrey himself appeared, along with Cersei and a handful of gold cloaks. Joffrey made a sour face at the tedium of signing again and again, but Marjorie, trailing after him, coaxed him to comply. Ned watched that small drama from a polite distance. He harbored no affection for the boy who had nearly killed him, but if the result was peace, he could endure the sight. Cersei, for her part, avoided meeting Ned's eyes, focusing instead on the scribes. Tension simmered like a hidden flame, but no open conflicts erupted. Eventually, with many copies sealed, Robb and Joffrey performed a short ceremony, bowing stiffly to each other in a gesture that signified the new arrangement. There were no cheers in that half-ruined hall, no shouts of joy, only a ragged sense of relief. Beyond the battered walls, the wind keened through cracks and hollows. The realm was battered too, Ned reflected, and all they'd done was put a bandage on a mortal wound. Yet sometimes a bandage was all that kept a living thing from bleeding out. Soon after, Robb directed the northern men to prepare their departure. Word spread that King in the north would leave Harrenhal within a day. Joffrey and his retinue likewise planned to return to King's Landing. The Tyrell party would accompany them, presumably to ensure Joffrey's compliance and to keep the city from chaos as it entered a new peace. Harrenhal itself would remain under a token Lannister Tyrell garrison for now. Perhaps they intended to restore the castle fully, though most said Harrenhal was hopelessly cursed. Ned busied himself packing personal belongings in the bleak chamber assigned to him. He paused by a narrow window slit, gazing down at the courtyard. He saw crowned soldiers, Tyrell men, northern knights, Riverlanders, all jostling but not fighting. It was a sight that would have been unimaginable a year before. He allowed himself a silent thanks to the old gods that he still breathed to see it. That evening, as the sun sank behind the melted towers, Ned walked the corridors again, thinking to find Robb and discuss the route they'd take back to Riverrun. Instead, he encountered an unexpected figure, Lord Varys, the spider, drifting near a half-collapsed archway. Ned's initial urge was to pass by without a word, but Varys dipped his head respectfully. "Lord Stark," he said in a hushed tone that carried along the cold stones. "We part ways on the morrow, do we not? I travel with the crown's retinue south, while you and your son ride for the Riverlands." Ned paused, regarding the eunuch with guarded eyes. "Yes. I imagine you'll have more webs to spin in King's Landing." Varys pressed his fingertips together as if praying. "Indeed, I serve the realm as best I can. Peace is fragile. One false rumor, one hidden dagger, and we might see the treaty unravel. I hope you'll remember that sometimes we must do distasteful things to preserve what good we can." Ned's mouth twitched with a scowl. "Distasteful things? You'd know about that. It was your games that saw me locked in the dungeons once before." Varys inclined his head unruffled. "A necessary measure in that moment. Yet I did help spare your life. And it seems you've used that life well, rescuing your daughter, reuniting with your family, forging a new future for the North." For what it's worth, I'm pleased by this outcome. Ned exhaled, the old anger surfacing only to settle again. Fare you well, Varys. I don't pretend to understand your motives, but if your aim truly is the realm's stability, then perhaps we're on the same side. The spider smiled in a slippery way. That is all I could ask for. May the old gods keep you safe, Lord Stark. With that, he slipped off into the gloom. Ned allowed himself a grim smile of his own. The realm contained many serpents, and Varys was but one. At least the war had quieted. He only prayed that the quiet would hold. At dawn, the Northern and Riverlands host assembled in the outer bailey of Harrenhal. The ground was soft with thaw, and horses stamped restlessly in the mud. Robb, astride a rangy warhorse, wore a cloak pinned with the wolf's head clasp. Behind him, standard-bearers held the Stark banner and the Tullyfish. Edmure Tully and Brynden Tully were likewise mounted. Ned readied his own horse, ignoring the ache in his old leg wound. A faint drizzle of rain spat from the heavy sky. Across the courtyard, Joffrey's retinue gathered as well, with Lannister red and Tyrell green and gold fluttering. Sussy wore a hood, her face pale and tight-lipped. Marjorie, standing near Joffrey's mount, offered Robb a polite bow from afar. The Tyrell knights kept watch, perhaps concerned that a final betrayal might erupt. But each side was too weary, too committed to the new treaty, to risk it now. They exchanged terse farewells. Joffrey gave Robb a stiff nod from atop his richly caparisoned stallion, then turned away with a jerk of the reins. Marjorie called out a final, gracious blessing for safe travels. Robb responded in kind, albeit curtly. Then, with a last echo of horns, the northern columns filed out through the gates while the crown's train moved south. In minutes, Harrenhal stood behind them, an ancient silhouette under the gloom. The ride toward Riverrun took the better part of 10 days. Winter had receded enough to make the roads barely passable, though the mud slowed them. Villages lay battered from the war, many huts half-burned or deserted. Yet when the people glimpsed the passing banners, dire wolf, trout, moon and falcon of the Vale, some dared venture forth to wave or stare. Whispers of the war is over spread, met by cautious hope or disbelief. Occasionally, scouts returned with rumors that Lannister soldiers still roamed in small bands, uncertain whether to stand down. Robb dispatched riders bearing copies of the treaty, urging them to lay aside arms. Some did, others vanished into the hills, perhaps forming outlaw bands. Peace never came cleanly. They reached Riverrun on a crisp, overcast morning. The fortress rose gracefully at the confluence of the rivers, banners rippling in the breeze. As the gates swung open, Ned felt a wave of relief. This had been their seat throughout the war. Catelyn, Sansa, and many others awaited them. The courtyard bustled with soldiers, servants, and local peasants, all leaning forward to glimpse the returning king and his father. A cheer went up as Robb rode in under the archway. Catelyn emerged from the steps with a radiant if weary smile. Her eyes darted from Robb to Ned, searching for any sign of harm. When Robb dismounted, she embraced him fiercely, tears threatening to spill. Ned, dismounting slower due to his old injury, was next to receive her welcome. He pressed a kiss to her cheek, grateful to see her well. "How went it?" she asked, voice trembling with emotion. "We've heard rumors of a treaty, of a peace at last. Is it true?" Robb nodded, voice rough. "Aye. We have an accord. The North stands apart, recognized. The war ends, mother. We did it." She closed her eyes in relief, exhaling shakily. Around them, men in the courtyard exchanged joyful exclamations or incredulous laughter. Sansa, stepping forward in a heavy cloak of pale blue, wore an expression of quiet amazement. She gazed at Robb, then Ned. "So there's truly no more fighting?" she asked in a soft tone. Ned gave her a gentling smile. "Some trouble may remain in pockets, but the main war is done. Joffrey and the Lannisters have signed a treaty. We're recognized as a free kingdom, Sansa." She clasped her hands together, letting out a breath she'd likely held since her captivity in King's Landing. "Then, we can rebuild? We can go home." Robb's expression softened at that final word, home. "Yes. Soon. But first, we have business here in the Riverlands, ensuring the realm knows the war is finished. Then Winterfell awaits." A cheer rose from the crowd, and Robb lifted a hand in acknowledgement, though he winced a bit at the volume. He turned to address them, speaking over the hum. "We have peace. The realm stands united enough to end this bloodshed. Spread the word. The war is done. Any man found pillaging or attacking in the name of old grudges does so against my will. We must rebuild." More cheers followed, though Ned saw caution in some faces. They had lived too long in fear to embrace hope easily. Still, it was a start. In the days that followed, Riverrun buzzed with activity as riders were sent out in all directions to carry news of the peace. Catelyn oversaw the distribution of grain to nearby villages, instructing the local lords to focus on planting anew where spring had thawed the ground. Sansa resumed her tasks in the infirmary, tending to wounded men who had lingered from earlier battles. She also wrote letters to the wives and mothers of those who had fallen, a bittersweet chore that weighed on her heart. Ned marveled at her resolve. Robb convened councils with river lords, instructing them to keep watch for any bandits or renegade Lannister loyalists. Brynden Tully and Edmure aided him. Each day, letters arrived from petty lords or holdfasts uncertain about the new arrangement. Robb responded with firm clarity. "We stand by the treaty. Lay down arms. The North and the Riverlands are free from Southern rule, but we do not seek to oppress the crown or wage further war." It was a careful dance, but step by step the message spread. Word reached them that the Vale Knights, still stationed in parts of the Riverlands, were also acknowledging the peace. They had come to ensure Lysa Arryn's interests and to watch for any threat from the Lannisters. But now that the treaty was signed, many prepared to return to the Vale. Lady Lysa sent another letter demanding an update on Sansa's betrothal to Robert Arryn. Ned and Catelyn faced that question anew. The letter was measured but insistent. If the war was done, it was time to plan Sansa's journey to the Eyrie. Sansa herself responded with the same calm she had shown before. "If this is still tea, price of the Vale's alliance, I'll go," she said one evening in the Solar, where Ned, Catelyn, and Robb gathered to discuss it. "But does the alliance remain crucial, now that we have peace with the crown?" Robb's brow furrowed. "The Vale remains valuable as a neighbor and trading partner. If the Ironborn or any other threat arises, having them as allies would help. But you're right. It may not be as dire as before, when we needed them to fend off Tywin." Catelyn let out a weary breath. "My sister Lysa can be erratic. She might interpret a refusal to proceed with the betrothal as an insult, or a betrayal of promises made. That could sour the Vale's goodwill. I would rather not make new enemies when we've just ended a war." Ned placed a gentle hand on Sansa's arm. "We won't force you into anything, but if you're willing to at least visit the Eyrie and meet Robert Arryn properly, it might appease Lysa. You can decide if a betrothal is bearable once you've met him again. He's still a boy." Sansa nodded, eyes distant. "I'll do it, but I want to see Winterfell first. I want to go home. I've dreamed of that more than anything." Her voice trembled slightly, and Ned felt his heart ache for her longing. Catelyn offered a sad smile. "Of course you do. We all do. Let's finish our duties here. Then we'll travel north as a family. You can see Winterfell. Once we're settled and the roads are fully clear, if the gods are good, we'll arrange a visit to the Eyrie. That might take until later in the year." Sansa's relief was evident. "Thank you," she whispered. Thus they deferred that matter for the moment, focusing instead on near-term concerns. Food, shelter, patrolling the land for outlaws, ensuring Walder Frey stayed in line. Eventually, word came that old Lord Walder himself had no intention of challenging the new arrangement. He was as slippery as ever, but with Tywin subdued and the crown at peace, he found no advantage in betrayal. He sent a letter to Robb disclaiming any ill will, offering to uphold the new status quo. Robb and Ned both read it with grim amusement, well aware that Frey loyalty was only as strong as the next temptation. But at least the crossing at the Twins would remain open. One afternoon, as Ned and Robb stood on Riverrun's walls, overseeing the swirl of activity below, a rider galloped in from the west gate, cloak spattered with mud. Guards flagged him through. Ned recognized him as one of Hallis Mullen's scouts, out on the far edges of the Riverlands. They met him in the courtyard, where the man, breathing hard, dismounted. "My lord, your grace," he said, saluting. "I bring tidings from the western roads near Ashmark. Word is that some Lannister bannermen still refuse to yield. They're holed up in small keeps, ignoring the new treaty. They claim they haven't received official orders. Others fear Tywin's wrath more than Joffrey's words." Robb set his jaw. "We have to ensure they get the message." This could undermine the peace if we let it fester. Ned agreed. Send riders with copies of the treaty. If they resist, we'll give them time to confirm with King's Landing. But we can't allow them to keep harassing the Riverlands. So it went, a slow process of pacification. Another message arrived from King's Landing confirming that any Lannister bannerman who defied the treaty was effectively acting in rebellion against King Joffrey's new stance. That helped quell some pockets of resistance. Others needed forceful persuasion, with local lords combining efforts to expel them. The realm's scars ran deep, but the effort to heal had begun. Weeks passed, and the Riverlands stirred from the grip of war into the tasks of planting and rebuilding. The sun gained warmth day by day, melting the last patches of snow. Riverrun's gates bustled with wagons carrying seed, timber, or goods. Sansa found a measure of solace walking the battlements in the morning light, observing the slow revival of farmland. Edmure Tully rode out frequently to his father's old seats, ensuring the distribution of supplies was fair. Brynden Tully left to handle new fortifications along the Red Fork just in case any stray conflict arose. Finally, as the days grew brighter, Robb announced it was time to return north. A hush of anticipation fell upon the fortress. Men began packing wagons, organizing an escort for the royal family. The idea of traveling home to Winterfell lit a spark in Ned he hadn't felt in months. He yearned to see the ancient walls, to walk beneath the weirwood in the Godwood, to reassure the small folk there that House Stark was not undone. Catelyn, though a daughter of House Tully, shared that yearning now. Her loyalties bound her also to the north, and after so many travails, she seemed eager to stand beneath Winterfell's ramparts once more. Sansa nearly vibrated with excitement at the prospect, though she managed to keep an outward calm. Only the knowledge that Arya, Bran, and Rickon were still missing tempered their joy. But they would search for them as best they could. If the children came home of their own accord, or if word reached them, Winterfell was the place they would gather. Before departing, Robb held a final assembly of river lords in Riverrun's Great Hall. The lords pledged to uphold King Robb's authority in the Riverlands, to keep the roads safe, and to watch for any who might threaten the fragile peace. Edmure would remain as Robb's appointed steward, effectively the paramount lord of the region under the king in the north. That arrangement satisfied many, for Edmure was well liked by the smallfolk. Brynden Tully would come and go as needed, commanding scouts or overseeing fortifications. Walder Frey was pointedly not in attendance but sent a message of cooperation. The assembly concluded with a sense of guarded optimism. The war for them was truly over. At dawn of the appointed day, the gates of Riverrun opened for the royal procession. Robb rode at the head, wearing northern mail and a simpler cloak this time, not eager to flaunt regal finery while traveling the muddy roads. Ned and Catelyn rode nearby, with Sansa in a carriage behind them, accompanied by a handful of ladies and guards. A retinue of loyal knights, plus supply wagons and outriders, followed. It was not a large army, no need for that in peacetime, but enough to deter brigands. Edmure stood on the ramparts, watching them depart, his face set with responsibility. He'd promised to do all he could to help the Riverlands recover. Men waved from the walls, calling good wishes. Snow was gone from the immediate roads, replaced by spring's muddy ruts, but overhead the sky brooded with thick clouds. The earth smelled damp and fresh, like a land waking from a nightmare. They traveled northward, passing once more by the twins. Walder Frey deigned to open the crossing, though he did not greet them in person. The crossing cost them only the usual toll, not an extortionate sum. Ned felt relief that the old man made no trouble. Perhaps Walder was confident enough in the new order, or perhaps he simply bided time. Either way, they pressed on. Once they passed the neck, Ned felt a stirring in his chest. The air changed, acquiring a bracing crispness unique to the north. Swamps gave way to rolling hills, and pine forests scented the breeze. Campfires at night carried an unmistakable tang of northern wood. Sansa gazed from the carriage window, remarking how different the trees looked, how the wind seemed to whisper in a deeper tone. Catelyn observed it too, quieter than usual, as though the north's solemn hush affected even her Tully spirit. They halted briefly at Moat Cailin, the old ruin that guarded the passage into the north. Robb inspected the small garrison there, reaffirming orders to watch for any iron-born infiltration from the coasts. The men bowed deeply at the sight of their king returned from war. One grizzled sergeant wiped tears from his eyes, whispering that he'd never truly expected to see Eddard Stark again. Ned shook the man's hand, a wave of humility passing through him. He was not meant to be a legend, just a man who had escaped the headsman's block. But if hope rose in these soldiers at the sight of him, he would carry that mantle as best he could. Beyond Moat Catelyn, the road to Winterfell meandered through vast pine forests and open tundra. Spring had touched the land, melting much of the snow, but drifts remained in shady patches. At times, their wagons struggled with half-frozen puddles. They traveled slowly, stopping at small holdfasts for rest. Everywhere they went, they found the northern folk curious, anxious to see if the rumors were true. Had Ned Stark really returned from death? Was Robb truly crowned king in the north by southern decree? Ned explained that it was no southern decree, but a formal treaty that recognized what the north had claimed for itself. That nuance didn't matter much to small folk, though. They cared more about safety and the hope that war's cruelty would not reach them again. At last, on a day when the sky was an iron gray but no rain fell, they glimpsed the familiar outline of Winterfell's towers over the rolling hills. Ned's pulse quickened. How many years had it been since he last saw Winterfell's walls? The war had stolen more than a year of his life in captivity, half that time spent in fear for his head. He inhaled the cold northern air, letting memories come, the courtyard where he'd taught his sons about the price of justice, the Godwood pond where he'd prayed with sword in hand, the corridors where his children had played. And in every memory a flash of sorrow, the presence of those still missing, Arya, Bran, Rickon. But if the gods were merciful, one day they'd return. Robb rode slightly ahead, expression set in awe and yearning. When the gates of Winterfell came into full view, he raised a hand to signal the column to slow, wanting to absorb the moment. Horns sounded from the walls as the watchers there recognized the Stark banners. The portcullis creaked upward. Men on the battlements shouted welcomes. The echo carried across the courtyard as they entered. Ned dismounted carefully, ignoring the ache in his leg. He gazed around at the courtyard. It was both achingly familiar and sharply changed. Parts of the walls bore scorch marks from the Ironborn incursion months ago, Theon Greyjoy's betrayal, an event that had nearly broken the fortress. Repairs had been done, wooden scaffolding along certain walls. The great keep stood proud, though, and the old gatehouse remained intact. A hush of awe settled over the returning travelers. Robb slid off his horse, pressing a hand to the stones as if to confirm they were real. "We're home," he murmured, voice thick with emotion. Ned placed a hand on Robb's shoulder in silent solidarity, feeling that same flood of relief. Around them, guards and stewards came forward, bowing to Robb and Ned, greeting them with wide eyes. Many had never truly believed Lord Stark was still alive. Some knelt in tears, others stammering about the wonders of the old gods. Catelyn alighted from her horse, stepping onto the familiar ground with a faint smile. Sansa emerged from the carriage, gaze sweeping the courtyard. She breathed out a trembling sigh, drinking in the sight of the castle she had left as a child full of songs. Servants scrambled to stable the horses to carry in baggage. The Castellan, one of Robb's appointed men, a lanky warrior named Ser Roderick Ratiger, who had proven loyal, hurried over to kneel before them. "Your Grace, Lord Stark, my ladies," he said, voice shaking. "We have waited long for this day." Robb clasped the man's shoulder, bidding him rise. "We're grateful for your service. You've kept Winterfell in one piece. Now we'll see it restored to its full strength." Ned allowed himself a moment to let the courtyard's sights and smells wash over him, fresh pine logs in the hearth, the scent of the stable's hay, the crisp northern wind. This was home. War had torn so much away, but not this. They moved inside, crossing the yard to the great hall, noting the partial damage from when Theon had seized it. Repairs were well along, if still incomplete. The hall stood tall, hung with the Stark banners once again. Torches flared along the walls. Tables had been set up for a meal, presumably a welcoming feast. Crowding the hall were household knights, local bannermen, stewards, faces etched with wonder. Ned recognized some. Old Marna, who had once scrubbed floors in the keep, now stooped with age but tears in her eyes, a pair of young stable boys grown taller since he'd last seen them. Each face told a small story of perseverance. He felt a rush of gratitude that they were still here, that Winterfell's heart had not died. A modest feast soon followed, though it was grand enough by winter's end standards. Roast venison, fresh bread from the repaired ovens, hearty stews, and a few barrels of ale tapped in celebration. The men who'd traveled with the royal procession joined in. Laughter mingled with the crackle of the hearth. Sansa sat with her parents and Robb at the high table, gazing around in a daze. She occasionally closed her eyes as if memorizing every detail. Yet beneath the celebration lay a note of grief. Bran and Rickon were gone. Arya was missing. Jon was at the wall, or beyond it, in mortal danger. The seats they might have occupied remained empty, a silent testament to the cost of war. Ned caught Sansa's gaze more than once, sensing she, too, felt that absence. She was happy but incomplete. As the meal wound down, Ned and Robb rose from the table to speak. A hush fell. The gathered folk turned expectant eyes on them, many still disbelieving that Ned was truly there, alive. Ned let Robb take the lead. He was king in the north, after all. Robb looked out at them with a gentle solemnity. "My lords, my ladies, good folk of Winterfell," he began, voice resonating in the hall. "You've served House Stark through the darkest of times. And though the war raged, you remained. We stand here now in peace. The crown in King's Landing has acknowledged the North as a free kingdom. The battles that tore this land are ended." A stir ran through the crowd, some nodding, others exhaling as though only now daring to trust it. Robb continued, "I vow to rebuild Winterfell to its former strength and beyond. We will restore the North's fields, protect our coasts from raiders, and ensure that never again do invaders so easily threaten us. You have my gratitude for your loyalty, and I ask for your renewed faith as we move forward." He turned to Ned, giving him a small nod. Ned stepped forward, resting his hand lightly on the table's edge. "You all know me. I am Eddard Stark, who once traveled south to serve as Hand of the King. That choice led to many misfortunes, things I wish had gone otherwise. But we can only move forward now. I return to you as Lord of Winterfell, father to the King in the North. I pledge, as always, to uphold justice, to protect you, and to guide this realm with honor." Silence gripped the hall for a heartbeat. Then cheers erupted, swelling through the smoky air. Men banged cups on tables, women dabbed their eyes, children squealed with excitement. It was not a raucous crowd, for everyone remembered the heartbreaks of war, but it carried a deep, resonant relief. Ned felt it in his bones. Even Sansa, at his side, smiled through tears, clapping softly. In the days following their arrival, Ned and Robb delved into the details of re-establishing Winterfell's governance. Men and women who had fled during Theon's assault slowly returned. Some had hidden in the Wolfswood, others had traveled to White Harbor or beyond. They trickled back now, seeking to rebuild homes or claim old livelihoods. Robb appointed new stewards to manage the castle's day-to-day tasks, ensuring that supplies were restocked, that the forge was active again, that the harvest, come autumn, would be planned properly. The farmland around Winterfell needed planting, though the ground was still chilly. Some fields had to be cleared of debris left by the Ironborn. Sansa, eager to help, worked alongside the Castellan's wife to reorganize the castle staff, seeing which rooms were habitable who needed bedding or clothing. She also spent time in the Godswood, kneeling by the reflection pool where the heart tree once stood silent watch. Ned found her there one dusk, the setting sun painting the weirwood leaves a blood-red hue. Sansa rose at his approach, wiping her eyes gently. "I used to think I'd be happiest in King's Landing," she murmured, surrounded by glamour and knights and ladies. "But it feels so far away now, and I don't miss it at all. This is where I belong, father." Ned touched her shoulder lightly. "Perhaps it was always so, but you needed to see the other side to know it in your heart. I'm glad you find comfort here." She gazed at the old carved face of the heart tree, its features worn by centuries of wind and rain. "I only wish Arya, Bran, and Rickon were here too. If they return, they'll see we're safe, won't they? If word reaches them that all is well, maybe that's all they need." Ned's throat tightened. "We'll send ravens to every corner of the realm, even beyond, if we can. If they are within reach, they'll know Winterfell stands open to them. And if the old gods are just, they'll guide them home." She nodded, tears glinting on shed. "I believe they will. They must." So life resumed at Winterfell. The swirl of tasks filled each day, clearing collapsed timbers, patching walls, meeting with minor lords who came to pledge anew to the king in the north. Some of those lords expressed quiet worry about House Bolton, particularly whether Roose Bolton's loyalty would truly hold in peacetime. Ned and Robb reassured them that Bolton had submitted after Ramsay's execution. Still, the Dreadfort's intentions were never easy to read. For now, though, the Boltons made no overt moves. Roose sent polite letters congratulating Robb on his return, offering to quell any stray Ironborn on the eastern coasts. It all sounded suspiciously helpful, but no evidence suggested immediate treachery. Meanwhile, word arrived from Castle Black. The men and supplies Ned had dispatched earlier had helped the Night's Watch endure. Yet the wildlings under Mance Rayder pressed closer, and rumors of whites and White Walkers were more frequent. Old stories of terror in the haunted forest drifted south. Jon Snow was rumored to be among those risking raids beyond the wall. Ned yearned to do more, but the North was still finding its feet. Robb convened a war council, deciding to send a second round of provisions if possible, maybe a few hundred more soldiers to reinforce the watch. The new kingdom's resources were stretched thin, but ignoring the watch was unthinkable. So they resolved to support them as best they could, though a grand northern host marching beyond the wall was not yet feasible. Summer had not arrived, but the northward sun stretched each day a little longer. Catelyn supervised the tidying of the library, finding old records and genealogies that might help them re-establish the line of inheritance in certain border keeps. She also quietly pressed Ned about searching for Bran and Rickon more actively. The Reeds had reported that the boys had slipped away after Theon's assault, presumably heading north. Could they be somewhere in the far reaches near the last hearth, or even beyond the wall? They lacked answers. Ned planned to send envoys to the Umbers, the Mormonts, the Glovers, every major northern house to ask after sightings. He clung to hope that the children yet lived. The memory of Jojen Reed's cryptic words about Bran's gifts still haunted him. Perhaps the O.L.D. gods led Bran somewhere safer, preparing him for a destiny beyond mortal understanding. As the weeks settled into a new routine, Winterfell's courtyard filled again with the sounds of everyday life, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the bark of kennel dogs, the shuffle of pages hauling messages. Sansa found small pleasures in organizing feasts that welcomed returning bannermen, in strolling the godwood, or reading old songs in a quieter, humbler light than before. Robb inspected the training yard, awarding praise to those who'd kept their sword arms sharp. Ned spent hours ensuring local disputes were resolved with fairness, disputes over farmland boundaries or stolen livestock, often a result of the war's disarray. It was the ordinary labor of a lordship, and Ned found it oddly comforting after the madness of King's Landing and the Red Keep's dungeons. One evening, as shadows lengthened over the castle walls, Ned and Robb climbed to the top of the broken tower. From there, they could see the wide sprawl of the northern plains, the distant line of the Wolfswood, and the glimmer of the sky turning from gold to purple. Robb inhaled deeply when tugging at his auburn hair. "So much has changed," he murmured. "I left this place a boy, and I return a king with half my siblings scattered." Ned rested a hand on the rampart's crumbling stones. "Change is inevitable. But you're doing well. The North stands behind you, and we have peace with the crown. That's more than I dared dream when I was in the Red Keep cell." Robb's gaze turned somber. "I think of the men who died for this. Father, the Karstarks, the Mormonts, the Tullys, so many. Some might say we lost too much all for the sake of independence. But as I stand here, I can't help feeling it was necessary. If we'd yielded, the North would be at Joffrey's mercy. And we know too well what that mercy looks like." Ned nodded gravely. "We do. Our freedom was not won lightly. Now it's our duty to honor the sacrifice by ruling justly." They stood together in silence, the wind in their hair. Below them, the courtyard lanterns blinked to life one by one, casting pools of light on the worn flagstones. Sansa's figure could be seen crossing from the great hall to the kitchens, a small group of ladies trailing behind. Catelyn was absent from view, likely in her solar, reviewing household accounts or dictating letters. The night sky deepened overhead, a handful of stars emerging. Ned thought about the old prophecy that winter is coming. Indeed, winter had come in more ways than one, but life went on. Perhaps that was the greatest hope of all. "Soon, we must see to the coasts," Robb said quietly, changing the subject. "The Ironborn might test us again, especially with the realm at peace. Balon Greyjoy may be bold enough to try if he senses we're still rebuilding." Ned pursed his lips. "I can ride west if needed, or we can send a loyal lord with enough men to patrol. The Manderleys of White Harbor might help. They have ships to guard the Bight. We'll not be taken unawares a second time." Robb nodded. "Agreed. Step by step, we'll secure the North. Then we can look to the far north, the Wall, the threat beyond. We cannot forget that either." They parted from the tower as true night fell. The next day, news arrived that House Manderley had indeed begun refitting ships for coastal defense, responding to requests from the new king in the north. A further raven from King's Landing indicated that Joffrey's court had ratified certain trade clauses from the treaty, meaning White Harbor might soon see southern merchants again, albeit paying a tariff for crossing the North's waters. A small sign that the new arrangement was taking root. As the warm season advanced, fields around Winterfell sprouted green shoots. A sense of renewal permeated the air. Ned walked the ramparts, seeing peasants and small folk in the fields for the first real spring plantings since the war's outbreak. Livestock pens buzzed with activity. Wagon trains arrived with building materials from the rills or beyond, working on final repairs to the castle's damaged sections. Bit by bit, the north healed. Still, Ned felt the weight of missing children each time he passed an empty corridor that once echoed with laughter. Whenever a new traveler arrived, he hoped for tidings of Arya, Bran, or Rickon. Some brought only rumors. A girl who matched Arya's description was said to be in the Riverlands months ago, but no one knew her current whereabouts. Others whispered that Theon Greyjoy had vanished into the clutches of Ramsay Snow at some point, though that was unverified. The Drefort was quiet these days, but quiet was not always comforting when it came to the Boltons. Ned prayed that if Theon still lived, it did not mean a new spark of chaos. One evening, after a meeting with local bannermen, Ned returned to his solar and found Sansa waiting, a sealed letter in hand. "This came by Raven," she said, her eyes shining with curiosity. "It bears the seal of the Vale, my Aunt Lisa's sigil." Ned's heart sank slightly. He took the letter, breaking the seal. The parchment was filled with Lisa's florid script, demanding an update on Sansa's betrothal, pressing that Robert Arryn was anxious to meet his promised. She also mentioned forging deeper ties now that the war was over. The last lines contained a pointed suggestion that if the Starks refused, the Vale might look elsewhere for alliances. It was not an outright threat, but it had the flavor of an ultimatum. Sansa, reading her father's expression, sighed. "I suppose it's time," she murmured, though her voice trembled. "She's not going to give up, is she?" Ned laid the parchment aside, rubbing his brow. "No, she isn't. We've managed to delay this through winter and the war's aftermath, but now spring is here, the roads are passable, the peace is set. She'll want you at the Eyrie." Sansa straightened her shoulders. "Then I'll go. I said I would if it might help the realm. But may I at least remain until the harvest? I'd like to see Winterfell stable before I travel south again." Ned clasped her hands in his. "I'll write to Lisa and propose the journey after the harvest, perhaps in mid to late summer. That way you can settle in here first, see Winterfell safe. Will that suit you?" A flicker of relief eased across her face. "Yes. Thank you, Father." Catelyn, upon hearing the news, nodded in grim agreement. "My sister has always been persistent, but I think she'll wait until the roads are at their best. Let us pray Robert Arryn is a more courteous boy than Joffrey was." Ned shared that prayer. Joffrey's cruelty had scarred Sansa deeply. A part of Ned wanted to forbid any betrothal, but the realm's politics loomed. They needed the Vale's friendship, if not as desperately as before, then at least enough to ensure no new threat emerged from that quarter. The best they could do was proceed carefully, letting Sansa make her own final choice once she met Robert Arryn face to face. Days stretched into weeks, the sun climbing higher, the land blossoming. Eager talk arose of a tourney or festival to celebrate the new kingdom, though Robb seemed disinclined to lavish resources on such displays. "Better to use the coin for rebuilding," he told Ned. "We might hold a modest fair in White Harbor eventually to restore trade. But let's not squander gold on just when we have men in rags." Ned agreed wholeheartedly. Over the course of that spring, delegations arrived from houses large and small. The Umbers, the Glovers, the Serwins, the Mormonts, the Flints, and more came to pledge fealty anew or reaffirm their loyalty after the war's chaos. Robb welcomed them with measured warmth, ensuring each house felt recognized in the new realm. Some brought gifts of grain or lumber to help restore Winterfell. Others asked for help in rebuilding their own holdfasts. Ned noted each request, determined not to leave any corner of the North neglected. Amid these gatherings, mention of House Bolton always raised uneasy glances. Roose Bolton did not appear in person. Instead, he sent polite messages or lesser envoys stating that the dread fort was stable, that no unrest threatened them. People remained wary, but for now Bolton gave no sign of rebellion. Perhaps the outcome of Ramsay's execution had taught him caution. As the days lengthened further, Ned reflected on how much had happened in a single year, from King's Landing's blood-soaked betrayals to the battlefields of the Trident, from captivity to miraculous survival, from a swirl of hopeless war to a treaty that incredibly recognized an independent North. He felt the old god's presence in every step he took along Winterfell's corridors. Many had died, yes, and his family was scattered. But they had come through the worst storm. If the next storms rose, Ironborn raids, White Walker threats, he trusted that the North would face them together, no longer tangled in the South's petty cruelties. One afternoon, Ned wandered alone into the crypts beneath Winterfell, carrying a torch that flickered against the damp stone walls. He passed the long line of stone kings and lords, each with a dire wolf at their feet and a sword across their lap. The air smelled of earth and old sorrow. He stopped by the place where Brandon Stark's statue stood, then Lyanna Stark's, her effigy carved in the prime of youth. He remembered promises made and broken. He remembered how Robert Baratheon had once placed a feather in Lyanna's statue's hand. Now that feather was gone, probably rotted or carried off by some draft. "I wish you both could see the north today," Ned murmured. "We stand free, something we never thought to see in our lifetimes. But at what cost?" He bowed his head, letting the torchlight throw shifting shadows across the solemn faces carved in stone. He also thought of Rickard Stark, his father. Of all the Starks who had died in the South's wars. Perhaps, if their spirits watched from the world beyond, they would be proud that House Stark endured. After a time, he made his way back up, re-emerging into the courtyard where the sun bathed the ancient walls in a golden glow. The day was warm enough that some local children chased each other, giggling, with no fear of soldiers or raids. Ned paused to watch them. A small boy with hair the color of straw brandished a stick as though it were a sword. Another, older child pretended to be a dire wolf, howling playfully. Life went on. The wheel turned. A messenger approached, a steward wearing the Stark sigil, bowing to Ned. "My lord, a new raven just arrived from Castle Black. The Lord Commander requests an audience with your grace King Robb or yourself if possible. He says the threat grows, that wildlings move closer, and there have been sightings of the dead walking." The steward shivered involuntarily as though uttering a curse. Ned felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mild weather. The unquiet rumor. The reason the Night's Watch had pleaded for more aid. He nodded. "Tell Robb at once. We'll see if we can dispatch more men. We cannot ignore this." So the next step loomed, overshadowing even the joys of a new spring, the far north. The White Walkers, if they truly stirred from the depths of legend, threatened not just the north but all life in Westeros. War with the crown might be finished, but a greater war could yet lie ahead. The realm needed unity for that, not petty divisions. Yet as Ned watched the children playing in the courtyard, the bright sun shining on Winterfell's stones, he took heart. They had survived betrayal, execution, open battles, and sorrow deeper than any he had known before. The North was not conquered. House Stark still stood, guiding its people. Even Joffrey's throne had been forced to bend on parchment. If the old gods gave them the strength, they would face the next foe as well. He allowed himself one quiet, resolute smile. War was behind them, but the true test might be yet to come. And so, Eddard Stark, once doomed on the steps of the Great September, now lived on to defend the North from whatever shadow rose in the ice-laced winds. Winterfell was home. Their hearts were strong. The North would endure. Ned Stark stood in Winterfell's courtyard and felt the spring breeze brush across his face, carrying the sense of new growth and damp earth. Around him, the people of the castle bustled in 100 directions, busy with tasks of rebuilding, sowing fields, or carting lumber to restore the walls still damaged from the Ironborn assault. Outwardly, the fortress was finding its feet again. Inwardly, Ned carried both relief and a sense of foreboding. War with the crown was ended by treaty, yet trouble beyond the wall now beckoned. If even half the stories carried by ravens from Castle Black were true, Westeros might soon face a menace that made the Lannisters seem trivial by comparison. He drew in a slow breath. The swirl of laborers in the yard reminded him of days long past when Winterfell thrummed with an easy calm he'd taken for granted. Hodder would have been carting hay, or stable boys running to fetch Bran or Rickon from wherever they'd gone climbing, while Arya pestered the guards with questions about swords. But so much had changed. Arya was missing, Bran and Rickon lost in the far north, Jon Snow somewhere beyond the wall, facing unspeakable dangers with the Night's Watch. The old illusions of safety were gone. Yet for all that had been lost, something had also been gained. House Stark now led a sovereign north, freed from the yoke of the Iron Throne. Robb wore the title of king in the north, accepted if grudgingly by Joffrey and the Tyrells under the new treaty. The war was over, at least in name, and that alone saved countless lives. Once, Ned had believed he would die under the headsman's sword in King's Landing. Instead, he walked here under open sky, alive and determined. Even as new perils gathered, he would not abandon hope. He turned at the sound of footsteps on the worn flagstones. Hallis Mullen approached, wearing the Stark sigil on a leather jerkin. The loyal guardsman had survived the war's harrowing battles, from the Whispering Wood to Harrenhal's uneasy parley. Now he was among those overseeing Winterfell's security. "My lord," Hallis said, dipping his head in a respectful bow. "We've had fresh word from the garrison at Moat Cailin. A group of travelers from the south claims to come bearing a message from King's Landing. They say it's from the Queen Regent and the Tyrells both. They're 2 days out, traveling slow." Ned considered the news. Word from Cersei Lannister or Margaery Tyrell? The new piece meant a steady trickle of correspondence, but a personal envoy was more unusual. Were there any hints about its content? Hallis shook his head. "No, my lord. only that they bring a letter sealed with the royal sigil and ask for an audience with King Robb. The men at Moat Cailin let them pass once they showed official papers referencing the treaty. They seemed peaceful. Peaceful or not, Ned thought every letter from King's Landing carried the potential to stir trouble. Still, ignoring them was not an option. Very well. Let the travelers come. We'll receive them properly. Make sure they're welcomed, but keep an eye on them for caution's sake. Hallis saluted and went on his way. Ned pursed his lips. Ever since the signing of the treaty, King's Landing had taken a conciliatory tone, partly because the Tyrells disliked more war, partly because Tywin Lannister was reeling from repeated defeats. Even so, Cersei must still resent losing the North, and Joffrey's temper could not be contained by parchments and seals alone. The question was whether this new envoy bore some scheme or truly honest tidings. He looked up to see Sansa on the second-floor balcony that overlooked the courtyard, leaning on a stone railing as she watched the commotion below. For a moment, Ned remembered her as the gentle young girl who dreamed of knighthood and courtly love, oblivious to the true nature of power in the Red Keep. She had grown so much since those days, her ordeal in King's Landing, her rescue, the forced maturity that came with war. Now she wore a simpler gown of pale gray wool, her hair braided. The look in her eyes was thoughtful, neither jaded nor naive. Catching his glance, Sansa came down the exterior steps to meet him. "Father," she said softly, stepping around a line of men hauling beams of timber. "You heard about the travelers from King's Landing?" "Word travels quickly in a castle," Ned said, offering her a wry smile. "Yes. They'll arrive soon. Another missive from the crown, presumably." Sansa smoothed her sleeves in a nervous gesture. "Do you think it concerns me, my betrothal, or something about the veil? Or do you think they'll ask for more concessions from Robb?" Ned considered. It could be anything. Joffrey might be complaining that some Lannister bannermen still refuse to submit to the peace, or Tywin might be testing us. The last letter from Margaery Tyrell was cordial. Perhaps this is more the same, a gesture to keep alliances stable. He studied Sansa's face. "How are you faring? The days grow warmer. Are you settling into the tasks we've asked of you?" She nodded, a small smile touching her lips. "I am, father. I help with the castle's stewardship, planning the new orchard plantings, ensuring we have enough linens. It's fulfilling in a way I never expected. It's real work, not just stitching and singing for the sake of a frivolous court. I wish Arya could see it. She always complained that we did nothing practical." Ned placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Arya was never one for sitting still. But I suspect wherever she is, she'd be proud to know you've found your own strength. We all do what we must. If the gods are kind, perhaps Arya will come home to see the changes for herself." Sansa blinked away the tears that threatened. "I hope so." Then she squared her shoulders. "If you need me to greet these envoys, I will. I know the ways of southern courtesy, even if I despise some of it. It may help that I once was in King's Landing's circle." "That's a wise thought," Ned admitted. "Though I'll leave the final decision to Robb. We'll speak of it in council." They parted ways soon after, Sansa returning to her tasks of management while Ned crossed the courtyard to the Great Keep, heading for the Solar where he expected to find Robb, Catelyn, or both. The keep's corridors hummed with activity, servants carrying trays of early spring vegetables, guards polishing mail by the windows, lords who had come to pledge fealty renewing old ties. Though the building was centuries old, Ned was struck by how new and precarious everything felt, like a young tree taking root in uncertain soil. He found Robb in the Solar indeed, seated at a heavy oak table piled high with parchments. Catelyn stood by the window, her arms folded, occasionally casting a glance at the open shutters. A mild breeze fluttered the candles. "Father," Robb said, looking up with a faint, weary grin. "Come in. We're just discussing the next steps for coastal defense. The Manderleys have begun patrolling, but we want to see if we can encourage the Glovers to reinforce them as well. The Ironborn remain a threat, albeit a quieter one these days." Ned nodded, joining them. The Greyjoys rarely announced their raids in formal letters. "We should remain vigilant." He gave Catelyn a small bow of greeting, which she acknowledged with a soft smile. "I've news of potential visitors. An envoy from King's Landing approaches, bearing messages. They'll arrive in a day or two." Robb set down the quill he'd been using. "So soon after the last round of letters? That suggests urgency. Or cunning. We'll greet them courteously, of course, but remain cautious." Catelyn tilted her head. "Do we have any sense of who leads this envoy? A Lannister? A Tyrell?" Ned shrugged. "Reports from Moat Cailin are vague. Just that they have official papers. A small retinue, maybe a dozen. No mention of a highborn Lannister among them, which is curious. Possibly a mid-level court official." Robb leaned back in his chair, absently tapping a finger on the table. We'll prepare rooms for them. Let them present their news. Then we judge. If it's some new demand, we'll stand firm. We gave enough in the treaty. If it's purely diplomatic, we can use it to check on how the crown is faring. Catelyn nodded. Wise. And if Sansa wishes to greet them, it might help. She can read the subtleties of southern courtesy as well as anyone. She knows how they speak. Yes, Robb agreed. Have Sansa there when we receive them unless she prefers not to. But from what I've seen, she wants to do her part for the North. Ned exhaled, glancing at the parchments detailing the North's myriad concerns, the supply lines for Castle Black, the distribution of seeds and tools to local villages, the watch for Boltons in the east. Even with the war's official end, the burdens never ceased. So be it, he said. I'll ensure Hallis Malin organizes an escort to guide them here safely, just to keep an eye on them. Robb returned to the discussion of coastal matters while Ned listened with half an ear, mind drifting to the letter from the Night's Watch that had arrived not long ago, more sightings of whites and rumors of a massive wildling host gathering under Mance Raider. They were pleased for additional manpower, but the North was stretched thin. Robb had pledged a modest force, 200 men at most, who would muster near the last hearth and then march or ride to Castle Black. Would that be enough? The old stories of the White Walkers were chilling in the extreme. If this was not just myth, he pushed the thought aside for now. Duty in the present overshadowed the vague horrors of tomorrow. But not for long, he knew. 2 days later, the visitors arrived as expected. Ned, Sansa, and several lords stood in the upper bailey to greet them. Robb had chosen to await them in the Great Hall, allowing Ned to perform the initial welcome. The travelers rode in under the archway, escorted by men from Moat Cailin. At their head was a lean man of perhaps 40 with a narrow face and quick, darting eyes. He wore a fine cloak of deep red, pinned by a golden rose and lion clasp, clearly Tyrell and Lannister combined. Behind him rode guards wearing the crown's colors. As they reined in, Ned stepped forward. You stand in the courtyard of Winterfell, seat of House Stark. I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and father to King Robb, who awaits you inside. You come on the crown's behalf. The man dismounted, bowing with practiced elegance. My Lord Stark, it is an honor. I am Ser Martin Penrose, a knight sworn to the Tyrell cause and currently in service to Queen Marjorie and the crown. We do indeed come bearing letters for King Robb as well as private matters to discuss. We thank you for granting us safe passage. Ned studied the man's face. He seemed polite but also vaguely uneasy. Welcome then, Ser Martin. You and your company may stable your horses. We'll see to your comfort. Afterward, we'll hear your message. Sansa moved forward with a courteous inclination of her head. Ser Martin, she said softly, I am Sansa Stark, daughter of Lord Eddard. I recall seeing you in King's Landing once, though briefly. Ser Martin's eyes flickered with recognition. Yes, my lady, I believe we crossed paths in the Red Keep. You were very young then. It's a pleasure to see you safe and well. Sansa returned a gracious smile, though the mention of her time in King's Landing likely unsettled her. Thank you. My brother will receive you soon. Under instructions from Hallis Malin, the stable hands led the envoy's horses away while castle stewards guided the crown's men to a row of modest guest chambers. Ser Martin Penrose was placed in one of the better rooms. From what Ned could see, they had only minimal baggage, presumably carrying documents and a few personal effects. No sign of a hidden army, no sign of immediate treachery, but one could never be too sure. Not an hour later, the great hall filled with a gathering of key northern lords, local knights, and a handful of courtiers. Robb took his seat at the dais, wearing a simple circlet of bronze worked with the Stark direwolf. Ned stood at his right, while Catelyn and Sansa sat nearby. The hall's banners hung with quiet pride, the recent repairs evident in the new timbers overhead. Torches flickered along the walls, bathing the space in warm light. Ser Martin Penrose and his retinue entered, bowing deeply to Robb. He introduced himself again in front of the assembly, praising the North's new status with glib phrases about visionary leadership and a realm at peace. Then he withdrew a parchment sealed with the combined sigils of the Lion and the Rose, clearly indicating Lannister Tyrell authority. He handed it to Robb with a flourish. Robb broke the seal, scanning the contents. Ned noticed how his son's expression stilled, though he gave no outward sign of alarm. When Robb finished reading, he offered the parchment to Ned and beckoned Ser Martin forward. Tell us plainly, Robb said. What is the crown's purpose in sending you north? The letter references new concerns, yet it lacks detail. Ser Martin bowed again. Your Grace, the letter is from Queen Marjorie, co-signed by the Queen Regent, Cersei Lannister. It concerns certain Lannister bannermen who remain recalcitrant, refusing to acknowledge the treaty. The Crown requests your cooperation in bringing them to heel. Moreover, there is mention of unrest in certain Crownland villages where your rebellious banner was once flown. In short, they wish to ensure your realm and the Crown remain aligned in quelling any new sparks of violence. A hush fell in the hall. Some northern lords exchanged uneasy looks. The tension of old resentments still simmered. Robb's face was impassive. We have heard some of this already. Our messengers reported pockets of Lannister loyalists ignoring Joffrey's commands to stand down. We have no quarrel with men who abide by the peace, but if they continue to harass Riverland folk or cross into the north, we'll defend ourselves. The question is, why does the Crown need us to do more? Ser Martin folded his hands. Because these rebels, if that's the right term, claim they serve Lord Tywin Lannister directly and they dismiss King Joffrey's or Marjorie's instructions as meaningless without Tywin's personal approval. Tywin remains in the west and he's been silent. The Crown fears that if these men keep attacking Riverlanders, you might respond, potentially reigniting the war. Robb's jaw tightened. Tywin Lannister signed the final acceptance. Or at least, he gave leave for Joffrey and Marjorie to sign on his behalf. If he's reneging, that's a serious matter. Ned passed the parchment back to Robb after reading it himself. It seems the Crown wants us to join them in a united front, making it clear to these rogue bannermen that both King Joffrey and King Robb condemn further violence. They hope that if we demonstrate cooperation, it will undermine the rebels' claim to be fighting in Tywin's name. Penrose nodded, relieved that Ned grasped it. Precisely so, my lord. If you and the Crown stand side by side publicly, at least in this matter, the rebels cannot pretend to be serving the real Lannister cause. They'll have no justification to keep raiding or refusing the treaty. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Several northern lords looked displeased. One spoke up. Why should we help the Lannisters quell their own lords? Let them solve their problems. We have enough work in the north. Ser Martin's face tightened. We do not ask for troops, only a formal statement, perhaps a joint demonstration of unity. If you prefer, your grace, you can remain here and simply send your sworn statement. But rumor is a stubborn beast. These rebels claim the North might soon break the treaty. If you do nothing, some might believe them. Robb considered in silence, glancing at Ned and Catelyn. A joint statement is a small enough thing. But I'll not travel south again merely to wave a banner. The North's reconstruction matters more than a southern show of pageantry. We can pen a letter, sign it with our seals, and send it by Raven. That should suffice. Ser Martin bowed. That is acceptable, your grace. Queen Marjorie suggested an in-person meeting at Harrenhal once more, but if you refuse, I can bring back your official letter. That may quell rumors. However, he paused, seeming reluctant to continue. The letter also mentions a certain rumor about House Bolton in the north. Word has reached King's Landing that the Boltons might be forging alliances with unscrupulous Sellswords or possibly with the Ironborn to challenge your rule. A sharper silence descended. Ned tensed, remembering all too well how Roose Bolton had remained a subtle threat. The assembly in the hall stirred, outraged whispers rising. The Bolton's name was still spoken with caution after Ramsay's atrocities. Robb's eyes narrowed. And how does the Crown know this? Or do they simply spread rumors to stir mistrust? Ser Martin lifted his hands in a placating gesture. I can't say, your grace. The letter claims the Master of Whisperers, Lord Varys, caught wind of certain covert negotiations. The Crown wishes to inform you that if House Bolton does indeed plan a betrayal, they stand ready to reaffirm the treaty with you. They suggest you be vigilant. Ned's thoughts raced. Varys. The spider. In Harrenhal, Varys had sworn that he wanted stability. But was he now meddling to turn Robb against the Boltons, or was there genuine proof? The hall's murmurs turned uneasy. Catelyn's gaze locked with Ned's, remembering the day they'd had Ramsay Snow executed and how Roose Bolton had quietly slipped back to the Dreadfort. The question was whether the father might harbor the same ambitions as the son, only better concealed. Robb's voice was cold. Tell your queen I appreciate the concern. We keep watch on all our bannermen. If the Boltons make any move against the Crown or the North, they'll face swift justice. But I'd not rely on the Crown's rumor alone, nor do I expect them to ride to our rescue if the Boltons rebel. Ser Martin inclined his head. Naturally, your grace. Our role is to pass on what we've learned. The Crown leaves the matter to you. Robb flicked a hand. Very well. We'll draft a statement condemning these rogue Lannister rebels, reaffirming the treaty. As for the Bolton rumor, we'll handle it internally. Is there more? Ser Martin's expression flickered. Yes, one final point. Queen Margaery requests that you or your envoys attend a spring summit at King's Landing in 6 moons' time, well into the warm season, where the realm's major houses might gather to discuss trade routes and mutual defense. The Tyrells see it as a chance to ensure the peace thrives. The Stormlands, the Vale, and Dorne are also invited. Dorne, Ned reflected, had mostly sat out the war. The Vale, of course, was a prickly alley through Lisa Arryn. The Stormlands were fractured after Renly's death and Stannis' defeat. But if Margaery wanted a grand assembly, it might truly unify the realm against any future threat. A noble idea, or perhaps a cunning one. He glanced at Robb, who looked distinctly unenthused. A grand summit in King's Landing, Robb repeated. I see. We'll consider it. No promise. We have responsibilities here. But if it serves the North's interests, perhaps we'll send representatives. That would please the crown, Ser Martin said, bowing again. Truly, your grace, the realm's future may depend on trust. Let us unite beyond old grudges. At that, Robb nodded tersely, then dismissed the envoy with instructions that he remain at Winterfell a few days to rest and await the official statement. The hall emptied slowly, the northern lords dispersing in clusters of murmured speculation. Robb summoned Ned, Catelyn, and Sansa to the nearby solar, joined by Brynden Tully and a few close advisors. Once the door shut behind them, the tension in the room was palpable. Robb ran a hand through his auburn hair. So there we have it. The crown wants a piece of theater to quell rogue Lannisters. That's simple enough. We can write a letter. But the Bolton rumor, that concerns me more. Brynden Tully folded his arms. We've always known Bolton was dangerous. Roose parted from you on grudging terms even if he pretended loyalty after you executed Ramsay. I'd not be shocked if he's forging some hidden alliance. Catelyn's voice was taut. But with the Ironborn? That suggests he's desperate or reckless. The Ironborn once took Winterfell. For Bolton to attempt such madness again would be folly. Sansa sat quietly, listening, but Ned saw the worry in her eyes. She'd heard enough tales of Bolton cruelty to fear them. He spoke up softly. Folly or not, Roose Bolton is cunning. He might hope that if the North is preoccupied with a far northern threat or a southern entanglement, he can strike. Or perhaps the rumor is mere hearsay. Varys's webs have been known to sow confusion. Robb frowned, pacing near the table. We can't confront Bolton outright without proof. We can't appear weak by accusing him baselessly, nor can we let him gather strength in secret. I propose we quietly send loyal men to watch the Drefort, disguised as travelers, perhaps. If anything suspicious arises, we'll know. Brynden nodded. Discretion is best. Meanwhile, we maintain readiness. The men we'd planned to send to Castle Black, do we hold some back in case Bolton moves? Robb exhaled heavily. I won't abandon the Night's Watch. Their letters were urgent. But perhaps we reduce the number slightly, send 100 instead of 200. Keep another 100 in reserve near the last hearth, where they can respond quickly south or north. I hate to do it, but the realm's too uncertain. Ned tapped the table with a finger. I balanced approach. We cannot fail the watch, but we must not leave ourselves vulnerable. As for the crown's request for a summit in King's Landing, do we go? Robb's lips twisted. I have no desire to walk back into that den. But maybe sending an envoy is wise, if only to keep an eye on developments. We can't appear completely aloof, or the Tyrells and Lannisters might suspect we're hostile. Catelyn offered I could go, perhaps with Ed Muir or another Tully. But leaving Winterfell might be difficult, especially with so much to do here. Sansa could represent us, though I recall what a trial King's Landing was for her. Sansa stiffened, then spoke in a measured tone. I'd rather not return to King's Landing if I can help it. That place, the memories. But if it's truly necessary for the North, I'll do my duty. Yet perhaps someone else is better suited. We have other ambassadors, do we not? Someone who knows the South but lacks my baggage. Ned placed a hand gently on hers. We'd not force you back there unless we had no choice. Let's consider alternatives. The half-year timeline gives us time to decide. A short letter now acknowledging the invitation will suffice. We can finalize who to send later. They all agreed, though a subdued air lingered in the solar. Another layer of political tangles had arrived at their doorstep. Ned glanced out the arrow-slit window at the bright spring sky. So many roads, so many threats. The White Walkers. The Ironborn. House Bolton's potential treachery. The Crown's demands. They had ended one war only to face a realm scattered with pitfalls. Over the next 3 days, Winterfell bustled with efforts to craft a clear, firm statement for Ser Martin to carry south. Maesters and scribes worked on the phrasing, emphasizing that King Robb condemned any breakaway Lannister rebels who defied the treaty and that the North stood by the new peace. They also included a carefully worded note that any sign of House Bolton allying with the Ironborn or any outside force would be considered an act of rebellion against the king in the north and thus a breach of the Crown's treaty as well. By naming it explicitly, they put the onus on King's Landing to acknowledge that the Boltons, if traitorous, should not expect southern support. During this time, Ned observed Ser Martin's small retinue with a practiced eye. They behaved courteously, dined in the hall without incident, asked no prying questions about Winterfell's defenses. Either they truly were just messengers or they were good enough spies to hide their interest. One evening Ned found Ser Martin in conversation with Sansa by the hearth. She later told Ned that he inquired politely after her well-being, remarking that King's Landing had changed since she left. Marjorie had introduced more philanthropic efforts, but famine still lurked for the city's poor. Sansa had nodded politely, recalling her own harrowing experiences in that hungry metropolis. At last, on the fourth morning, they were ready. Robb summoned Ser Martin for a final meeting in the Great Hall. The official parchment, sealed with the Stark direwolf, was presented with due ceremony. Robb recited its key points, ensuring no confusion. Ser Martin, though he tried to maintain a neutral face, looked pleased enough. He assured Robb that the Crown would appreciate such clarity. "We are grateful for your swift response," Ser Martin said. "This will surely quell rumors. Queen Marjorie especially wants the realm to see this treaty as unbreakable. And if I may be frank, Your Grace, she hopes that if a new threat arises, be it rogue lords or something else, the North and the Crown can cooperate rather than fall into suspicion." Robb nodded. "We share that hope, though the North's independence is non-negotiable. Remind your Queen and Joffrey that we honor the alliance only so long as they do. No hidden conditions." "Of course, Your Grace." Ser Martin bowed deeply. He turned to Ned, offered another bow. "Lord Stark, it was an honor. May the old gods and the Seven both bless these lands." Ned inclined his head in courtesy. "Travel safely, Ser Martin. Should you pass through Moat Cailin at night, mind the bogs. They can be treacherous." The envoy took his leave, rounding up his retinue. By midday, they had ridden south from Winterfell, official letter in hand. Ned stood on the ramparts, watching their column dwindle in the distance. The air was mild, the sky bright, but he felt uneasy. Perhaps it was the mention of House Bolton that gnawed at him. Or perhaps it was a deeper sense that Westeros stood on the edge of a new storm. Catelyn approached from behind, resting a hand on his shoulder. "You're troubled," she observed quietly. He sighed. "I am. Peace with King's Landing feels so tenuous. And if Roose Bolton truly stirs up trouble, we'll be fighting on two fronts, north against winter's threats, east or south against a rebellious bannerman." She nodded, face lined with concern. "Let's hope it's only rumor. Perhaps Bolton realizes he can't stand alone if the rest of the North stands united behind Robb. Perhaps," Ned allowed. "But if Ramsay Snow taught us anything, it's that a Bolton's cruelty can be matched only by their cunning. Roose allowed his bastard to die for his own convenience. We can't expect him to show loyalty out of fear or love alone." They stood a moment longer, gazing out over the slowly reuniting fields. A hawk circled overhead, crying out. Ned looked to Catelyn, thinking of the old vow he'd made to keep her safe, to keep their children safe. He had failed in so many ways, losing Arya, Bran, Rickon to the chaos. Yet they had survived. Survived King's Landing, survived war. That survival, at least, gave them a chance to reclaim what was lost. Catelyn squeezed his hand. "We'll face whatever comes. The North remains strong." He offered a small nod, letting her reassurance settle over him. Duty beckoned. In the following weeks, preparations for the expedition to Castle Black advanced. Robb settled on sending 100 men commanded by a seasoned Stark bannerman named Lord Serwyn, along with a few Manderley knights who had volunteered. They carry wagon loads of grain and some additional weaponry gleaned from the captured stores of old war campaigns. The idea was to reinforce the Watch's defenses, help them hold off wildling raiders if needed. The chosen men gathered in Winterfell's courtyard one sunny morning, their breath steaming in the crisp air. Ned, Robb, and Sansa all came to see them off. Catelyn remained inside, still uneasy about the prospect of so many men heading north, but supporting the decision. Lord Serwyn, mounted on a sturdy horse, bowed to Robb. "We'll do what we can for the Night's Watch," he said, voice carrying clearly. "Your Grace, Lord Stark, will ensure the realm's top side is guarded. If these walking corpses or wildlings threaten, we'll send word." Robb leaned forward in the saddle. "The realm is in your hands, Serwyn. May the old gods guide you. If Castle Black needs more, tell them to send another raven. We'll muster what we can. But do not be reckless. Survival is more important than heroics." Serwyn nodded, reining around to face his men. They bore the sigils of House Serwyn, House Manderley, and House Stark. The wagons creaked behind them, loaded with supplies. At a signal, they began to depart, hooves clopping on the cobblestones before passing out of Winterfell's gates. Soldiers raised hands in farewell, banners fluttering under the bright sky. Ned watched them vanish down the road heading north. A flicker of pride and worry mingled in his chest. He thought of Jon Snow somewhere up there in the frozen wastes. Perhaps these men would meet Jon. Perhaps they'd help keep him alive. When they were gone, he turned to Robb. If Bolton truly means mischief, he may see this as an opportunity. Fewer men in Winterfell. We should remain on guard. Keep a close watch on the eastern roads. Robb nodded. Already done. I've stationed double the usual scouts near the Dread Fort approach. The Umbers, too, keep an eye on any unusual traffic. If Roose tries to gather Sellswords or invite Ironborn in secret, we'll have word. Sansa stood beside them, frowning. It's like we're expecting war again, so soon after we just ended one. Ned offered her a sad smile. Expecting, no. Preparing, yes. That's the way of the North and of Westeros. One must be ready. But let's not let fear overshadow the progress we've made. She nodded, though her gaze lingered on the empty road. I wonder if they'll meet Jon, or if Arya is up there somehow. So many of us scattered. Ned patted her shoulder gently. We'll keep sending ravens far and wide. If your siblings are within reach, they'll hear we're strong and safe. Sansa murmured an agreement, though her eyes shone with unshed tears. She excused herself soon after, retreating to oversee some household tasks. Robb and Ned lingered in the courtyard a little longer, conferring on day-to-day issues, from the new orchard to instructions for the blacksmith. Life went on. That evening Ned walked the outer walls, soaking in the hush of twilight. Stars began to glimmer in a sky that still held a faint streak of gold near the horizon. He passed watchmen who saluted, each wearing the gray dire wolf badge. Even in peacetime, a watch was essential. The memory of Theon's betrayal remained fresh enough to keep them vigilant. Reaching a solitary tower corner, he leaned on the parapet, gazing out over the Wolfswood's dark silhouettes. Something about the deepening night reminded him of his own nights in the Red Keep cell, how he had stared at stone walls, imagining the wide northern sky. In that gloom, he'd made peace with death, only to be spared at the last moment. He still did not understand fully how or why. Fate, or cunning conspiracies, or the will of the old gods. A soft scrape of a boot behind him made him turn. Sansa approached, arms folded against the chill, wearing a cloak of warm wool. "Father," she said quietly. "I saw you from the yard. You looked alone. May I join you?" He smiled gently. "Of course. Come, look at the stars with me. They're brighter here than anywhere south." She stepped beside him, peering out. The wind rustled her auburn hair. For a time, they simply watched the world slip into dusk, the hush broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. Then Sansa spoke in a voice tinged with longing. "I can't stop thinking about them," she whispered. "Arya, Bran, Rickon. Even Jon. I pray each night that they somehow find their way here, or at least that they're safe. I can't help imagining Arya wandering the Riverlands alone, or Bran and Rickon stuck in some cold cave beyond the wall, or Jon facing those whites. It's too much." Ned turned to her, heart heavy. "I know, child. I share those worries. There is no easy comfort, but take solace that we have endured this far. If the gods wish it, they'll guide our lost ones home. All we can do is hold Winterfell for them." She looked down at her hands. "I used to think the world was simple. Knights were good, monsters were bad, ladies were gentle. Now I see monsters can wear crowns and knights can be cruel, and sometimes the only goodness is the loyalty of family. I'm grateful to be here with you and with Robb. Mother too. At least we have each other." He placed an arm around her shoulders. How Stark remains. Each of us has changed, some for the better, some with scars that run deep. But we remain. And that must be enough for now." They stood quietly, father and daughter, letting the night envelop them. Eventually, Ned felt Sansa tremble slightly, whether from cold or emotion, he couldn't be sure. He guided her back toward the stairway leading inside. As they descended, he silently swore that if any new threat rose against his family, Bolton treachery, White Walker horrors, or Southern conspiracies, he would not be caught unprepared. Days turned into weeks, and the stirrings of new life in the north became more evident. Fields near Winterfell sprouted fresh green, children laughed in the courtyard, and traveling merchants arrived to peddle wares, a sure sign that people felt safer. Robb devoted hours each morning to hearing petitions from small folk, disputes about land, requests for seed, concerns about bandits. It was the humdrum of governance, yet for a region recovering from war, it was vital. Catelyn helped with the logistical side, ensuring the castle's food stores and finances were managed carefully. One afternoon, Ned joined Robb in a small council meeting with key bannermen, the Glovers, the Tall Hearts, a Serwyn representative, and others. They discussed how best to keep an eye on the Dreadfort. Some argued for a direct show of force, march an intimidating host near Bolton lands. Others favored stealth, infiltration of the Dreadfort's region to gather secrets. In the end, Robb chose the subtler path, sending a few skilled outriders north and east of the Dreadfort, disguised as ordinary travelers or huntsmen. If they spotted large gatherings of armed men or suspicious shipments, they'd send ravens. By the time the meeting ended, Ned found himself exhausted, as if he'd been back in King's Landing swirling politics. This was a different game, but no less perilous. He took a walk in the Godwood to clear his mind. The heart tree's red leaves whispered overhead and the reflection pool shimmered in dappled sunlight. There he knelt, remembering the countless prayers he'd offered, first for Robert Baratheon's health, ironically enough, then for his children's safety, for the North's survival, for mercy from the headsman's sword. So many prayers. The old gods seldom answered in direct words, yet he felt a measure of calm in their presence, as though an ancient watchful force nodded in quiet acknowledgement. Rising, he encountered Mira and Jojen Reed, children of Howland Reed, who had arrived the previous day from the Neck. They had come to update Robb on the situation near Moat Cailin and in the swamps. Mira carried a frog spear, Jojen a solemn expression. They bowed politely. "My Lord Stark," Jojen said, voice soft and somewhat eerie, "I hope to speak with you. My dreams trouble me again." Ned studied the boy. Jojen had once told him that Bran possessed a special gift, a power of dreams and second sight. The memory sent a pang through him. "What do they show, lad? Have you glimpsed my son?" Jojen lowered his gaze. "I see him only in fragments. A boy in the body of a wolf, and a wolf in the mind of a boy, traveling north, beyond a great wall of ice. He's guided by a mysterious presence, an ancient spirit in the roots of the forest. But the visions shift quickly. I fear the darkness that chases them. It has blue eyes and a cold so deep it burns." Mira placed a comforting hand on her brother's arm, adding quietly, "We're sorry we can't say more. But we came to warn you that all signs point to the far north stirring. If Bran truly is out there, he's heading deeper into the old magic. Maybe seeking a teacher. Maybe seeking answers." Ned's breath caught. "If that is so, then it's beyond our reach. We can't easily ride beyond the wall, not with uncertain alliances and the war's aftermath. And the Watch itself is under duress. If the White Walkers do return, that's a threat to all. Are you sure you see them? The old tales?" Jojen's eyes flicked with an otherworldly light. "I'm sure. I see corpses walking. I see a terrible winter. I see a dire wolf howling in darkness. But I also see torches along the wall, men with black cloaks. The future is not set. Only shadows of possibility." Ned let the boy's words sink in. "Then we keep sending what help we can to the Night's Watch. And if Bran is truly on such a path, we can only pray the old gods protect him." Mira nodded. "We'll remain a while in Winterfell if that's your wish. Father asked us to help keep you informed of any unusual news from the Neck or from travelers who pass that way. If the Boltons or Ironborn move, we'll know. And if some sign of Bran or Rickon appears, we'll bring it to you at once." Ned was grateful for their loyalty. Howland Reed had been a steadfast friend since the days of Robert's rebellion, and his children shared that bond. "Yes, stay as long as you like. Your presence is welcome. Perhaps the Godwood can grant you clearer dreams, Jojen." Jojen offered a sad, knowing smile. "Let us hope so." They parted ways. Ned lingered by the pool, watching his reflection waver on the surface. The reed's warning resounded in his mind. Another threat beyond the wall, the possibility that Bran was still alive, forging deeper into mysteries older than the Targaryen conquest. Meanwhile, in the present, Bolton might sow discord, the Crown might drag them into southern politics, and the Ironborn might raid. And Ned Stark was no longer the quiet lord who governed Winterfell in relative peace. He was father to a king, a figurehead of the North's independence, a man who had cheated death once already. The roles piled on him like thick pelts in winter, heavy but necessary. He touched the trunk of the heart tree, letting the carved face's solemn visage fill him with a strange calm. "Watch over us," he whispered to the old gods. "We'll need every blessing in the days ahead." Summer's approach turned the North's fields lush with wildflowers and tall grass. Streams ran swift with meltwater, and the nights grew pleasantly cool rather than bitter. Merchants from White Harbor arrived, bringing southern goods to sell in Winterfell's courtyard. A sight that felt almost foreign after the long war. Soldiers relaxed a fraction, though they kept up patrols for outlaws or stray Lannister loyalists drifting north. One morning, Sansa found Ned in the library, where he had been reviewing old genealogical records for some minor lords. She hesitated in the doorway, a letter clutched in her hands. He looked up, beckoning her in. "Father, a raven came from the eyrie," she said, voice subdued. "Aunt Lisa again. She insists I visit soon, by the late summer or early autumn at the latest. Robert Arryn's health is delicate, she says, and she wants the betrothal settled before winter returns." Ned's stomach nodded slightly. He rose from behind the dusty table, gesturing for Sansa to sit. "I see. And how do you feel, child? We spoke of this before, that you might at least meet Robert Arryn to decide." She set her jaw, summoning courage. "I'll do it if it's necessary for the North's alliance with the Vale. But I'd like to be sure we truly need that alliance. The war is over, King's Landing made peace. The Vale seems stable. Is there truly a pressing reason for me to marry Robert Arryn?" Ned sighed. "That's the question. Lisa might use the threat of cutting off ties, refusing to trade or to support us if any new conflict arises. If House Bolton rebels, we might want Vale Knights to help. Or if the Ironborn strike in force, the Vale's involvement could be decisive. We can't predict everything." Sansa's gaze dropped. "I understand. I just wish I had some choice." He reached across the table, covering her hands gently. "You do have some choice. If, when you meet Robert Arryn, you find him unacceptable, I won't force it. Nor will Rob. We might suffer friction with Lisa, but I won't see you trapped in another loveless betrothal." Her eyes shone with gratitude. "Thank you, Father. Then I'll go in a few months, as she asks. I want to see more of Winterfell's revival, though. Be here for the harvest. After that, I'll travel. If you or Mother can come with me, that would be a comfort, but I know duties might keep you here." Ned considered. "Your mother might accompany you, or we could send a strong escort. One of us should remain in Winterfell with Rob, especially if trouble brews with the Boltons. But I won't send you alone. We'll see how it unfolds." She exhaled, relieved. "All right. I'll write to Aunt Lisa and promise to arrive near the end of harvest season." Ned nodded. "That's fair. She can't demand more. Robert Arryn is frail, but he won't die tomorrow for want of a betrothal." He paused, scanning Sansa's expression. "You've grown wiser, Sansa. I see how you weigh these choices calmly now. I'm proud of you." She managed a soft smile. "I only learned from all that's happened. Once I would have leapt at the chance to go to a grand castle and marry a lord. Now I just want to ensure no one else in our family is hurt." Ned squeezed her hands. "We share that aim." She departed to pen her reply, leaving Ned to stare at the library's dim shelves, heart heavy yet resolute. If preserving the Vale alliance truly mattered, then so be it. He recalled the precarious game of stepping around Lisa's paranoia. The Vale Knights had indeed proven valuable during the war's final months, and they might do so again if a new conflict arose. And with the horrors rumored beyond the wall, every scrap of alliance might someday be crucial. Summer days stretched longer. The orchard blossomed near Winterfell, and a sense of renewal infused the castle. Yet amid the outward calm, vigilance never slackened. Scouts continued to roam near the Dreadfort, sending occasional ravens that reported minimal activity. Roose Bolton remained quiet, presumably focusing on managing his lands after the war's ravages. Some called it a good sign. Others suspected a hidden hand. If Bolton was plotting, he might wait for a perfect moment. Then, in early midsummer, the uneasy calm broke. A rider from the last hearth arrived, panting and dust-covered, demanding audience with Rob. Ned was there in the great hall when they admitted the man, one of Lord Umber's sworn swords. He fell to a knee, breathing hard. "Your Grace, Lord Stark, I come from the watchers near the Dreadfort's roads," he gasped. "We've seen increased traffic. Small groups of armed men, Sellswards by the look, heading in and out at odd hours. They fly no banners, but some are rumored to have the Black Flayed Man hidden under their cloaks. We suspect they're Bolton men, or mercenaries hired by them." A hush fell. Rob rose slowly from his seat. "How certain is this? Could they be travelers or caravans?" The Umber man shook his head. They hide their sigils, keep to the forests, move mostly at night. One traveler who passed them claimed they overheard talk of a muster. We couldn't follow them too close for fear of being discovered. Ned's heart pounded. So Bolton may be gathering a covert army. Have you seen any sign of ironborn alliances? The rider grimaced. No direct sign, my lord. But rumor says a few longships were spotted off the coast near Ramsgate. The coastal lands said to be under Bolton's domain. Hard to confirm. Could be fishing boats, or could be ironborn reavers. Robb exhaled through his teeth. The northern lords in attendance exchanged alarmed looks. Brynden Tully, standing to the side, tensed. We can't let this stand. If Bolton's massing sells words, it can only mean rebellion or blackmail. One of the Karstark representatives growled. We should march on the Dreadfort, show them who's king. Teach them not to undermine the peace. But Robb raised a hand for silence, eyes narrowed in thought. We can't be rash. If we fling ourselves at the Dreadfort with no proof, we risk turning uncertain rumors into open war. Bolton might claim we're oppressing him. Let's gather more intelligence. We'll send word to the Umbers, the Manderleys, the Glovers, tell them to stand ready but not to move yet. We'll double our watchers around Bolton's lands. If we find undeniable proof of treachery, then we act decisively. Ned nodded in agreement. Yes. A measured approach. That said, we must be prepared for battle if the rumor is true. Let's quietly muster extra forces at Winterfell. Not so large as to alarm everyone, but enough to respond if the Boltons launch an attack. The hall murmured in approval. The best outcome was to avoid war if the rumors proved false. But the signs were ominous, reminiscent of how Ramsay Snow had roamed the countryside with hidden men. The rider from the last hearth was given rest and thanks while couriers sprinted off to spread the word across the north. That night, the castle's mood turned tense. Men checked the walls more frequently, sharpened their swords, and set watchers on the ramparts. Though the War of Five Kings was ended, a new conflict might brew at home. Sansa asked if she should help coordinate the castle's supplies in case of a siege. Catelyn insisted all storehouses be inventoried. The forges ran late into the evening, hammering out extra arrowheads. Ned spent the twilight hours walking from tower to tower, verifying sentries and checking vantage points. In each guard's face, he saw a question: will we fight again? Will the North devour itself in civil strife? At dawn, a new raven arrived from the Neck, courtesy of Howland Reed. The letter, brought to Ned's Solar, was short but troubling. Reed wrote that one of his crannogmen had encountered a party of armed riders near a hidden fort. They carried the sigil of House Bolton openly, but also displayed an odd patch, black with a stylized golden kraken. The Ironborn. That was confirmation enough. The letter ended with Howland's plea to act swiftly before Bolton's monstrous ambitions blossomed into a full alliance. Ned read it twice, breath-catching. So the rumor was true. Bolton was courting the Ironborn, possibly planning to open the eastern coasts to them, or forging an alliance to unseat Robb. He took the letter straight to Robb, who was meeting with Brynden Tully and Hallis Mallin in a makeshift war council. Their faces hardened as they read it. Brynden cursed under his breath. We can't wait any longer. If the Boltons get the Ironborn on side, we'll be surrounded by enemies. Robb's expression grew grim. Agreed. Summon our bannermen. We'll mobilize a host. We can't allow a traitor to gather forces unchallenged. If we let him strike first, the damage could be catastrophic. Ned folded his arms, recalling the old Ned Stark who hated war. But caution had its limits. We move swiftly, then, but let's aim to corner Bolton before he's fully prepared. Once we're sure we have enough men, we march on the Dreadfort, demand his submission or produce his guilt for all to see. Robb nodded. Yes, we'll give him a chance to surrender if he yields without bloodshed. But if he stands defiant, the flayed man will fall. Hallis Mallin saluted. I'll get the ravens out to every lord. The Umbers, the Manderleys, the Glovers, the Tallhearts. The Karstarks remain somewhat reduced in numbers, but they'll come if you call. Let them muster near Winterfell, Robb decided. We'll gather the main host here within a fortnight, then head east. Bolton might sense us coming, but we'll outnumber him if all goes well. So the plan was set. Another war on the horizon, this time a northern civil war, if Bolton refused to bend. Ned felt a surge of anger at the thought. So much blood spilled, only for a traitorous bannerman to undermine peace from within. He prayed the matter could be resolved swiftly. That night, in the privacy of their chambers, Ned explained everything to Catelyn and Sansa. Catelyn grew pale, recalling how close House Bolton had come to overshadowing them in the Riverlands. Sansa closed her eyes, pressing her lips tight. "I'll help with the castle's defense preparations," she said. "We can't be caught unprepared." Ned squeezed her hand. "Yes, do. We may move out soon with the army, but many of the castle's defenders will remain here to keep Winterfell safe. We won't let the Boltons repeat Theon's betrayal." Sansa lifted her chin. "Nor will we let them harm innocent folk. Ramsay's atrocities were enough. We can't endure another nightmare." He saw steel in her gaze, a far cry from the shy girl she'd been. "Agreed. We'll put an end to it if we must." Within days, Winterfell filled with the banners of the North. Men from House Glover rode in with forest green sigils, the Serwans in black axe crests, the Manderleys in their turquoise and white. The Umbers arrived in a boisterous wave, brandishing bare pelts and massive swords. Wagons brought supplies of grain, arrowheads, and tents. It was not as large a force as when Robb first marched south, for the war had drained the region, but it was formidable enough. Perhaps 5,000 men with more on the way. The courtyard transformed into a canvas of swirling cloaks and bristling spears. Robb commanded from a reorganized war council, ensuring each lord knew their place. Scouts were dispatched to monitor the Dread Fort's perimeter. Ravens came back with alarming speed, the Dread Fort's gates were closed, men patrolled the walls, and armed riders roved the countryside. It looked very much like a fortress preparing for siege. In the Great Hall, the final decision took shape. They would march east within 2 days, leaving a strong garrison at Winterfell in case of an Ironborn flank attack. Sansa and Catelyn, by mutual agreement, would remain behind. Ned and Robb would lead the main host. Brynda and Tully would command a flanking force, sweeping up from the south to block any Bolton retreat. The plan was to encircle the Dread Fort quickly, deliver demands, and avoid a protracted siege if possible. But if Roose Bolton insisted on war, they'd bring his walls down. The night before departure, Ned found Sansa in the Godwood, kneeling by the reflection pool under torchlight. She wore a cloak pinned by a wolf's head brooch. She looked up as he approached, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "You're leaving tomorrow," she said quietly. "Going to face Lord Bolton. It feels like everything is always on the brink of some new horror." Ned knelt beside her, the damp grass soaking his knee. "I wish we had peace without end, but that's not our fate. House Bolton has chosen to defy the realm. We must act. But we'll be careful. I promise." She swallowed. "I just fear losing you again. We only just got you back, and the idea of you riding to battle," her voice wavered. He placed both hands on her shoulders. "My dear girl, I survived the headsman's block in King's Landing. I survived the war with the Lannisters. We'll do everything to avoid a bloody battle. If the gods are just, Bolton will surrender. And if not, I'll still do my best to come home to you, to all of you. House Stark needs to stand together." She nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. "Come back safe, father." Then she leaned in to embrace him, and he held her close, feeling how the war had aged them both. Once upon a time, Sansa had been the delicate flower of the family, dreaming of princes and tournaments. Now she stood tall as a caretaker of Winterfell, wise beyond her years. He parted from her gently, giving what reassurance he could. Soon he found Catelyn in their chambers, packing a few spare cloaks for him. She forced a tight smile. "We'll keep Winterfell secure. You make Bolton answer for this madness." They shared a long embrace, unspoken fears passing between them. Ned kissed her brow. "I love you, Cat. I'll see this done swiftly." At dawn, horns sounded. Men-at-arms gathered in the courtyard, forming ranks by the hundreds. Banners snapped in a light breeze. Robb, mounted on a warhorse, wore a steel breastplate emblazoned with the dire wolf. Ned likewise donned partial armor, mindful of his old leg wound, but determined to ride at his son's side. The lords formed up, checking bridles, testing swords. A hush of expectation hung in the air. Catelyn and Sansa stood on the steps to see them off, along with castle folk who prayed for victory or a bloodless outcome. Ned and Robb exchanged final words with them. Then, with a blast of trumpets, the host departed Winterfell, marching east under the glare of morning sun. The ground vibrated with the thunder of hooves and the tramp of boots. As Ned rode near Robb at the column's forefront, he felt a mix of purpose and dread. All these men united behind the king in the north, prepared to crush a rebellious bannerman. This was what unity looked like, yet also a testament to how easily war could reignite. They traveled for 3 days, crossing rolling fields and skirted woodlands. The nights were spent in organized camps ringed by sentries. Scouts scoured the paths ahead. Brynn and Tully led a flanking column south, intending to swing up behind the Dreadfort. On the 4th day, they drew near Bolton lands. The change was palpable. Villages stood half-deserted, fields showed signs of neglect, as if the local folk dreaded a coming storm. They passed suspicious stares from a few peasants who lingered. No one greeted them. Finally, on the 5th dawn, they came within sight of the Dreadfort's high pale walls perched on a rise that overlooked a bend in the Weeping Water River. It was a grim fortress, its gatehouse flanked by flayed man statues. Smoke curled from the chimneys. The gates were closed. Banners of the flayed man hung on the ramparts, a silent warning that House Bolton claimed these lands still. Robb halted the host beyond bowshot range, arraying them in a wide field. The weeping water flowed to their right, and low hills rose on their left. War horns signaled the regiments to form. Ned could see men shifting under their banners, tension radiating. If the Dreadfort meant to fight, it would be a brutal assault. Those walls were no trifling obstacle. Robb called for a herald. A tall, barrel-chested man rode forward with a horn. Under Robb's instruction, he blew a single clarion note and then shouted, "In the name of Robb Stark, King in the North, we summon Roose Bolton to parley. We come seeking an end to his rumored rebellion. Let him appear and answer the king's questions." The echo carried across the field, bouncing off the high stones. For a time, nothing stirred on the walls. Then a figure appeared at the battlements. Ned squinted. Even at a distance, he recognized the pale face and the thin, deliberate posture of Roose Bolton. A hush fell over the assembled men. Bolton raised a hand, and a guard next to him unfurled a bolt of scarlet cloth, perhaps a signal. His voice floated down, oddly calm in the still air. "King Robb, my Lord Stark. Why do you march on my lands with a war host? We have no quarrel with you." Robb rode a few paces closer, flanked by Ned and Hallis Malin, though still out of arrow range. He pitched his voice to carry. "We have credible reports you gather Sellswords and ally with Ironborn. That you mean to defy the North's rightful authority. We come demanding an explanation." Bolton's face remained blank. "Ironborn? I ally with no Ironborn. As for Sellswords, I am fortifying my domain against brigands and uncertain times. Is that a crime under your rule, my king?" Hallis Malin muttered a curse under his breath. Ned said nothing, watching carefully. Bolton's men lined the walls, crossbows in hand. There was no sign of immediate surrender. If anything, they looked ready to repel an assault. Robb lifted his voice again. "Lower your gate? Let us speak face to face within your walls, or let you come forth. If you are innocent, show us you have nothing to hide." Bolton's lips curved in a faint, chilling smile. "Forgive me, your grace. I fear letting thousands of armed men inside my gates is hardly prudent. But I will grant you a smaller parley, say, yourself and a handful of guards, if you promise safe conduct." An immediate uproar erupted among the northern lords behind Robb, some shouting that it was a trap, others urging Robb not to risk it. Ned felt his pulse quicken. Riding into the Dreadfort with only a few guards could be suicidal, especially if Bolton had planned an ambush. Robb conferred briefly with Ned. "We can't trust him. But we must avoid a siege if possible." Ned nodded, speaking quietly. "Sieges cost time and lives. Yet walking into that keep could lose us our heads if Bolton is truly treacherous. We can demand he come out into neutral ground." Robb turned back, calling up to Bolton, "We will parley in the open, halfway between your walls and my host. You bring no more than 10 men, I'll bring the same. A single tent for shelter." "Agreed." Bolton paused, then gave a short nod. "Agreed. Give me time to prepare. An hour's time. Then we'll speak." With that, he vanished from the battlements. Robb and Ned retreated behind their lines, instructing the men to set up a large pavilion at the midpoint. Lords hustled to organize protective measures in case Bolton tried a trick, archers ready to cover the meeting from a distance. The tension among the troops was thick, but at least a conversation would happen before bloodshed. Sure enough, about an hour later, a small group emerged from the Dreadfort's gate. Bolton himself rode at the head on a pale horse, flanked by men wearing Bolton sigils. Their approach was slow and deliberate, each step measured. Robb likewise rode out with Ned, Hallis Malin, Brynn and Tully, who had arrived just that morning with his flank force, and a few other trusted knights. They met at the tent erected on a flat stretch of grass. Armed men from both sides stood at a distance, arrows nocked, ready to unleash if anything went wrong. Inside the tent, a plain wooden table and 4 chairs awaited. The flap was pinned open so watchers could see no treachery occurred. Robb and Bolton took seats opposite each other while Ned and Hallis stood behind Robb, Bolton's men behind him. The tension was palpable as the breeze tugged at the tent's edges. Bolton's face was inscrutable, his eyes pale as winter. "Your Grace," he said softly. "I was loyal to your father for years and to you during the war. You repay me by bringing an army to my door." "Why?" Robb didn't mince words. "We have evidence you've been hiring Sellswords under cover of night and seeking an alliance with Ironborn raiders. That's treason against the king in the north." Bolton's expression barely flickered. "Evidence, you say?" "Gossip, more like. I am fortifying my lands. The Ironborn plague the coasts. If a handful of them passed by, that hardly means I consort with them." Brynden Tully barked a harsh laugh. "So your men didn't brandish an Ironborn sigil in the neck?" "We have witness accounts." Bolton cast him a cold glance. "Witness accounts can be fabricated. I cannot prevent every Sellsword from carrying contraband. Perhaps these sightings were illusions or brigands forging alliances with the Ironborn for their own gain." Ned stepped forward, voice firm. "Lord Bolton, you have a reputation for cunning. Do not play coy. The North bleeds again if you spark civil war. If you are truly loyal, prove it. Open your gates, let us inspect your musters, show that no Ironborn collude within your walls. If you do so, we can resolve this peacefully." Bolton studied Ned for a long moment, face unreadable. "You ask me to let a foreign army rummage through my castle, humiliating me before my men. And what if they decide to brand me traitor regardless? The name of Bolton is not beloved." Robb's hands tightened on the table's edge. "The alternative is a siege, Bolton. You cannot stand against the entire North. I am offering you a chance. Comply or face our swords." A flicker of something passed through Bolton's eyes, anger or perhaps satisfaction that matters had come to this. He folded his hands. "You speak as if the entire North stands behind you. Yet some houses might resent your rule. Do not be so sure you outnumber me." Hallis Mullen bristled. "We have 5,000 outside your walls, with more on the way. What do you have? A few hundred Sellswords? The Ironborn won't save you, not against these odds." Bolton's lip curled in a thin smile. "We shall see." Robb rose, fists clenched. "Then you refuse to open your gates?" Bolton stood as well, not flinching under Robb's glare. "I require time to consult my advisors. Come back on the morrow and I may have a final answer. This day's parley has not convinced me you have only peaceful aims." Ned's heart sank, seeing how deftly Bolton strung them along. Another day's delay gave him more time to fortify or coordinate with hidden allies. But an immediate assault would be bloody. Robb exhaled sharply. "Very well. At dawn tomorrow we'll meet again. If you do not yield or offer proof of innocence, we attack." Bolton bowed mockingly. "Dawn then. I bid you good day, your grace." They exited the tent. The watchers outside felt the tension in the air. Without another word, Bolton and his men remounted and rode back to the dread fort. Robb's group did the same, heading to the main host. As they returned, Ned saw the frustration etched in Robb's features. "That cunning snake," Robb muttered. "He'll do all he can to stall. We can't let him keep us out here for weeks. The men's morale will falter and the Ironborn might slip in behind us. Tomorrow, one way or another, we settle this." Ned nodded grimly. A siege might be inevitable. Unless by dawn he conjures a miraculous show of goodwill. "I doubt it. We must be prepared." Thus the lines were drawn. That night, the Northern Army pitched camp in a broad ring around the fortress with guards rotating vigilantly. Fires flickered under the starlight. Men shared rumors of Bolton's flayings or told tales of Ramsay's savage hunts, fueling their hatred of the dread fort. Some prayed for a quick victory come dawn. In Robb's command tent, Ned, Brynden Tully, Hallis Mullen, and a handful of lords assembled around a map. Robb traced a route around the fortress, indicating spots where siege engines might be positioned, how the river could hamper them, and where Bryndon's flanking force would station. They debated the best approach for hours. Finally, near midnight, they settled on a plan. If Bolton refused to yield at dawn, they'd attempt a swift assault on the main gate combined with an infiltration from the riverside. It would cost lives, but waiting weeks would only help Bolton gather support or call the Ironborn. Before Ned turned in for what little rest was possible, he walked the perimeter of camp. The men greeted him with quiet salutes, calling him Lord Stark or the Old Hand in reference to his past in King's Landing. He gave them what encouragement he could. In the silent gloom, the dread fort loomed like a hungry beast. Torches flickered on its walls, watchers scanning for movement. Ned prayed that by tomorrow's end, they'd have ended this threat one way or another. He found Robb by a small brazier near the command tent, staring into the embers. The king in the north wore a cloak pinned with the dire wolf, but his posture sagged with weariness. At Ned's approach, Robb looked up, forcing a wan smile. "I never wanted to fight my own bannermen," he murmured. "I can't believe we stand on the verge of it after all the war behind us." Ned laid a hand on Robb's shoulder. "I know. But sometimes the only way to preserve peace is to confront a threat. House Bolton has tested us for too long. We offered a chance for peace. If Bolton will not take it, that's on him." Robb nodded, gaze drifting to the fortress in the distance. "Then tomorrow we either break them or find a last-minute reprieve. May the gods show mercy." They parted soon after, each man wrestling with a swirl of doubt and resolve. Ned lay in his tent, listening to the night wind, remembering old battles and the final day he'd knelt for the headsman's sword. Fate had granted him more time on this earth. He would not squander it if the dawn brought bloodshed. Morning came with low clouds and a chilled breeze. The northern host roused early, stowing tents, preparing siege equipment. Horn calls echoed across the dewy fields. Ned donned his armor, a simpler set than in his youth, but sturdy enough for frontline action if needed. A dull ache flared in his old leg wound, but he ignored it. He found Robb outside, astride his warhorse, conferring with Hallis Malin. Brynden Tully was already posted on the flank with a contingent ready to cut off any Bolton escape. "I'll ride forth again to parley," Robb told Ned. "If Bolton refuses, we begin the assault. You'll command the left approach, I'll take the center. Hallis manages the reserves." Ned gripped Robb's arm. "Be cautious. If Bolton shoots you down in parley, the war might die in an instant." Robb's eyes held a fierce gleam. "I'll not venture too close. Let's see if they even open their gates." They rode out within arrow range, sounding the horn thrice. The fortress gate did open, but only part way. A single rider emerged, carrying Bolton's banner. He galloped up, shouted at them. "Lord Bolton says he needs more time. He does not wish to yield nor to fight. He begs you wait another day." Robb's face darkened. "Another day? We gave him that. We march now. Stand aside or face the consequences." The Bolton rider sneered. "Then you choose bloodshed, not my lord. He stands ready within." Spinning his horse, the man fled back through the gates. The heavy portcullis slammed shut. Armed men on the walls braced crossbows, catapults, and other defenses. The die was cast. Robb glanced at Ned, jaw set. "So be it. Form the lines." Horns sounded again, echoing across the plain. The northern host began its advance. Men hefted ladders, siege towers rumbled on wooden wheels, archers knocked arrows. The day seemed gray and heavy, as though the sky itself anticipated violence. Ned took command of the left flank, urging the men forward. They would press the southwestern corner of the fortress, hopefully drawing defenders while Robb's main force hammered the gatehouse. Within minutes, the dread fort's walls erupted in missile fire. Crossbow bolts hissed down, and a catapult lobbed flaming pitch onto an approaching siege tower. Shouts and screams rang out. Ned spurred his horse, leading archers to return fire. Some men hoisted large pavises to shield themselves from the deadly rain, creeping closer foot by foot. A thunderous crash signaled the main assault on the gatehouse. Robb's men battered at the heavy doors with a ram, while defenders dropped rocks and burning oil. The smell of charred wood and scorched flesh assaulted Ned's nostrils. Grimly, he directed a group of Glover Knights to pivot around the corner tower, searching for any weak point or sally port to exploit. Another hail of bolts whirred overhead, one glancing off Ned's shoulder plate. He gritted his teeth, pressing on. War, again. But if they subdued Bolton quickly, maybe the carnage would be brief. To the south, Brynden Tully's contingent engaged a hidden group of Bolton men who erupted from a postern gate, hoping to flank the besiegers. A brief clash ensued, swords clanging, men screaming. The Tully lines held, driving the Boltons back toward the fortress. The air filled with the cacophony of battle, the acrid tang of smoke, the churn of mud under boots. Ned forced himself to remain calm, issuing orders, dispatching Hallis Malin's reserves where the line wavered. Now and then, glimpses of the ramparts revealed Bolton's men valiantly defending. But no sign of Roose Bolton himself. Was he in the tower, watching from behind arrow slits? Another volley of crossbow bolts claimed more northern soldiers, their cries echoing. A ladder slammed against the wall, men climbing valiantly, only to be shoved back by defenders. It was brutal, slow, and exactly the sort of bloodshed Ned had hoped to avoid. A horn blast from the right, Robb's main force had broken through the first gate, smashing it with the ram. But a second gate or portcullis awaited inside, blocking them from entering the courtyard. More oil rained down, men fell in agony. The fighting jammed up in that tight space, turning chaotic. Ned realized they needed another approach. The southwestern corner had a smaller sally port, possibly locked or barred. If they could break in there, they might bypass the main gate defenses. He gestured to a group of men carrying heavy axes and crowbars. Under arrow cover, they advanced, hacking at the thick oak door. Bolts hammered their shields, the ring of steel onward merging with men's grunts. One man cried out, falling with a bolt in his throat. Another took his place. Inch by inch, the door splintered. Then a rousing shout came from the gatehouse direction. Robb's men had pried open the second gate, flooding into the outer courtyard. Bolton archers retreated, some dropping from the walls to avoid being cornered. The courtyard became a furious melee, swords clashing, men roiling in confusion. Ned urged his flank to press harder, stepping up the assault on the southwestern corner so Bolton's forces would be divided. Another wave of arrows soared overhead, some whistling heartbreakingly close. The splintered door gave way with a final crack. Northern soldiers poured through into a dim corridor, tangling with surprised Bolton men inside. Ned dismounted, following them on foot, sword in hand, leg throbbing but stable. The corridor stank of fear and dust. Torchlight flickered on stone walls stained with old blood. He kept behind the main wave, letting younger men take point. They advanced quickly, cutting down defenders who refused to yield, finding themselves in a side yard near the Dreadfort's kennel area. Panicked dogs barked in their cages. More Bolton men rushed to defend, but they were outnumbered. At the same time, from the corner of his eye, Ned saw the main gatehouse courtyard fill with northern banners. Robb's voice carried above the din. "Secure the keep. Take them alive if they yield. No senseless slaughter." The defenders, pinned between two columns of attackers, began to break. Some threw down weapons, crying for mercy. Others fought to the last. Ned pressed forward, stepping over bodies. He glimpsed a flayed-man banner set alight, smoke curling. The walls of the Dreadfort that had seemed so formidable were now overshadowed by the tide of northern steel. The question remained, where was Roose Bolton? A pocket of resistance stood near a stairwell leading up to the central tower. Ned recognized a Bolton captain brandishing a spear, barking orders. Northern archers loosed arrows, felling several. The rest cowered or fled up the stairs. Hallis Malin led a charge, capturing them. Ned hobbled after, determined to find Bolton. In the corridor above, they discovered locked doors, one of which presumably led to the Lord Solar or living quarters. "Break it down," Hallis commanded. Soldiers battered the door with axes. Splinters flew. Another arrow slit from within, spat a bolt that struck a man in the chest. He fell with a gasp. Enraged, the others redoubled their efforts until the door crashed open. They rushed inside. Ned followed, sword raised. The chamber beyond was a lavish solar with thick carpets and shelves of ledgers. A lord's private retreat. A pair of Bolton guards stood braced, crossbows at the ready. One fired but missed, the bolt thunking into the doorframe. The other was swiftly cut down by northern steel. Then Ned saw Roose Bolton himself standing at a wide window, arms folded behind his back, face eerily calm. No expression of fear or defeat, just a slight tilt of the head. Hallis Malin advanced. "Yield, my lord. It's over." Bolton turned, pale eyes flicking from Hallis to Ned. "Eddard Stark," he said softly, "you truly returned from the dead. How fitting that you're here to watch the North devour itself." Ned stepped forward. "You are the cause of that devouring. Surrender." Bolton offered a faint, mirthless smile. "I do not kneel. If you'd kept your vow to the crown, none of this would be happening. The North's freedom is a lie won by blood. My family's old claim was overshadowed by your house for centuries. Did you think we'd never challenge you?" Hallis bristled, raising his sword. "Enough talk. You've lost." The door behind them clattered as more northern men arrived. Bolton's last guard, seeing the futility, dropped his crossbow. Bolton remained stoic, glancing at the window. "Yes, it seems I have," he said. "The Ironborn failed to come in time, or you were too swift. Perhaps this was not the moment for a Bolton triumph." Ned recognized the glint in Bolton's eyes. Some final card to play. He spoke quickly. "Don't do anything rash. If you yield, the king might grant you mercy. Resist, and you'll die. Bolton's lips curved into a serpent's smile. Mercy. From a Stark. Spare me. His hand dipped into his sleeve. Ned realized a heartbeat too late that the man clutched a small dagger, swift as a viper. Bolton lunged sideways, not at Ned or the soldiers, but at some hidden lever in the wall. A panel sprang open, revealing a dark gap. He turned, about to slip through it, but Hallis Mullen lunged, slicing at Bolton's arm. The blade cut deep, and Bolton hissed in pain, stumbling. Another soldier blocked the hidden passage, forcing him back. Bolton snarled, dropping the dagger, blood dripping from his forearm. Surrounded, Ned advanced, sword raised. Surrender, he repeated, voice grim. Bolton's face twisted in fury. You win this day, Stark, but the old wounds of the North will bleed again. Our banners shall not vanish. Then, almost too quick to see, he drew a slender stiletto from beneath his tunic, pivoting as if to strike at Ned. But a crossbow twanged from behind Ned's shoulder, one of the northern archers reacting on instinct. The bolt flew true, piercing Bolton's chest. He staggered, eyes wide with shock, then collapsed to the floor. Silence hung in the chamber. Blood pooled on the polished wood. Ned stood still, heart hammering, sword still raised. Roose Bolton was dead, the man who had threatened the realm from within. The men around them exhaled, some cursing, others murmuring relief. Hallis Mullen knelt, checking Bolton's pulse. He's gone. Ned closed his eyes for a moment, remembering the old enmity between House Stark and House Bolton that had simmered for centuries. It ended here, in a spasm of violence. The war was over before it truly began. But at what cost? He turned to the soldier who'd fired the crossbow. You did what had to be done, Ned said quietly. He was about to stab me or someone else. Thank you. The man, pale-faced, just nodded. Meanwhile, footsteps pounded as more men arrived, including Robb. He looked around, seeing Bolton's body. Is it finished? Ned nodded. Yes. Bolton tried to flee or fight. He's dead. Robb's gaze flicked to the stiletto on the ground, then to the hidden passage. And the rest of his men? Hallis reported. Some pockets of resistance remain, but most are surrendering. The castle is ours. The traitors have no leadership now. A hush settled. Then Robb let out a breath, posture sagging. Then the Drefort is taken. The rebellion ends here. He turned to Ned. House Bolton had no heir but Ramsay, correct? Both father and son are gone. The line is extinguished. The Dreadfort belongs to the crown. We'll appoint new lords. Ned set his jaw, gazing at the fallen man on the floor. So ends the flayed man's legacy, at least in this generation. May the gods have mercy on them. In the days that followed, the Northern Army secured the Dreadfort fully, rooting out any last Sells-Words or Ironborn scouts who lingered. A handful of Ironborn were discovered in the dungeons, presumably negotiating alliances, but they capitulated swiftly once the news of Bolton's death spread. The fortress's inhabitants, servants, peasants seemed half-relieved to see the Boltons gone. Tales emerged of hidden torture rooms, flaying knives, and dark horrors. The men cleaning the castle's lower levels recounted chilling scenes. Robb declared that House Bolton's lands were forfeit. The Drefort would be placed under a new lord, chosen from among the loyal northern houses. That decision would come after returning to Winterfell and conferring with the realm. For now, a garrison remained at the Drefort to prevent chaos. The captured Ironborn were to be executed or ransomed if possible. The Sells-Words were scattered, many fleeing rather than fight. On the third day, with the fortress pacified, Robb prepared to lead the majority of his forces back to Winterfell. Ned joined him in the courtyard, where smoke still drifted from a few smoldering fires. Wounded men were tended to in the shade of the walls, a stark reminder of the cost of this brief but bloody siege. Ned's soul felt heavy, though he was glad the conflict ended quickly. Another war had been avoided, or at least contained, within mere days. Robb turned to Ned, expression tired yet resolute. We did what had to be done, father. The Boltons are gone. House Stark stands. But I can't help feeling the North bleeds again. May it be the last time for a long while. Ned nodded, placing a hand on Robb's shoulder. You did well. Swift action saved countless lives. Now we must return home, rebuild again, and guard the realm from new storms. We cannot forget the letters from Castle Black either. There's always another threat. Robb managed a weary smile. One threat at a time, though we never truly rest. Let's go back to Winterfell. Mother and Sansa will want to hear the news in person. They mounted up, leading the columns out of the Dreadfort's gate. Soldiers cast glances at the fortress, some spitting on the ground as they left, cursing House Bolton's memory. Ned rode near the front with Robb, thinking of Sansa's anxious face back home. She would be relieved no long campaign was needed, that he and Robb had survived. What was done again? If only the realm could enjoy more than fleeting months of peace before the next challenge rose, a challenge that might come from the cold, dead wastes beyond the wall. As the North's victorious host wound its way west, Ned looked at the wide sky overhead. He whispered a quiet prayer of thanks to the old gods for sparing him again, for sparing his family. He knew not what the future held, Ironborn raids, King's Landing intrigues, White Walkers in the far north, but they would face it as they had faced all else, as Starks, resolute and unyielding. And so the new day dawned on a realm still battered by scars but determined to endure, with Eddard Stark, once a dead man walking, very much alive at its heart. The North remained, and for now that was enough. They returned to Winterfell triumphant, if one could call it that when so much blood had spilled in those few days. The Dreadfort lay behind them, stripped of House Bolton's flayed man banners, its lord and line extinguished by the very rebellion he had hoped to nurture. As the northern host made its way west, armor clinking and horses plodding through the summer dust, a mood of uneasy relief settled over the columns. They had staved off a new war, at least for the moment. Roose Bolton, last scion of that ancient and sinister house, was gone. No heir remained, and the Dreadfort would soon need a new lord. Ned Stark rode with Robb near the vanguard, the two of them occasionally glancing at one another but keeping mostly quiet. There was little to say that had not already been said in those tense nights before the siege. War had come upon them quickly, and they had struck quickly to end it. Now the roads stretched out beneath a blazing summer sun, the horses lathered, men weary. The banners of Stark, Glover, Manderley, Serwyn, Umber, and Tully fluttered in the hot breeze, a testament to the North's unity, excepting, of course, House Bolton, now cast down. They paused at midday by the banks of a shallow stream, letting the animals drink. Men took off helmets, splashed water on their faces, tended wounds that still ached. Robb dismounted and crouched near the water's edge, rubbing his neck. Ned joined him, wincing a little at the pain in his leg. That old wound, inflicted so long ago in a street fight with Jaime Lannister's men, never ceased its complaining, especially after hours in the saddle. Robb turned his face up, letting the sun angle across his tired eyes. "I've been thinking," he said, voice low. "Without the Boltons, we need new guardians for that stretch of land. The Dreadfort covers a broad territory, from the Saltspear coasts to the east, plus farmland near the Weeping Water. If we leave it leaderless, outlaws might move in." Ned nodded. "We'll have to choose carefully. That seat won't be easily entrusted. The Boltons held it for centuries. The local folk might be half terrified of another harsh lord, or they may have grown used to tyranny. We need someone strong but fair, unafraid to rebuild after Bolton's cruelty." Robb cupped water in his hands, drank, then flicked off droplets. "We could reward a loyal house. Perhaps the Tallhearts or the Karstarks. Though the Karstarks are diminished after their own tragedies, and the Tallhearts might not have the manpower. The Umbers are fierce, but the Dreadfort is far from their usual stomping grounds. The Manderleys already have White Harbor. The Glovers have Deepwoodmont. Maybe we grant it to a new branch of a lesser house that's proven steadfast." Ned considered. Some in the Stark ranks might deserve elevation. Even a knight from your personal guard if he has the wits for governance. But let's not decide in haste. The realm is still settling from this. When we're back in Winterfell, we can hold a council of lords to discuss. The people near the Dreadfort might have their own candidate. We'll see. Robb sighed. "Aye, best not to rush. Still, I hate leaving a vacuum. Tyrants flourish in a power void, as we saw." They remounted. The column moved on, dust rising. By the time evening shadowed the land, they'd covered many leagues. Scouts reported no sign of Ironborn in the area. A few had been captured at the Dreadfort, presumably forging alliances with Bolton, but no large fleet prowled the coast. That was at least one relief. Each night, they made camp, posted sentries, and tried to find a measure of normalcy around the cook fires. Men told stories of the assault on the Dreadfort, how quickly Roose Bolton had fallen once the walls were breached, how cunning their infiltration had been through the southwestern corner. Some recounted glimpses of Bolton's dead body, the same pale-faced lord who had once marched under the Stark banners. It was a cautionary tale repeated in hushed voices. Rebellions could flare up from even the North's oldest houses if left unguarded. Ned listened without joy. He had never been one to relish gore or conquest. He remembered Roose Bolton's soft-spoken courtesy in war councils past, the unsettling quiet behind his eyes. In some ways, that made the betrayal sting more. Yet the North was rid of that threat now, a stifling tension gone. The next steps would be about ensuring no new pockets of treachery surfaced. On the 6th day of travel, they crested a rise and saw the familiar outline of Winterfell's towers. Ned's heart squeezed at the sight. For all its scars, Winterfell shone in the warm sunlight, the old gray walls giving off a sense of solidity. The men let out a ragged cheer, home again, though some of them lived far across the north. It was the seat of their king and a beacon of stability. They rode through the gates, the courtyard stirring into excitement at their approach. Once more, Catelyn and Sansa stood waiting. Catelyn was first to rush forward as Robb dismounted, pulling him into an embrace. He gave her a tired but reassuring smile. Ned swung down, trying to hide a wince at the jolt in his leg. Sansa hurried to him, her eyes brimming with relief. "You're both all right?" Sansa asked, voice quavering slightly. "We heard the fortress fell quickly, but we had no details." Ned nodded, pulling her into a gentle hug. "We're fine. Some wounded among the men, but the battle ended fast. Roose Bolton is dead, his rebellion finished." She exhaled. "Thank the gods." Within the hour, all of Winterfell buzzed with talk. Servants bustled to prepare a welcome feast for the returned soldiers, though it was to be modest. No one wanted to celebrate a civil clash. In the great hall, Robb addressed those gathered, explaining that House Bolton was no more, that the Dreadfort would be placed under Stark stewardship until a new lord could be named. He thanked the men for their swift response, praised those who fell in the assault. Their bodies would be returned to families or interred respectfully if no kin could be found. Afterward, Ned retreated to the library tower with Catelyn, eager for a moment of quiet. She poured them each a cup of cool water, and they sat by a narrow window. The tea overlooked the yard. Summer's light poured in, dust motes dancing in the beam. For a while, they simply savored the calm. Catelyn touched his hand. "We must keep watch that no other houses follow Bolton's example. Or that the Ironborn don't try something cunning." He ran a thumb over her knuckles, nodding. "Yes. But for now, the North stands united again. Once we confirm a new lord for the Dreadfort, we can keep that region stable. The Ironborn trouble me, though. Balon Greyjoy is not known for meekness, and with Bolton's approach to them, he might see weakness." She looked pensive. "We'll talk to Wyman Manderley. If the Manderley fleet can guard the eastern coastline well, the Ironborn might think twice. Meanwhile, the watchers at Moat Cailin remain vigilant. House Reed will notice if any large Ironborn force crosses land." Ned gave her hand a small squeeze, grateful that she was so capable at seeing the big picture. "Yes, that's wise. We also can't ignore the South entirely. A messenger from King's Landing might show up any day wanting to know how we handled Bolton. They may fear we'll slip back into warlike ways." She released a soft exhale. "Let them come. We had every right to stamp out rebellion." Later, Robb summoned a larger council with the principal northern lords still present, plus local bannermen who had arrived for the muster but not needed to fight. They debated the best candidates to rule the Dreadfort. Names were tossed about, branches of the Serwyn family or distant cousins of House Umber or even younger scions of House Glover. None had a direct claim to the land, but that was the point. The old bloodline had ended and the seat was vacant. It might be a chance to uplift a worthy soul who'd served House Stark well. After hours of discussion, they agreed to hold a formal gathering in a month's time, inviting all northern lords to present opinions. For now, a caretaker castellan, Ser Roderick Rutiger, who had proven capable, would hold the fortress with a mix of men from various loyal houses. That arrangement might last until the harvest or even beyond. Sansa, observing from the sidelines, listened closely. Ned noticed how she took notes, a skill she'd sharpened in recent months. At one point, she whispered to him, "I never thought I'd see the day we replaced House Bolton. It's like rewriting the map of the North." He murmured back, "Sometimes old lines must end for new growth to begin. The Boltons earned their fate by betraying the realm." She nodded gravely, turning her attention back to the council. In the days that followed, the returning soldiers gradually left Winterfell, dispersing back to their homes. Goodbyes were said in the courtyard, oaths renewed. Ned and Robb personally thanked many for their swift loyalty in putting down Bolton's revolt. Lords Glover, Serwyn, and Manderley each took home fresh stories of the siege, promising to remain on guard for any further trouble. The Umbers parted with rowdy camaraderie, promising that if the Ironborn ever tried a foot in the north, they'd find only death. At last, the castle settled into a calmer routine again. Summer's heat grew more intense, making the midday hour sweltering. Workers continued repairing winter damage, scraping away at burnt timbers from old Ironborn raids. The orchard near the outer walls bore fruit, early apples ripening. Cattle grazed in newly cleared pastures. The heartbreak of war seemed for a moment a distant memory. Ned allowed himself a fleeting sense of relief. But he'd learned not to trust the realm's calm for long. Always, something stirred. Indeed, on a bright afternoon, a raven arrived from Castle Black, carrying urgent tidings. Ned was in the solar with Robb when Maester Colin brought the sealed message. The young maester's face was pale. "Your Grace, my Lord Stark," Colin said, holding out the scroll. "It's from Lord Commander Mormont himself, marked urgent." Robb broke the seal, scanned the contents, and let out a low hiss. He passed it to Ned. Ned read quickly, heart hammering. The letter spoke of wildlings gathering in unprecedented numbers beyond the wall, Mance Rayder forging a vast host. But more chilling was the mention of dead things that walked, found at the fist of the first men. Rangers reported whites, corpses reanimated by unnatural powers attacking in the night. The watch was drastically outnumbered and their rangers had barely escaped. They pleaded for more men, more supplies, warning that if Mance Rayder broke through, he'd lead tens of thousands of wildlings south. And behind or among them, these White Walkers of legend. Ned finished reading, meeting Robb's eyes. "It grows worse than rumor. The walkers seem real." Robb grimaced, setting a hand on the table. "We sent 100 men before, but that's not nearly enough if the entire realm is threatened. The Watch begs for help from all corners. The Crown, the Stormlands, the Westerlands, everyone. But the North is closest. We can't ignore it." They looked at each other in weighted silence. Another war seemed to loom, not a petty conflict but possibly an existential threat. Robb paced. "If Mance leads tens of thousands, the Watch's scant garrisons can't stop them. Even if every man on the wall fights bravely, the wildlings might surge across. Then add these whites." Ned pressed his lips. A wise man would try to unify the realm. The Crown should be sending men as well. But can we rely on Joffrey or Cersei's generosity? Marjorie Tyrell might push them to do the right thing, but we can't be certain. The Tyrells care about the south, not the far north. Robb sank into a chair. "We might have to muster a large northern force and march to the wall. That leaves our own lands vulnerable. The Ironborn could strike, or the Crown might see an opening. We just put down Bolton's rebellion. Will the Lords accept another campaign so soon?" Ned took a measured breath. "They might, if we explain the gravity. The North has always held that the real threat lurks beyond the wall, though few believed it in recent centuries. With these white sightings, old fears resurface. We must try. If we let the wildlings pass, the entire North will be ravaged. If these White Walkers are truly stirring, it could be a disaster worse than any southern war." Robb nodded reluctantly. "We'll call our banners again. But perhaps in a different way, volunteers, men who understand the threat. We'll approach the Lords with reason. Gather those willing to fight beyond the wall. Meanwhile, we keep a garrison at home, so our borders aren't left open. We can't muster everyone as we did for the Iron Throne or for Bolton's fiasco." Ned agreed. "Yes, a balanced approach. I'll write to the Vale, to the Riverlands, even to King's Landing. Let them know the Night's Watch calls for help. If Mance Rayder attacks, it won't end with the North." Robb frowned. "We have that invitation from Marjorie Tyrell to a grand summit at King's Landing in a few moons' time. Maybe this can be a prime topic. We can press the threat of the Walkers. Of course, Joffrey might mock us, but the Tyrells or Pycelle might listen if they see potential chaos." Ned laid a hand on Robb's shoulder. "Worth a try. The realm cannot remain blind. And if we fail to act, we might be left alone to face a nightmare." So they drafted responses. A letter to the Watch, promising reinforcements as soon as they could muster them. Messages to the major northern houses, explaining the seriousness and calling for volunteers to form a northern expedition under the Stark banner. They asked each lord for what men they could spare. They also prepared ravens for King's Landing, for Lisa Arryn in the Vale, even for Dorne, though that was a long shot. Over the next weeks, the castle stirred with new purpose. Not a frantic rush, as with Bolton's rebellion, but a sense of grave inevitability. Some men who had marched on the Dreadfort willingly rearmed, saying they'd go to the wall next. Others balked, needing to tend harvests or repair their own keeps. Robb declared that none would be forced into this campaign if they truly couldn't go. But many rose to the call more than Ned expected. The stories of Whites and White Walkers had spread from the handful of returning watchers. Fear of the old nightmares took hold. During this time, Sansa helped gather supplies for another expedition. She consulted with stewards, ensuring casks of salt beef, dried fruits, and flour would be readied. The roads would only get harder as one neared the wall. Armies in the far north needed strong logistics. Ned appreciated her diligence. She'd grown adept at balancing courtesy with command. Maester Catelyn, meanwhile, handled the flurry of ravens going out to the realm. One day, he delivered a fresh letter from King's Landing, stamped with the lion and rose seal. Ned read it in the presence of Robb, Catelyn, and Sansa. It contained typical courtly niceties from Marjorie Tyrell and a terse addendum from Cersei Lannister. The gist was that they'd heard rumors of a disturbance beyond the wall but had no confirmation. They encouraged the Starks to keep the north secure and reaffirmed that if the king in the north required southern assistance, he should attend the upcoming summit to make his case. Robb scoffed. They want me to kneel at Harrenhal or King's Landing again, begging for help. And no promise given, just attend and talk. How typical. Ned set down the parchment. At least they haven't dismissed the rumors outright. Marjorie might be open to hearing us. Joffrey won't, but he's overshadowed by his mother and the Tyrells now. Maybe if we present evidence or call for the realm's unity, they'll muster some help. Catelyn spoke thoughtfully. I recall how Robert Baratheon once told you that winter's storms could devour the realm. If the crown is wise, they'll see reason. But it's uncertain. We can decide who we send to that summit. You have duties here, Robb, this expedition to the wall. Perhaps Ned could go, or Edmure Tully, or even me. We'll see. Sansa, listening, offered a quiet suggestion. The Tyrells trust in courtesy and spectacle. If we can bring them letters from the Night's Watch, testimonies about the Whites, maybe they'll be convinced. Marjorie has a kind heart from what I've heard. She might champion our cause. Ned nodded. Yes, that could work. We'll gather everything we can. If only we had a living White to show them, but that's a dark thought indeed. Amid these plans, the North's lords trickled in, responding to the call for aid. Some arrived to meet with Robb and Ned in person, sharing news of local harvests, concerns about possible Ironborn raids, and the willingness or reluctance of their men to march beyond the wall. A good number pledged small contingents, 10 men here, 20 there, 100 from the Umbers, some from the Manderleys. It would add up, but whether it was enough to face tens of thousands of wildlings and the rumored undead was another matter. The Great John Umber himself arrived in a flurry of boisterous enthusiasm, claiming he'd personally lead 200 men to Castle Black. Let them come, these Whites or White Devils or whatever. I'll hack 'em to bits. The Great John fears no ghost. He roared with laughter, though Ned saw a flicker of genuine fear behind his bravado. Fear turned to bravado was the Umber way after all. By late summer, it became clear that the muster for the wall would number perhaps 2,000 men from across the north, less than the full might once marshaled against the Lannisters, but still substantial. Robb decided he would lead them personally. After all, he was king in the north. He could not remain idle while men risked their lives in the far north. The realm expected its king to stand against the old horrors. Ned, however, argued that Robb was needed to keep the north stable, especially after the Bolton crisis. The debate lasted for days, father and son quietly but earnestly discussing the best course. Finally, they struck a compromise. Robb would lead the expedition, but Ned would stay behind to hold Winterfell and coordinate defenses against the Ironborn. The realm needed at least one Stark present in the seat of power. Catelyn likewise supported this, remembering how leaving Winterfell empty in the past had invited disaster. If a crisis arose with the Ironborn or King's Landing, Ned could respond from the home seat. Sansa volunteered to help Ned with governance, an offer he accepted with gratitude. She was proving her mettle, and the North's ladies, peasants, and lesser lords already looked to her for advice. Meanwhile, Catelyn would accompany Robb part of the way to the wall, ensuring the supply lines ran smoothly, then return to Winterfell. It was a plan that felt balanced, though precarious. Any plan was in a realm so large. As the date for departure neared, the yard filled once more with soldiers in armor, wagons loaded with winter gear. Cloaks of thick fur were readied, chainmail tested. Horses were shod anew. Some older veterans remembered campaigns in the Riverlands, where the climate was gentler. They muttered about the savage cold near the wall even in summer. Others boasted they'd seen the lands beyond the Frostfangs. Rarely had so many in living memory marched so far north except the Night's Watch themselves. Through it all, Ned felt a father's worry. Robb was strong, proven in battles from the Whispering Wood to the Dreadfort. Yet the far north was different, an unknown land of ice, warlike wildlings, and rumored sorcery. He offered Robb every caution he could. Rely on the Watch's scouts. Do not let the wildlings lure you into ambush. Keep close watch at night for whites. Robb listened patiently, though a gleam in his eye suggested he would not shy from risk. He was king in the north, determined to defend his realm's outermost frontier. When at last the day came to march, the courtyard thronged with well-wishers and watchers. Robb, clad in thick leathers and a cloak of dark gray, stood by his horse. Catelyn, also wearing warm garb, would ride with him for a time before turning back. The men formed in ranks, the great Jon near the front, bellowing encouragement to his troops. Sansa stood close to Ned at the top of the steps. She wore a serious expression, her hands clasped before her. Robb approached for a final farewell, clasping Ned's forearm. "Take care," Robb said softly. "If the Ironborn strike, you have a garrison here. And if the crown meddles, remind them the treaty stands." Ned inclined his head. "Aye, and you take care among the wildlings. The Night's Watch must guide you, but do not let them push you into reckless fights. War in the far north is like none we've known." Robb managed a small smile. "I'll heed the advice. Perhaps we can negotiate with Mance Rayder, though the White Walkers might not care for negotiations if they exist in truth. We'll see." Catelyn kissed Ned's cheek. "I'll be back in a fortnight after we reach Queen's Crown or wherever the Watch meets us. Keep the home fires burning." He embraced her. "I will. Safe travels." Then Sansa stepped forward, hugging Robb fiercely, her voice trembling. "Come back with tales of victory, brother. Not tragedy. If you see Jon Snow." Robb squeezed her hand. "I'll tell Jon you're well if I find him. He might be beyond the wall, but I'll try." She nodded, tears glittering. With that, Robb mounted, signaled the host. Horns blared and the gates swung wide. Hundreds of men began the long march north, banners streaming in the breeze. Ned and Sansa watched them go until the column disappeared along the dusty road. A hush descended on the courtyard. Winterfell felt emptier despite the presence of those who remained. In the ensuing days, Ned poured his energy into fortifying Winterfell's administration. Harvest was in full swing, caravans arrived carrying produce from local farms. Sansa chaired meetings with head servants to ensure storehouses were replenished. Maester Collins sorted letters from lords asking how to handle small disputes. The Watchers from the Dreadfort region sent updates reporting no further chaos. The caretaker Castellan, Sir Roderick Rutiger, seemed to keep the old fortress secure. Occasionally, they received ravens from Robb's force, describing their progress northward. He wrote that they'd reached the last hearth, where Lord Umber welcomed them boisterously. Then they passed scattered villages that looked half-deserted, folks fleeing south from rumors of wildlings. Each letter carried a sense of mounting tension. The final note described the moment they approached Castle Black's mighty gates, watchmen in black, half-starved and anxious, ushering the northern host into the shadow of the wall. After that, messages might grow sporadic. The far north was no place for easy raven flights once they ventured beyond the wall. Ned read each dispatch with dread and hope entwined. Meanwhile, Sansa fussed over logistical details for a possible second wave of support if needed. They lived in a suspended hush, uncertain what dire tidings might come next. Then, near the end of the season, another piece of news arrived to jolt them from their vigil. The Crown's Grand Summit, proposed by Marjorie Tyrell and scheduled for early autumn in King's Landing, was indeed happening. A royal missive arrived, insistent that the king in the north or his envoys attend to discuss trade pacts, the rumored threat of the wildlings, and the stability of the realm. Marjorie wrote in her portion that she yearned for the north to share its concerns, so all might find a unified strategy if the stories of whites were true. Ned read this letter in his solar with Sansa at his side. The Tyrell Queen's script was elegant, laced with sincerity, or at least a convincing imitation. Cersei's co-signature was more clipped, promising safe conduct to the North's representatives. Sansa frowned. "Robb can't attend, he's at the wall, or beyond by now. Perhaps you should go, father." He rubbed his jaw. "That means leaving you here, though. Winterfell would remain under your care with the help of Maester Colin and the lords. Are you prepared for that?" She swallowed, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. "I can manage, I think. We have loyal stewards, the Manderleys close by if the Ironborn threaten. But do you truly want to ride to King's Landing again? After all that happened last time?" He sighed heavily, remembering the Red Keep's corridors, the almost execution. No, I do not. But I suspect if we refuse, the Crown may interpret it as hostility or a lack of seriousness. They might not assist with the threat in the far north. Perhaps I'll only go as far as Harrenhal if that's where they mean to convene. Or King's Landing itself. It's a risk. Yet Marjorie might be genuine. She thought for a moment. We also have Aunt Lisa calling me to the Eyrie. It's nearing the time I promised I'd travel. If you leave for King's Landing, I'll remain here to keep the seat, but that delays my own journey. Aunt Lisa might grow impatient. He grimaced. Another political tangle. Yes. We can't be everywhere at once. Perhaps you must postpone again. Or, I might propose that you travel to the Eyrie now while I wait a short while before heading south. Let me think. In the end, they decided Sansa's trip to the Eyrie could wait a bit longer, given that Lisa's demands for a betrothal had become somewhat less urgent after hearing rumors of the North's new turmoil. Lisa had grudgingly accepted that the North was in crisis with Bolton, then the wildlings. She would likely wait another few moons. Meanwhile, Ned would handle the Crown's summit if only to put forward the Night's Watch's pleas and quell any illusions that the North was ignoring Southern concerns. Thus, preparations began for yet another journey. As Ned packed, a wave of old memories crashed over him. The last time he left Winterfell for King's Landing, how that had nearly cost his life and doomed his family to war. Now the circumstances were different. He went as a free agent, not a king's subordinate. But the capital was still dangerous. Sansa recognized his unease, and though she tried to reassure him that the treaty gave him safety, he couldn't forget Joffrey's cruelty or Cersei's cunning. He decided to keep his traveling party small but respected. Hallis Mullen and a handful of seasoned knights, plus a few scribes to carry relevant documents from the Night's Watch and the North's own statements. They would ride under the Direwolf banner, making steady progress down the King's Road. Some old instincts told him to remain alert for Lannister or Sellsword ambushes, but officially, they were at peace. Perhaps, for once, there would be no blood. On the morning of departure, Sansa and Catelyn stood in the courtyard. The latter had returned from escorting Robb's host only a short distance. She had come back to help with local governance. Her worry lines deepened as she kissed Ned goodbye. "You'll mind yourself around Joffrey," she implored, "and be watchful of Cersei. If Marjorie is our ally, let her keep the Lannisters in check, but trust no one fully." He nodded, hugging her close. "I'll be careful, Cat. I lived through the Red Keep once. I have no intention of losing my head this time." Sansa embraced him, silent tears in her eyes. "Come back soon, father. And if you can, glean any news of Arya or if the Crown knows something we don't." They once whispered Arya was spotted in the Riverlands. "We still have no proof." He stroked her hair gently. "I'll ask discreetly. Take care of Winterfell, my dear. You've grown strong." Then, with a final wave, he mounted his horse. Hallis Mullen and the knights formed around him, banners snapping in the mild breeze. The portcullis rose, and they rode out into the summer sunshine. A hush seemed to settle on the castle as its gates closed behind them. They journeyed south along the King's Road, reversing the path Ned had once taken with King Robert Baratheon. Each milestone held memories of simpler times, or illusions of simplicity. Towns had recovered from the war, though some scars remained, burnt farmhouses, a few ruins not yet rebuilt. At Moat Cailin, they found the Crannogmen vigilant, though the road was passable. The old fortress had wards posted to watch for any Ironborn infiltration. Ned consulted briefly with the Reeds, verifying that the region was stable. They said few Ironborn prowled these days. Perhaps the Greyjoys had lost heart or were biding time. Crossing into the Neck and then the Riverlands, they saw more signs of rebuilding. The fields around the twins were thick with crops. Walder Frey's men let Ned pass with minimal fuss, their lord likely knowing better than to antagonize the realm's new alignment. Farther along, villages under House Tully had resumed normal life. The Red Fork sparkled under the sun. Ned took no time to linger in Riverrun, though the castle's caretakers greeted him warmly. He explained that he was bound for a southern summit to discuss the far north threat, though he gave few details. Eventually, they left Tully lands behind, pressing deeper into the Crown's territory. The climate grew warmer, the roads busier with merchants and travelers. Some recognized Ned, though not all believed their eyes. Rumors still whispered that Eddard Stark had died or that he was a ghost. He gave them no drama, only a polite nod as he passed. Hallis Malin and the knights bristled with protective caution, scanning every roadside wood for bandits. At last, they neared the Blackwater Rush. King's Landing's walls loomed in the distance. Ned felt his pulse thud. Memories of the Red Keep, the cramped cell, that day on the steps of the Great September. He inhaled slowly. This time, he came as a free man, representing a sovereign north. But the city's reek, drifting on the wind, hadn't changed. That mix of sewage, tanneries, and too many people. At the main gate, gold cloaks halted them, looking startled at the direwolf sigil. Once Ned presented the official letter from Margaery Tyrell and Cersei Lannister guaranteeing safe conduct, they were allowed in. Hallis Malin kept a tight formation around Ned. They wound through the teeming streets, crowds parting at the sight of armed riders. The capital was as noisy and pungent as ever, with vendors hawking wares, beggars calling for alms, watchmen striding about. Up the hill they rode to the Red Keep. The scarlet walls and towers dominated the skyline. Ned forced himself to stay calm. As they approached the gatehouse, lines of Lannister guards inspected them. One recognized Ned's face, blanching in surprise. Then they were escorted into the outer courtyard, where Tyrell guards also stood watch. The joint presence of Lannister and Tyrell men was more evidence of the new power structure. A steward in rich clothing hurried forth. "Lord Eddard Stark," he said, trying to hide his amazement. "The Queen Regent and Queen Margaery have been expecting you. Your men will be quartered in the barracks, or if they prefer, a separate lodging. You, my lord, have chambers prepared in the keep's upper level." Ned shook his head slightly. "I'd prefer simpler quarters near my men. But if it's insisted." The steward hesitated. "Her Grace strongly recommends the main keep." "For courtesy, my lord." Ned relented. "Very well. I'll see to my men first." He dismounted, scanning the courtyard. The last time he'd been here in any official capacity, it had ended in betrayal. Many pairs of eyes watched him now, from high windows or from corners. Some recognized the man who was once Hand of the King. If they expected a stooped old ghost, they saw instead a weathered but firm lord, wearing northern leather and a quiet resolve. He led Hallis Malin aside. "Settle our knights in a secure area. Keep a rotating watch. Trust no rumor. We'll see how this summit truly shapes up." Hallis saluted. "Aye, my lord. We'll be on guard." The steward then ushered Ned across the yard into the Red Keep's winding corridors. The pungent memory of these halls struck him, the faint must of old tapestries, the flicker of torchlight on stone. Guards posted at intervals, some wearing gold cloaks, others the Tyrell rose. A few recognized Ned, bowing or stepping aside with uncertain courtesy. At last, the steward led him to a suite of rooms in a tower, large windows offering a panoramic view of Blackwater Bay. Fine furniture, fresh tapestries. Servants bustled about, placing fruit and wine on a table. Ned walked to the window and stared out at the sprawl of King's Landing. The sun glinted on rooftops, the wide river shimmering near the muddy harbor. After a moment, the steward cleared his throat. "My lord, the queens have expressed that they wish to see you at the earliest convenience. They are below in the council chambers with other lords." "Shall I announce you?" Ned set his jaw. Might as well face them now. "Yes. Let on." He followed the man through twisting corridors, up a grand stair, until they reached a set of carved doors. 2 Lannister guards in crimson cloaks opened them. Inside was a long council room with tall windows. A polished table dominated the center. Around it sat a gathering of lords and ladies, many in southern finery. Ned spotted Margaery Tyrell immediately, her dark hair elegantly coiled, a regal poise about her. Next to her sat Cersei Lannister, faces composed and cold as ever. Joffrey was present, sporting finer clothes than the day, but still with that petulant set to his jaw. Various Tyrell and Lannister bannermen flanked them. Grand Maester Pycelle, looking older still, hovered at one side. At Ned's entrance, a hush fell. Margaery rose with a gracious smile. "Lord Eddard Stark, welcome. We are so pleased you accepted the invitation. I trust your journey was not too arduous." Cersei's lips curled faintly as though tasting something sour. She did not speak immediately, letting Margaery take the lead. Joffrey's eyes narrowed, a flicker of old hatred crossing his features, but he said nothing. Ned inclined his head politely. "My queen," he said, deliberately addressing Margaery, then nodding in Cersei's direction as well, "and Queen Regent. I appreciate the safe conduct extended. The roads were fine. I come to discuss the matters we share, stability of the realm, especially with the threats in the north." Margaery gestured to an empty chair. "Please be seated." We have begun preliminary discussions on trade routes, the continuing restoration after the war, and yes, the wildling threat your messages mentioned. Let us hear directly from you what the North has discovered. Ned approached, aware of multiple stares. Joffrey glowered, fidgeting. He thought he heard the boy king mutter something under his breath, but Marjorie set a calming hand on Joffrey's arm. The tension in the air felt thick enough to taste. Ned lowered himself into the offered seat, an unspoken wave of memory swirling. The last time he'd sat near these people, he had been Hand of the King, soon to be condemned. But he pushed that aside. This was a new moment, and he was no one's servant now. He cleared his throat. The North has long known that the Night's Watch stands guard against threats beyond the wall. But recently we have had direct reports of the undead whites, men reanimated by a force we believed legend. Also, tens of thousands of wildlings gather under Mance Rayder, the so-called king beyond the wall. The Watch cannot stop them alone. King Robb has marched with a portion of our forces to reinforce the wall. But that may not be enough. He let the words hang. Grand Maester Pycelle shuffled, releasing a rem of doubt. Cersei's expression gave nothing away. Marjorie, however, leaned forward, brow creased. Whites. Truly? Do you have proof? Ned folded his hands. Proof is difficult to bring south. We have letters from Lord Commander Mormont, from rangers who claim to have fought them. Some left behind corpses that rose in the night. Moreover, if tens of thousands of wildlings cross into the north, the devastation may be unstoppable. If these whites are among them, it's worse than any southern war. Joffrey sneered. I see no whites here, Lord Stark. I hear only stories. Maybe the North is conjuring tales to beg for men. Or to stir trouble. You rebelled once already. Marjorie's eyes flicked to Joffrey, silently urging caution. Ned forced himself to remain calm. I do not beg, nor does the North. But if you fail to heed this, the realm at large may suffer. We share these warnings for the good of all. Cersei's voice emerged, cool and measured. We have received scattered rumors from the Night's Watch. The Crown has not dismissed them, though we remain skeptical. Our resources are stretched after the war. If we send men north and find nothing but snow and wildlings, it gains us little. Marjorie nodded slowly. We propose a measured approach. Perhaps a royal delegation to the wall, or a certain number of crown forces to join your King Robb's host, verifying the threat. If indeed whites exist, we must muster a grand alliance. But we cannot mobilize half the south on rumor. Are you prepared to show us the place where these whites were seen? Bring forth your rangers, their testimonies, that we might weigh them. Ned recognized that Marjorie offered a compromise, an attempt to quell Joffrey's scorn and Cersei's caution. Yes, he said, meeting her gaze. We can arrange that. Lord Commander Mormont would welcome a royal delegation. Let them see with their own eyes. My son, King Robb, is already at Castle Black or beyond, investigating. If your men hurry, they might join him. Marjorie exchanged a look with Cersei. The Crown can dispatch a company of knights led by someone trustworthy. If they confirm the threat, we will rally the realm. Should it prove exaggerated, then the blame will be on your shoulders for leading us astray. Agreed. Ned inhaled slowly. Agreed. We have no interest in false alarms. We only want the realm safe. Joffrey snorted. Perhaps I should lead these knights to show the North how a real king handles illusions. I'll bring the hound, N.A. Cersei placed a hand on Joffrey's arm, stopping him. No, my sweet king. We need you here. Ser Loras Tyrell or some other champion can go. We cannot risk your presence in the savage wastes. Joffrey sulked. Marjorie offered a tight smile, as though well-practiced at soothing him. Ser Loras is quite capable, she said. He will ensure a fair assessment. We can have a small group of Tyrell knights and crown officials ride north, perhaps with some Lannisters if they wish. She glanced at Cersei, who gave a shallow nod. Ned let out a breath. Then it is settled. I'll inform the Night's Watch by Raven. They'll prepare to receive your party. Though time is short, Mance Rayder may move soon. Cersei's lips thinned. So you claim. Let us see. The meeting soon moved on to other topics, trade pacts, the overshadowing presence of Tywin Lannister in the west, the aftermath of the war. Ned kept mostly silent, speaking up only when the conversation touched on the North's shipping routes or the minimal trade they allowed with the South under the treaty. He noted how Marjorie tried to steer the conversation in a constructive direction while Cersei chipped in with guarded remarks. Joffrey grew bored quickly, fiddling with a dagger. By session's end, Ned felt drained. Nevertheless, they had a partial victory. A royal delegation would head north to see if the threat was real. That alone might lead the realm to unify. On the other hand, if the delegates took too long or arrived too late, the wildlings could already be crossing, the whites unleashed. Marjorie approached Ned as the council dispersed. Lord Stark, she said quietly, I do hope this yields cooperation between the Crown and the North. We have no wish for more bloodshed. If these White Walkers truly threaten, I'll do all in my power to persuade the lords south of the Neck to send aid. He inclined his head in gratitude. Your courtesy is appreciated, Queen Marjorie. May the gods grant we never face such terrors. But if we do, unity is our only chance. Cersei hovered nearby, listening with a half-lit gaze. Indeed, she drawled, unity under the rightful king in King's Landing. Let us not forget who truly holds the throne. Ned gave a thin smile. We do not forget. But we also do not kneel. Our realms remain separate yet allied, as per the treaty. Cersei lifted her chin, faint disapproval in her eyes. Of course. And so ended his first day back in the Red Keep. Hallis Malin escorted him to his chambers where they debriefed. Ned quietly instructed Hallis to keep an eye on any watchers or suspicious movements. The Queen Regent's civility did not fool him. Cersei was cunning. Joffrey's malevolence simmered, though Marjorie and Tywin evidently reined him in. In the subsequent days, Ned endured a series of smaller gatherings, dinners, and discussions with various lords. Many approached him with caution, uncertain how to treat the traitor-turned-independent king's father. But the treaty forced courtesy. Some, especially from the Reach, were curious about the North's ways, the new farmland expansions, and whether the threat of an undead horde was to be believed. Ned repeated the same warnings each time. He felt like a wandering prophet of doom, telling Southerners that winter's nightmares were real. Some believed, some scoffed. He occasionally glimpsed Joffrey at feasts, the boy exuding arrogance. Marjorie Tyrell remained poised at Joffrey's side, deftly guiding him away from outbursts. Cersei presided with hawk-like scrutiny. Ned avoided the personal trap of approaching Joffrey directly, recalling the last time that ended in near disaster. Instead, he maintained a formal politeness. Meanwhile, word spread that Ser Loras Tyrell would indeed lead a small band north, accompanied by a handful of knights. Ned wondered if they'd be enough to see the threat truly. If they encountered a single white, that might be enough to convince them, or they could easily miss it in the vastness beyond the wall. On the fourth evening at court, Marjorie announced a welcoming supper in Ned's honor to show amity between the Crown and the North. Ned dreaded the pageantry but couldn't refuse. The great hall was bedecked with flowers from the Reach, their perfume clashing with the usual smoky incense. Tables were laden with roasted fowl, fresh fruits, candied sweets. A minstrel sang ballads of unity. Ned sat at a high table near Marjorie, across from Cersei and Joffrey. He forced himself to eat politely. Joffrey sipped wine, glaring occasionally. The Tyrell ladies engaged Ned in small talk about Winterfell's orchard, the northern climate, whether dire wolves still roamed the Wolfswood. He answered calmly, feeling the weight of old nightmares in these polite words. Eventually, Joffrey demanded a story from Ned about the ghosts beyond the wall. Ned kept it brief, describing only what he'd heard from the Night's Watch, the bodies that rose after death, the savage wilderness. Joffrey rolled his eyes. Sounds like a poor conjurer's trick, he muttered. Marjorie politely steered the conversation to other matters, smiling as if to dispel tension. Cersei sipped her wine, saying little. Ned noticed the faint lines of strain around her eyes. Perhaps the cost of keeping Joffrey in check and deferring to Marjorie's influence had worn on her. Finally, near midnight, the supper ended. As Ned rose, Marjorie touched his sleeve. "Walk with me a moment, Lord Stark," she said quietly, leading him aside into a small courtyard lit by lanterns. Crickets chirped amid potted plants. She turned, candlelight dancing on her features. "I realize how difficult it must be for you to return here," she said softly. "The city that nearly condemned you. I want you to know I bear you no ill will. I truly want the realm to find peace." Ned regarded her. "I believe you do, though you must contend with the Lannisters at every turn. Still, you've shown more empathy than they ever did." She nodded, a flicker of fatigue crossing her eyes. "It is not easy, but Cersei recognizes we need the North, especially if your warnings are real. She's pragmatic enough to see reason, though she'll never admit it openly. Joffrey, well, let us say I do my best to contain him. If he tries to act rashly, Tywin will overrule him or I shall attempt to. The Lannisters crave power, yet they fear a new war if the White Walkers exist." Ned frowned. "Have you heard from Tywin at all?" "He's still in the west, yes." Marjorie's shoulders lifted in a delicate shrug. "He rules from Casterly Rock, rebuilding the Westerlands. Some rebels out there still defy the new peace, or so we hear. Tywin sees no profit in a war with the North again. If the undead threaten everyone, he'll be forced to respond. But he'll do so on his own terms. At least he's no fool. Ned lowered his voice. Thank you for your honesty, my queen. I only hope events beyond the wall do not outpace our efforts. If the wildlings descend in a wave, King Rob's force could be overwhelmed unless the rest of the realm unites. She pressed her lips. Ser Loras and his knights shall depart within a fortnight. Once they gather supplies, I'll urge them to travel swiftly. If they confirm the threat, I swear I'll push for a grand muster. The South can't afford to let you stand alone. A swirl of gratitude and caution welled in Ned. Thank you. I appreciate your willingness. May the gods guide us. She inclined her head, expression earnest. And you, Lord Stark, must be careful in King's Landing. Old grudges die hard. But so long as you remain under my invitation and the official truce, no harm should befall you. With that, she bid him good night, slipping back into the corridors. Ned returned to his assigned chambers, escorted by Hallis Malin. The talk with Marjorie left him with a bittersweet sense of hope. Perhaps she was the South's best chance at bridging the old rifts. But it all hinged on what Ser Loras found in the far north. The next day, Ned attended another round of discussions about trade, grain shipments, and the Tyrells' plans to supply King's Landing. He found it all numbing, a swirl of petty concerns overshadowed by the cataclysm that might unfold up north. Still, he endured. Occasionally, Joffrey spat barbs or gave him cold glares, but with Marjorie smoothing tensions, no direct confrontation occurred. A week passed thus, each day a careful dance. Then, as Ned prepared to depart for Winterfell, having done all he could to secure the realm's ear, Marjorie requested one final audience. He met her in a small solar overlooking the Blackwater, the sun's rays glinting off the water below. She rose from a cushioned chair, beckoning him closer. Lord Stark, she said, I wanted to give you a letter for your King Rob. It's my personal pledge, reaffirming that if the threat is proven, the Tyrells will answer the call. I hope it gives him some heart if he doubts the South's sincerity. Ned took the sealed parchment. Thank you. I'll forward it as soon as possible. Though ravens to the far north can be unreliable. But if it reaches him, I'm sure it will mean something. She studied him. When do you ride? In 2 days, I believe. We've completed the main points of the summit from my side. My men are restless, longing for the cooler air of home. She smiled faintly. Travel safely. And remember, if new tidings come from the wall, send word. Ser Loras will leave soon, but we can coordinate. I truly hope these whites are a fraction of the rumor, though that might be false hope. Ned bowed his head. So do I, my queen. So do I. Leaving the solar, he exhaled. That concluded his uneasy return to the Red Keep. He'd survived, forging a tenuous alliance again. He was under no illusions. Cersei might sabotage everything if it suited her, Tywin might scheme from afar, and Joffrey might lash out if events chafed his fragile pride. But with Marjorie's balancing influence, at least the crown would not dismiss the threat outright. 2 mornings later, Ned and Hallis Malin departed King's Landing with minimal ceremony, riding through the gates at dawn. He barely glanced back at the city's towering walls, the rancid smell from the slums, the red spires of the keep. He had no fondness for this place. Let the summits continue without him, he had done all that was feasible. Now the truly desperate matter lay in the north, where Robb and the Night's Watch faced the edge of an ancient menace. The journey back proved quicker, the roads less clogged. They still had to negotiate with Walder Frey's men at the Twins, but that was routine. Entering the north felt like shedding a heavy cloak. At Moat Cailin, Ned paused to hear news from the Reeds, no sign of Ironborn crossing, no new rebellious stirrings. The caretaker at the Drevfort, Ser Roderick Ratiger, had reported stability. Good tidings, at least on that front. Finally, they sighted Winterfell's walls once more in the mellow light of a late afternoon. Ned spurred his horse forward, hungry for home. As they entered the courtyard, Sansa descended the keep steps, a bright wave of relief crossing her face. She practically ran to meet him, curtsying first in a teasing formality, then hugging him. You're safe, she said, eyes shining. I worried, though the ravens said all was calm. He patted her shoulder. King's Landing was cordial enough, thanks to Queen Marjorie. How fare things here? She led him inside, explaining that no major crises had emerged. Harvest had gone well, the lords remained quiescent, and there was a new letter from Robb. She produced it from her sleeve. Ned took it eagerly. In Robb's bold scrawl, it described how he'd arrived at Castle Black to find the watch severely undermanned. They'd reinforced the wall's garrison at Castle Black and Eastwatch by the sea. Scouts reported Mance's raiders' host was indeed huge, perhaps in the tens of thousands, gathering around the Frostfangs. Worse, some watchers claimed to have glimpsed something pale and dead on the edges of the wildling camps at night. None would speak openly of it, but dread permeated the region. Robb wrote that he was planning to take a portion of his men beyond the wall soon in cooperation with the Watch, hoping to parley with Mance or at least gauge the situation. Ned grimaced. He means to go beyond the wall. That land is treacherous enough without the threat of walking corpses. Sansa murmured he might meet Jon Snow out there. The letter says Jon is rumored to be on some mission. If they find each other. He nodded. That would be a comfort at least. But the risk is high. Let's pray the gods watch over them. In the following days, Ned settled back into Winterfell's routine. He wrote a response to Robb, including a separate message from Marjorie Tyrell pledging potential southern aid if Loras Tyrell confirmed the threat. He dispatched it via Raven, though how it might reach Robb if he was beyond the wall was uncertain. Time slipped into early autumn. The days remained warm, but leaves started to fade into gold. The fields around Winterfell gleaned their final harvest. People whispered that after such a mild summer, winter might come soon and fierce. Sansa managed daily tasks with grace, while Ned oversaw the castle's readiness for a possible war. They kept in contact with the caretaker at the Dreadfort, gleaning that no new turmoil brewed there. Each night, Ned found himself pacing the ramparts or visiting the Godwood, praying for word from Robb. The quiet pressed in. Sometimes Sansa would join him, admitting she had nightmares of an endless night, white-faced figures prowling the walls. He reassured her as best he could, though a part of him felt the same dread. At last, near the cusp of mid-autumn, a raven arrived from the Night's Watch. The note was scrawled in haste by a steward named Dolorous Ed Tollet, saying that Ser Loras Tyrell and his small party had arrived at Castle Black, joined Robb, and ventured beyond the wall. They had been gone over a fortnight with no word. The wildlings stirred in large numbers, rumors saying Mance was preparing to move soon. The Watch braced for battle. Ed wrote that they prayed the group would return with news or that some parley would avert the worst. But the gloom in the note suggested little optimism. Ned read the message by torchlight, Sansa at his side, Catelyn behind them. He set it down with a sigh. They could be lost or forging deeper into the haunted forests. The Watch is outmanned. If Mance attacks, I pray Robb's men stand a chance. Sansa pressed her lips, knuckles white. I hate waiting, but we can't do anything from here. Catelyn whispered, we can only trust that Robb leads wisely. He's with the Watch and they know the terrain. Perhaps Ser Loras will see the undead himself and bring proof home. Ned stared at the flickering torch. Or perhaps none will return. By the gods, we face uncertainty on all sides. If the wildlings break through before we hear, we might be forced to muster another army. Catelyn's voice shook. Then we do what we must. We'll not let them overrun the north. So the days passed in tension. Each dawn, Ned rose, half expecting a new raven, news of a wildling invasion, a frantic call for more help, or an account of Robb's demise. Each twilight, he paced the walls. The people of Winterfell sensed the strain, going about their chores quietly. Autumn's chill seeped in at night, a taste of the colder months soon to come. Finally, as the leaves turned coppery on the castle oaks, an exhausted messenger arrived from Castle Black, not by raven but on horseback, stumbling through the gates in the early evening. Ned hurried to meet him in the courtyard, aided by Sansa and a handful of guards. The man, wrapped in a black cloak with the Watch's insignia, practically fell from his horse, panting for breath. Lord Stark, he wheezed, I carry word from King Robb from beyond the wall. Ned helped the man stand, bracing him. Are they returned? What news? The messenger shook his head, swallowing. No, they're not back yet. But a ranger came riding in 2 days ago, said he encountered King Robb's party near the Milkwater. They had discovered something. They meant to come back to Castle Black soon with proof. The ranger was wounded but said they fought off a group of whites. A rush of fear and hope warred in Ned's chest. Proof? Then they do have evidence the dead walk? The messenger nodded, breath ragged. So the ranger claimed. Ser Loras was with them, battered but alive. They lost men, both from the Watch and the north, but Robb and Loras still breathed. They planned to continue on a short distance more, hoping to gather further intelligence on Mance Raiders' camp. Then they turned south. If all goes well, they'll reach the wall in under a fortnight. Sansa clasped her hands together, eyes wide. So Robb's alive, but still out there. That's something. Ned's mind whirled. Thank you, he told the messenger. You did well. Get food, rest. We'll wait for more tidings. The man nodded gratefully. As he was led away, Ned exhaled. A fortnight might bring Robb and Ser Loras back with undeniable proof. Then the realm could not dismiss the threat. If Mance Raider mustered an assault, at least the Watchers had a chance to brace. Sansa touched Ned's arm. We can only hope they return safely with this proof. Then maybe the crown truly rallies. He gazed at her, seeing the weight of worry in her face. Aye. One step at a time. But if they come back, we must prepare. A war beyond the wall might soon spill onto the southern side. Then the entire realm must unite, Sansa said quietly. Surely. He nodded. We'll do all in our power to ensure it. And so the North braced anew, hearts pinned on the uncertain venture of a king and a knight in a land of ice and shadows. Each day, Ned prayed to the old gods in the Winterfell godwood, whispering for Robb's safe return, for the realm to open its eyes, for the old nightmares to be turned aside by mortal courage. Summer's last warmth waned, breezes growing crisp. Leaves fell across the courtyard, heralding the deeper changes to come. They arrived at Castle Black near dusk, Robb Stark and his weary entourage. The gate rose to admit them, watchmen guiding the stumbling horses inside. Snow flecked the men's cloaks, though it was only autumn. The wall loomed overhead like a colossal barrier of ice, its surface glimmering in the dying light. Around the courtyard, black-clad figures gathered, faces tense. Word had spread that King Robb was returning from beyond the wall at last. Robb slid from his saddle, wincing as he stretched. Mud and slush coated his boots, an old cut in his thigh burned. Behind him, Ser Loras Tyrell dismounted awkwardly, favoring an arm wound. Another dozen men followed, half-limping or nursing bruises. The rest had been lost, killed by wights, wildlings, or the pitiless cold. Their numbers had been small to begin with, a scouting party, trusting stealth to glean intelligence. They carried something precious, something horrifying. Lord Commander Mormont emerged from the door of the common hall, his craggy face etched with concern. Your Grace, he rumbled. We feared you lost. Robb straightened. Near lost, Lord Commander. But we bring proof. My men found a wight. It attacked us in the night, with half a dozen others. We managed to subdue one without burning it. Kept it, well, we have it bound in a reinforced cage, though the thing is ferocious. Mormont's eyes widened. A living corpse? Ser Loras stepped forward, expression grim. I saw it with my own eyes, Lord Commander. It does not speak. It only snarls, eyes burning with some blue light. We lost 3 men capturing it. He swallowed, the shock still fresh. I'll never doubt again. Mormont blew out a breath. We must store it carefully. The last time we kept a wight inside these walls, it wreaked havoc. Robb exhaled. We'll keep it in the coldest storage we can manage. I want to send it south to King's Landing. Let them see. Marjorie Tyrell promised if we brought proof, she'd unite the realm. A ripple of unease passed among the Watch's men. One brother spoke up, voice shaking, transporting a wight that far as madness, Your Grace. It might break loose. Robb lifted a tired hand. I know. But if the realm doesn't unify, Mance Raider's horde and these undead will overwhelm us. Seeing truly is believing. We'll put it in chains, sealed in a crate of cold iron, with watchers at every step. Mormont frowned deeply. A dangerous gamble. But I see no better way to rouse the South from complacency. Very well. Rest tonight. We'll figure the details on the morrow. So the battered party filed inside. Robb eased himself onto a bench near a long trestle table in the common hall. Fires burned in the hearth, the smell of stewing onions drifting. Brothers of the Watch brought food and mulled wine. Ser Loras sank onto the opposite bench, silent. Both men were haunted by the memory of that night, the circle of wights around their camp, the horrifying pale eyes shining in the gloom, the frantic battle to carve down reanimated corpses that refused to fall until their skulls were smashed. It was not the wildlings who gave them the worst trouble, though Mance's scouts had nearly discovered them. No, the dead were the true threat. Now they possessed the corpse of one, bound and gagged with heavy chains. A few Northmen had wanted to burn it, but Robb insisted they preserve it as proof. The thing had raged mindlessly, scratching at the bars even in daylight, unaffected by mortal wounds. They'd had to break its legs to keep it from lunging. The memory churned Robb's stomach. Mormont joined them, sitting with a grunt. Bowls of stew were served. We'll have to decide how to send the wight south, the commander said. A wagon, lined with straw to keep it cold. Perhaps we travel by night, keep the creature from warming up. Ser Loras rubbed his temple. I'll accompany it. That was my vow to Queen Marjorie. I'll bring a handful of my knights. If the undead breaks free, well, I pray it does not. Robb considered. I'll send some of my men too. This must reach King's Landing safely. Marjorie can present it to the entire court. Or better yet, show it to the lords in broad daylight. Ser Loras shuddered. Broad daylight or not, I hope they have strong hearts. Mormont nodded. We'll finalize tomorrow. For now, rest. We have watchers posted to keep the white from stirring. They parted ways. Robb found a straw pallet in a side chamber, ignoring the primitive bedding. He needed sleep, though it came fitfully, haunted by nightmares of unstoppable corpses. If the Watchers told the truth, even thousands of them could be out there, behind Mance's lines, or simply wandering the frozen forests. The potential horror dwarfed any southern war. Morning arrived in a cold drizzle. Robb rose, conferred with Mormont and Ser Loras about logistics. They prepared a stout iron cage on a sturdy wagon, ensuring the white was further shackled. The creature hissed and flailed, jaw snapping at any close approach. Several black brothers stood guard with torches and axes, ready to destroy it if it broke free. Robb watched it with a mixture of revulsion and grim validation. Finally, no one could deny the threat. By midday, the escort was ready. Ser Loras, 10 Tyrell knights, and a dozen Northmen, drawn from Robb's personal guard, would set out with the wagon, traveling mostly by night to keep the white cold. They'd have to rely on ice and snow from the northern roads. Once they reached the warmer south, it might become trickier, but they'd do what they could. Meanwhile, Robb would remain at Castle Black, helping the Watch organize defenses and preparing if Mance made a move. Ser Loras clasped Robb's hand, attention in his eyes. "Wish me luck, your grace. If we succeed, the crown will see the truth. We'll have an alliance to face whatever comes." Robb nodded. "Safe travels, Ser Loras. The fate of the realm might hinge on you. Remind them that if we fail to unite, all we love may be devoured by the storm." With that, the convoy departed through Castle Black's gate. Robb stood on the ramparts, cloak flapping in the icy wind, watching them vanish into the distance. Then he turned back to the tasks at hand. The Watch needed every measure of help: new fortifications on the wall's heights, more men to patrol the haunted forests, signals in case Mance advanced. Robb's men pitched in, building barricades and teaching the Black Brothers certain tactics gleaned from southern warfare. Days stretched into weeks. No sign yet of Mance launching an all-out assault. The Watchers glimpsed ever larger wildling encampments near the Millwater. Whispers of giant creatures among them. Rumors of monstrous wolves. Worry not at Robb. He penned letters to Ned, though how quickly they'd arrive was anyone's guess. The nights grew colder, the wall's surface sometimes creaking ominously. Meanwhile, Ser Loras's convoy inched south, trying to keep the white from rotting or, worse, reanimating more vigorously in warmer air. They changed out ice at every chance, forging forward through the neck, riding mostly under darkness. Even so, rumors of a wild beast in a cage circulated among travelers. They claimed it was a savage bear or something vile. The knights said little, but townsfolk who heard strange snarls at night began to suspect something unholy. At last, they neared Moat Cailin. House Reed offered more ice, guiding them through the swamps. The white still hissed and twisted in its chains, eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. Ser Loras lost 2 men along the way. One got too close, had his arm nearly torn off. Another fell from his horse in a nighttime mishap. Yet they pressed on. Crossing the Twins, Walder Frey's men demanded an absurd toll, suspecting high stakes. Ser Loras threatened them with the Tyrell name and promises of retribution if they delayed a mission crucial to the crown. The Freys begrudgingly let them pass. The white screeched in the wagon, making horses skittish. Nights grew warmer the farther south they went, forcing them to replace ice constantly. Eventually, they reached the Riverlands. Rumors preceded them. Travelers muttered of a monstrous prisoner heading to King's Landing. Some guessed it was a demon. Ser Loras and the Northmen kept watch day and night, scarcely sleeping. Then, on one fateful evening, the white tried to break free. The iron bars rattled violently, the chain biting into its blackened wrists. One link snapped. A Tyrell knight leapt forward, jamming a torch into the white's face. The undead shrieked, recoiling. Another man hammered the chain back into place. They replaced the link with heavier steel. Finally, after many trials, the battered convoy approached King's Landing. The city's silhouette rose before them at dawn, red walls gleaming. Word had reached the crown that Ser Loras carried dire proof. A party of gold cloaks and Tyrell men came out to escort them in. The white's horrific snarls unsettled even the guards. Some balked, crossing themselves or muttering prayers to the Seven. Inside the Red Keep's courtyard, they unhitched the wagon. A hush fell over the onlookers, courtiers, soldiers, servants. The monstrous shape within the cage snapped at the bars, its flesh pale and half-decayed. Its eyes burned with unnatural light. Gasps and exclamations erupted. Ser Loras dismounted stiffly, face drawn from exhaustion. "Summon the Queen Regent, the King," he said, voice cracking with fatigue. "They must see this." Thus Marjorie Tyrell, Cersei Lannister, and Joffrey Baratheon arrived, flanked by lords, the Kingsguard, and various courtiers. Marjorie looked pale but resolute. Cersei's face showed a mix of disbelief and revulsion. Joffrey strode forward with a sneer, though it faltered when the white lunged, rattling the cage so hard it nearly toppled. Ser Loras bowed, breathing heavily. Your graces, behold the truth from beyond the wall. This creature was dead, yet it moved still. King Robb Stark and I captured it at great cost. A collective gasp sounded as the white let out a hollow snarl. Its battered body jerked violently. Half its face had rotted away, exposing bone, yet it showed no sign of pain. The stench wafted across the courtyard, making onlookers recoil. Joffrey actually stepped back, color draining from his cheeks. Marjorie's hand covered her mouth, eyes brimming with horror. Cersei pressed her lips in a tight line, clearly shaken. A hush gripped the assembled throng. Then a wave of murmurs, terrified or incredulous. One bold Lannister guard ventured close, peering at the White's eyes. The thing lunged, clacking its jaws an inch away from his face. He scrambled back with a yelp. Marjorie found her voice, turning to Joffrey, Cersei, and the assembled lords. Do you see? This is no fable. The Night's Watch has pleaded for aid. King Robb Stark confirms an army of these abominations grows in the far north, possibly allied with or preying upon Mance Rayder's wildlings. We must unite. If the realm ignores this threat, it will devour us all. Cersei swallowed, clearly disturbed. It's monstrous. How do we kill it? Ser Loras answered. We can only burn it or destroy the brain entirely. We tried normal wounds, useless. Fire is the surest way. All eyes turned to Joffrey, who stood trembling slightly, face contorted in anger at his own fear. He spat, so the dead walk. Then we must fight them. Summon the lords, gather an army. The crown can't let these filth roam free. Marjorie put a hand gently on his arm. Yes, my king. That is exactly what we must do. Call the banners from the Reach, from the Stormlands, from the Westerlands, and we must coordinate with King Robb Stark in the north. The White Walkers are real. Cersei's gaze flicked from the White to her son. She saw the panic behind Joffrey's eyes, the momentum already building. Without her usual composure, she nodded stiffly. Yes. We have no choice. If these horrors truly gather in number, we cannot wait. I'll write to Lord Tywin at once. Marjorie took a shaky breath, then raised her voice so the courtyard heard. Lords and ladies of Westeros, you have seen the proof. We face a threat older than the Targaryen conquest. Summon your men. Prepare. We stand with King Robb to defend this realm. Let no petty feud hinder us now. A wave of awe rippled through the watchers. Some knelt, crossing themselves, muttering prayers to the Seven. Others stared, transfixed by the caged corpses thrashing. Ser Loras closed his eyes in relief, having completed his mission. The realm could no longer deny the dead that walked. Thus the crown's war horns would soon echo from King's Landing, calling banner men from across the south. Messages would race to the Vale, to Dorne, to the Westerlands, demanding men and steel. For the first time in centuries, the entire continent might unite for a single cause. And in the far north, Robb Stark would not stand alone. Far away in Winterfell, Ned Stark had no inkling of the dramatic scene unfolding at that very moment, but he would soon receive a raven. Its words would speak of a captive White displayed in the royal court, of terror seizing King Joffrey's heart, of Marjorie Tyrell promising an alliance with the north to face an undead menace. He would read those words with mingled dread and hope, knowing that a final confrontation with the darkest legends of winter was now inevitable. Such was the path that began when Ned Stark, once a prisoner on the steps of the Great September, lived instead of dying, setting in motion a future where the North held firm, the Boltons fell, and the living might yet stand together against the rising dead. Whether that stand would suffice to save them all remained to be seen, for winter was coming in more ways than one, and the cold winds carried the sound of ice and death across all the lands of Westeros.